How is everybody doing today? Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again. It is Monday, March 3rd. What a day. Oh, man. And I would say, if I'm being honest, that I've never seen a party in this level of disarray. I think maybe maybe the Republicans after 2008. The Republicans directly after the 2008 election, but they kind of got their shit together really quick. They were like, "Oh, okay, we're gonna make Obama a one-term president," and they went to work. You know what I mean? So I don't think I've ever seen a party this weak in my entire life. I literally don't think I've ever seen it. I don't know what else to say. You know what I mean? Like I not in America anyway. You mean resolute? She said they were resolved. AOC said the Democrats are resolved. I don't resolved to do what? Should be dissolved. Resolved to kick out the left flank. The work we have to be doing what we're doing, and the time is now. Wow. So what are we gonna talk about? By the way, she didn't say anything about the path to power. That interview was one of the worst interviews I've ever seen with a politician. No riz. Just lost all charisma. Like literally no charisma. Zero aura. Relying on like people's half-remembered takes of her in 2018. No charisma, no message, no beliefs, no argument, no policies, no attempt to seize control of the party, right? Like, that's the thing about AOC that's the most pathetic, right? You see the party down on its face down in the dirt. You could be like, this is why we need to support Medicare for all. This is why we need to support X, Y, and Z thing. We need to give people something to believe in. But she just can't do it. She refuses to seize that moment. And that's why she's not it. I think you're being too hard on her. I am just treating her the same I've always treated her. When she says smart things, it's good. She says dumb things, it's bad. Well, we have a lot to talk about today, chat. Boy just put out a new video, which is really exciting. Which is they get interrogated by the CIA, which is fucking awesome. They do the CIA interrogation techniques.
Battery.
We love boy. So that just dropped. We've got an Adam Conover video that I think I want to start the stream with. I think you just have to treat her normally. You don't infantilize her, and you don't have the weird fixation shit some people do. Yes, I know. That's what makes me weird. I'm not weird, which makes me weird. I'm not dealing with some sort of psychosocial fixation. I'm not a parasocial fan. So that makes me weird. Like, do you get what I mean? Being normal is weird. In this day and age, being a normal, well-adjusted person who could appropriately evaluate the situation around you makes you a fucking freak. Like, look at that guy. He takes showers. Oh, look at that guy. He wakes up in the morning and drinks water. Look at that fucking guy. What a freak. All right, let's get this show on the road. Your political sniff test has proven better than anyone I listen to, so I tend to listen to you and try to learn the lessons as how your snifftar works. The first thing is you got to have a schnozzle. Do you have a schnozzle? Is this your original schnozzle? The moment a plastic surgeon's knife touches your schnozzle, you lose all sniff tests. You can't do the sniff test anymore. All right, let's keep going. Let's start up this bad boy. You know, I have to say that this has been the most depressing politics has ever been for me. Because normally I'm able to grab a hold of something and point in that direction and be like, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. And right now there's nothing. And it's tough for me to say that. I mean, there's some very small things around the edges, but like nothing that I can project out, right? Nothing that I could say, well, if it grows at an exponential rate, it goes along this path, then we could get this. There's nothing like that. It is just like centrist Democrats say we need to give up. Democrats say, we're just so unpopular. How do we work with the Republicans? Republicans are going off the deep end into some like fascist, libertarian of bloodlust of just complete stupidity. It's not that this is doom. It's just, I still believe what I've always believed. It's just There's nothing really functional right now. These things don't just exist. Are you excited for the United States Strategic Cryptocurrency Reserve? China bans crypto. America is going to prop it up with your tax dollars. What more is there to be said? No Other Land won Best Documentary at the Oscars. Yeah, that's pretty great. If you aren't doomer pilled at this point, you aren't paying attention. No. Doomer is just being a liberal. Being a doomer is just being a liberal. Unless you're on the front lines fighting a war against the forces of capitalism, and I mean that in a literal sense, you're not allowed to be a defeatist. You know, oh no, my tenders are slightly more expensive. Shut the fuck up. Here's a speech given by Basil at the Oscars. Yeah, we'll get to this in a bit. Let's start off with Adam Conover.
So things are getting pretty fucked up in America right now, and a lot of people are genuinely frightened about it. We have an unelected billionaire.
I saw you commented on Liv's take on new feudalism, and I was wondering what your thoughts on techno-feudalism. I think that Liv hasn't actually looked into it, but I think so. I think she's just making an observation that is true, that capitalism is what is creating these conditions that we live under today. But I think if you give Yanis Varoufakis' argument the full weight, he's basically saying that the progressive nature of capitalism that Marx so eloquently explains in Capital and in much of his writings has started to end for much of the world. And that we're now shifting to a kind of like degenerative form of capitalism, where the means of production and the relation to the means of production may legally remain the same, but the forces of the economy seem to be more rentier, more extractive, more it's like the equivalent of ripping out the copper wire and pipes out of the walls stage of capitalism. It's not about building shit anymore. It's not about being productive. It's not about, you know, stripping apart these relations. They've all been stripped. Everything of value has been stripped out of the walls. Capitalism is no longer producing more and more shit. It is degenerating to relations that could be understood as obligations in a feudal sense. And the concentration of capital has become so intense that people are no longer able to like start new firms and compete. Productivity isn't going up, you know, stuff like that. I think his point there has a lot of value, is that we have shifted from this kind of like upward swinging capitalism of finding the you know keys to productivity to a social relation that is that formalizes itself into something similar to feudalism, where we're just looking at inherited wealth for inherited wealth for inherited wealth all for all time. What are the chances the USA tries to stop people leaving the country? I don't think they're going to do that anytime soon. The Oregon strike is over? Hell yeah, Dr. Brainslug. You guys got historic contracts? Let's go. 20 to 40% wages increases and 16 to 22% raise upon ratification. Congratulations. Retroactive pay and bonuses. Guaranteed break-in meal pay. Hell yeah. Congrats. Congrats on the big win. It's tempting to think that it doesn't really matter what we call the system we live in, techno-feudalism or hyper-capitalism. The system is what it is, whatever the word we use to describe it. Tempting perhaps, but quite wrong. Reserving the word fascist for regimes that generally fall into that category and refraining from using it to describe regimes that, however nasty, are not fascist matters hugely. Calling a viral outbreak a pandemic can prove vital in mobilizing against it. Similarly, with the global system we live in today, the word we use to describe it can influence profoundly whether we are more likely to perpetuate and reproduce it, or whether we might challenge or even overthrow it. Suppose we were living in the 1770s as the first steam engines began driving the water pumps that kept the mines dry and turning the wheels of William Blake's dark satanic mills. As their chimneys spewed thick smoke along the River Clyde in Birmingham and around Manchester, we would not be wrong to speak of an emergent industrial feudalism or market feudalism. Technically, we would be correct. In the 1770s, for at least another century, whatever one looked at, one saw feudalism. Feudal lords dominated rural areas, owned the freehold titles of most city blocks, commanded armies and navies, and presided over parliamentary committees. Like, this is kind of where we're at. And I agree with what he's saying. I mean, I fundamentally see the system that we live in as one that has lost its mojo. I think it's the best way to put it. It just doesn't even believe in itself anymore. Like, capitalists don't believe in competition. They believe in controlling resources.
They're burning down the government like it's a Cybertruck that caught fire after hitting a pothole. Our new Secretary of Health and Human Services is Beelzebub, the Demon Lord of Pestilence. Excuse me, I mean it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Demon Lord of Pestilence. And then, of course, there's the ramping up of violent treatment of refugees and immigrants, and the coordinated effort to remove trans people and people of color, or even the discussion of them, from public life. And the Democrats are like, what do? Do we record a podcast about it? Do we send another fundraising text? Let's be really clear about what we're facing right now. Our government has been taken over by an anti-science, anti-democratic, overtly racist, authoritarian movement led by the richest and most powerful people in the world, and no one is doing shit about it. I mean, how does that make you feel? It makes me feel hopeless. Like, I should tune out, stop reading the news entirely, and go back to watching White Lotus. Hey, at least on that show, the racist rich people are fictional. You know, I'm supposed to be the bright side, positive takeaway guy, and it's hard to find one here because it's true. Nobody is coming to save us. The brutal truth is we are going to have to save ourselves, as depressing a prospect as that is. And, you know, it may sound impossible, but I promise you that it is not. There are concrete ways that you can fight back, and none of them involve sending $5 to a spineless Dem or posting to your Instagram story or burying your head in the sand and protecting yourself by turtling up, as tempting as that may seem to be. There are things that you can do, and you know what? People are already out there doing them, and they are starting to stem the tide a little bit in ways that you can be a part of. And on this episode, I'm going to tell you what they are and how you can join them.
Can I just say I'm tired of stemming the tide, and I would like to be the tide? Like, how many decades are we going to be trying to stem the tide? How many times are we going to be hiding behind the last fucking wire? It's like, can we be the tide? Can we actually go on offense for once? Can we actually have a plan and leaders worthy of the human race's trust? Instead of just charlatan on top of charlatan. I mean, it's just so fucking tiring at this point to hear these whiny ass, bitch ass fucking liberals, man.
But first, real quick, I want to remind you that I'm on tour right now. If you want to come see me do stand-up comedy in person, be around people, that might feel nice at a time like this. Well, I'm going to be in London on the 22nd, Amsterdam on the 26th. I'm looking forward to being out of the U.S. for a little bit. Then I'm headed back to the States to go to Providence, Rhode Island, Vancouver, and Eugene, Oregon. Later in the year, I'm even going to Tulsa and Oklahoma City. Head to adamconover.net for tickets and tour dates. And if you would like to support this channel directly and all the videos we bring you week in, week out about all these important topics and what you can do about them, head to patreon.com/AdamConover. So let's recap just a tiny teaspoon of the avalanche of bullshit we're facing. After taking office, Trump gave the keys to the federal government to the world's richest man and his band of horribly nicknamed teen hackers. I mean, there are just too many things to make fun of about this kid. Sweatshorts and a blazer. His nickname is Big Balls, and his grandpa apparently loved Putin. I can't even write jokes about him. It's lib comedy hack. Send him to The Daily Show. They'll make quick work of him there. So Big Balls has your social security number, and his babysitter, Little Balls Elon, is busy gutting the exact agencies that were investigating his many potential crimes, such as the Department of Labor, which was investigating Musk's companies for racial and sexual harassment and retaliatory firings, and even workplace electrocution, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which was getting ready to regulate X's mobile payment service, the EPA, which is investigating supposedly environmentally friendly Tesla for violating the Clean Air Act, and even the USDA, which was investigating Elon's company Neuralink for animal abuse. You know, personally, I can't think of anything more evil than destroying the federal government just so you can keep torturing animals, but I feel like Elon can top that by next Tuesday. The entire Trump administration seems intent on destroying only the good things that the government does while supersizing all of the bullshit. Just in the past few weeks, the Trump administration has fired thousands of nonpartisan civil servants who are in charge of things like life-saving research on cancer and heart disease, making schools safer, preventing bird flu, you know, in order to keep the price of those precious eggs low, and even guarding the fucking nukes. And yeah, They're now scrambling to get some of those people back, but they can't find them because Elon deleted their fucking emails. You know, I thought we all wanted to live in a country where cancer wasn't a death sentence, eggs aren't $10 a dozen, and nukes aren't regularly stolen by bandits. But I guess I was wrong. That is gonna happen now. And Elon isn't the only fail-son lackey fucking America up right now. RFK Jr. is already ordering the CDC to stop promoting life-saving vaccines. And, you know, there can be a lot of...
Arun was asking if you were going to cover the Tamil genocide today. Yeah, we might watch that video. We're definitely going to watch it this week. We'll see how we go. We'll see how things flow, you know. Thank you, Arun. So we just need to steal nukes. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Hasanabi doctrine, you know. Hasanabi is like one of the funniest, like, honestly, I want to say something. That is one of the funniest, like, examples of liberals just not having any argument and just trying to make something snappy that actually hits. The moment they start claiming we have nukes, we already need them, yeah.
Misinformation around vaccines. So you know what I did? I used our sponsor Ground News to find this source. Are being what else to do but laugh at a time like this? The Trump administration is literally spending their time stripping scientific data and entire government websites off the internet because they have the word gender in them. The Park Service site for the Stonewall National Monument was literally forced to remove the T from the acronym LGBT. First of all, who the hell ever heard of an LGB flag? And second, don't they realize that by reducing the T, they actually made the page trans? That's gender-affirming code. And yes, I did ask my trans friend Sammy if that joke made sense, and they said, sort of. So the Trump administration is banning words and trying to erase people who they don't like from existence. That's not just fascist, it's Orwellian in the purest sense. So who is coming to save us from this new dystopia? Well, definitely not the Democrats. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries made that very clear.
I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe trying isn't good enough when that's your entire fucking job. You've known Trump would be president for months. He even gave you an instruction manual for what he was planning to do. You are failing a fucking open book test. How about the new chair of the DNC, Ken Martin? When confronted with the overwhelming evidence of the destructive power of billionaires over our democracy, does he pledge to fight back against them? Oh, no. He's too busy writing fanfic about the good billionaires.
There are a lot of good billionaires out there that have been with Democrats who share our values.
This is the guy who won. This is the guy who is the DNC chair. Okay, this is the guy. He went on. He also went on Destiny's podcast. Well, so people are like, "Oh, Mike, why are you so anti-Democrat?" I mean, like, listen to these people. Saying the things we actually needed to be doing would be things you don't say online or around any recording devices. It's been that way for a while. What I would like to do is, I just think that we should all start, we should go and take the temperature of various socialist organizations that exist in our local communities. And I want to start building some real projects. We need to get swoletariat programs going. We need to start building up, and we need to start separating the wheat from the chaff. I don't want to do something where it's like, where we're focusing so much on providing mutual aid. So that's like not the projects that I want to work on. Right now, I don't want to be basically providing services that the government should be providing. I'm thinking more about building up a robust self-defense community that provides services in a cooperative manner. Not providing, like, you know, charity, but with a red flag flying over it, but something a little bit more substantive. There's a lot of people that want to do mutual aid charity work. There's not a lot of people that want to do stuff that isn't that. And so we need to start figuring out who is willing to do work like that. That isn't about just feeling good about yourself and getting some dopamine. 420 No Scope, thank you for the tier 3. Not to say that those programs aren't important. Of course they're important, but they're not what I want to focus on.
We will take their money.
You know, it was so considerate for Ken to use a sign language interpreter so that we could hear "f*** you" pores in 2 languages. When Will these idiots learn that there is no such thing as a good billionaire? You cannot amass $1 billion by being a little sweetie pie. I mean, just 4 years ago, we were patting Bezos on the back for talking shit about Trump. But now that it's politically expedient, he's palling it up at Mar-a-Lago. At this point, I'm just waiting for George Soros to put on a MAGA hat and show up at a Ted Nugent concert. You know, the Democrats' main strategy seems to be to point out over and over again that what Trump is doing is unconstitutional. But hey, newsflash, f***os, that doesn't matter if nobody is enforcing the Constitution.
I want to make another point so that everybody understands how important this point is. Conservatives, for 100 fucking years, have been saying the New Deal is unconstitutional. I'll say that again. For 100 years, conservatives have been saying the New Deal is unconstitutional. And they have arguments for it. They have legal arguments. They have logical legal arguments in favor of their position. But guess what? It didn't matter because they were not the ones who were in control of the state. They were not in charge of the interpretive organizations of the state. They were not. So therefore, they didn't have popular opinion. So therefore, their logical, scholarly argument that the New Deal was unconstitutional doesn't matter. Now, sometimes people are surprised that you could say, Mike, are you saying it's logical, but you also don't agree? Not everything logical is correct. That's not what logical means. And this is one of those things that a lot of people who have never taken formal logic don't know. Like, you know, it's one of those, like, you could have logical points. You could have consistent points that are still not correct. You're not wrong, Mike, but it pisses me off. So what we're talking about here is like which interpretive philosophy are we going to adopt into law? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is being changed. I think a lot of what has happened with politics in the world today is that our parents, but especially our grandparents, achieved a lot of changes using state and politics, right? When you think about the New Deal, when you think about the civil rights movement, right, and the Great Society, you could see that they achieved a lot of shit within politics, right? And we haven't. The only thing that has been achieved by our generations, and while I've been alive, has been a couple Supreme Court decisions, but mostly tax cuts and wars, and a slow hollowing out of the middle class. That's the only thing that's been achieved in my lifetime. And so people have adapted to that, and they no longer believe politics can make their life better. All that people believe now is that politics can punish the people that you don't like.
Constitution is not a set of magical laws that automatically bind our actions. It's just a goddamn piece of paper written by a bunch of dead...
And it's so funny that he's saying this. How long have I been saying this? How long have I been saying this?
Dudes in wigs who naively thought that Congress would stop an out-of-control president to protect their own power. But you know what? They didn't anticipate that Congress would be so excited to be cucked.
I've been asked so many times, aren't you uncomfortable with this? No, I'm not.
Let me translate. That's Republican speak for, yes, Daddy, please f*** me harder. And that leaves, of course, our last resort, the courts. I wouldn't count on them saving us either, because even if the right-wing justices Trump jammed through somehow grow a spine and stand up for the Constitution, they have no way to enforce their rulings, because the law enforcement officers are, guess what, controlled by Trump. That means that Trump could simply ignore the court rulings, as Vance has already hinted he will, which means that the courts are incentivized not to rule against Trump at all, because if they do, and then he ignores them, it makes them look weak. Far better to keep pretending to be strong and do jack shit. Look at you big strong boys. Very important in your serious robes. So there is no other branch of government, no jacked billionaire zaddy, no political strongman coming to save us. We are going to have to save ourselves. And I know that sucks to hear, because you got other shit to do. You have rent to pay and kids to raise and a Kendrick Drake feud that's way more fun to read about than this shit. And because honestly, it seems overwhelming, doesn't it? I mean, the government is so fucking big. They're persecuting their enemies, and they could squash you like a bug if they wanted, couldn't they? It's easy to let yourself get small when facing a threat like that, especially a threat that so many of your fellow citizens loudly and angrily support. But I want to speak directly to that feeling. If you are feeling small and sad and dejected, like America is over and all you can do is huddle up and keep safe, I'm here to tell you, buck the fuck up. Average people have been getting squashed by bullies like Trump and Musk since the founding of this country. And the only way we ever stopped them was by kicking their asses. But we didn't do that by keeping small and staying safe and playing Stardew Valley while we waited for our next chance to vote in 4 years. We did it by fucking shit up. You know, for far too long in America, we've believed the lie that the only way you can affect change in this country is to vote for the politicians and donate to their campaigns and post on one of the billionaires' dumbass websites. But they came up with that lie to distract us from the fact that we, the people, are political actors just like they are and that we have power. And that power lies in refusing to be quiet and instead being unignorably fucking loud. So, look, queer and trans people are facing threats to their safety, yes, but not for the first time. For most of American history, they have faced immense discrimination, not just from the government, but from a bigoted public. But gay rights weren't won by being quiet and waiting for the storm to pass. They were won because queer people bravely risked their safety, their jobs, and their entire lives to come out and live as
Itty bitty, we go after both. There's a lot of millionaires in America. But a lot of the millionaires in America are just people who bought houses in Southern California in 1970. That's most of the millionaires in America today. And also like Sanford and the Bay Area too. Let's not leave those people out. A millionaire is nothing compared to a billionaire.
As themselves with pride, and to turn that pride.
Hassan is the exception that proves the rule, which is he's somebody by his own bootstraps created a program that is very popular, and then he got so many fans that his fans incrementally gave him $6 at a time, millions of dollars, right? Like that's Hassan in a nutshell. Does that mean the fire in Cali wiped out some of the millionaires in America, which is sad? Because, well, yes, of course, if they didn't have homeowners insurance, then yeah, they got fucking wiped out for sure. If you have homeowners insurance, then what happens is the insurance company gives you a check for your house to rebuild it, and you still own the land, right? Ari, thank you for the prime. What did misanthropic leftists say now? Imagine hating humanity. That's like so fun. Hating humanity, can I just say this? Hating humanity is just weak. That's weakness. That's weakness. That's somebody who's hurt. Did you see the Carolina fires that popped up this weekend? I did hear about that. I didn't look into it yet, though. Don't forget that the parasite insurance companies will try to minimize the amount they pay. Of course.
Into a fucking parade long before it was socially acceptable enough to be sponsored by Chase Bank. They refused to be quiet. Instead, they were themselves loudly and publicly, and they won. And those same tactics can win again, because those are the tactics that always win in this country. You know, as I covered in a past video on unions, working class people used to be worked to death in this country by the millionaires and billionaires who ran the economy. And they were literally shot in the street by their own government when they fought back. But they did not let that stop them. They fought together collectively. They found their power. And after decades of struggle, they put in place the 40-hour work week and worker protections that all of us enjoy today. This is the same story time and time again for the women's rights movement, the African-American civil rights movement, people with less power banding together, being unignorable, and forcing those with more power to bend to their will. Let me tell you just one more of these stories that I think should be told a lot more often. One of the greatest civil rights victories in American history was won by disabled activists who brought business to a grinding halt with a 25-day sit-in to force the Carter administration to sign Section 504, a law that protects disabled people's rights to public education. Now imagine if you were one of those people. Do you think it wasn't fucking scary to roll a wheelchair into a government building, one without a goddamn ramp, and demand to be heard? No. These are people who were told by our entire society that they're weak, that they're powerless, that they had to hide themselves away. And they said, no, fuck that, here we fucking are. We demand you give us what we want, and they won. Winning comes from taking risks, from being loud, from being yourself, and by doing it together. And in fact, that is how the right wing has won all of their victories, by showing up en masse over and over again and screaming like fucking assholes until they got what they wanted. And that is what you are going to do too. So here is how you are going to fight back. First, you're going to find a group that you can join. It could be a church. It could.
So here's my problem. Like, I agree with him completely. I agree with him completely, but here's where I'm at. I don't trust just saying find a group anymore. And this is kind of the crisis that I'm in personally. The crisis that I'm in personally is I'm teetering between being megalomaniacal and narcissistic freakout, grandiose narcissism, where I'm just like, okay, what I need to help form this group, because quite frankly, most people are not, you know, the way that radical liberalism has infested everyone's brain is really a bit much. I mean, I get it here. It's just like, oh man. Also, the only thing holding me back is I'm aware of the scale of what is needed. Like, I actually understand how far behind we are. Like, I understand logistics. I understand war. I'm not a general, but I at least have studied it. I've at least gone to war doctrine courses. You know, I have actually studied this shit in a professional manner. How many people on the left do you know have studied doctrine in a professional setting? I mean, it's like 0 people. And those that do, by the way, don't lean into that. They're almost ashamed of it. They're almost ashamed of their veteran background. There is this like very, very, very hippie, liberal, like anti-war mentality on the American left. And it's like crazy bad. And it's like, I'm ashamed. Why? Why are you ashamed? Why are you ashamed? Did you make a decision because you are a depraved, evil person? Or did you end up did you follow the way that you were raised and the way your society incentivizes you, and you went into an institution that everybody told you was a good thing, and you did it to improve your life? Did you do it because you wanted to be evil? Then you should be ashamed. If you went in there going, I'm going to hurt people and I can't wait to hurt innocent people, well, then yeah, you're a scumbag. But if you went in there because society pushed you and it was the only way for you to escape your hometown or have get a college education or whatever the fuck else, that's fine. And then guess what? You learn things that actually do have use. Knowing how to do an L-shaped ambush, knowing how to aim a rifle, zero sights. Those are skills that you have. Knowing how to build an engine, whatever the fuck. Those are skills. There's a reason why the United States buys a lot of guns and a lot of rockets and a lot of tanks and a lot of aircraft carriers and a lot of bombs. Because you know what those things do? They give you the ability to effectuate your will through coercion. And if your opponent has those things and you don't, they coerce you, not the other way around. Power flows from the barrel of a gun. Anyone telling you not to have a gun wants you not to have any power. Even Shed vets are being radicalized right now for the defunding of the VA. Lots of potential there we miss out on, of course. Because people want to do this like rad lib, CIA inculcated leftism of like turn away from anybody who might have revolutionary potential in favor of what? Effete college grads who are working at Starbucks, who I love. I'm not against you guys. I love the Starbucks workers. But come on, man. You're not going to lead a revolution. We need to have all types. Anti-war and anti-veteran are different things. You shouldn't be either. Revolution is war. It's just revolution is fighting the only war that matters, the last struggle, the actual war between the two sides that divide the humanity, which is the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, those that work and those that don't. Anti-war is another way of saying I like the status quo.
Could be a rights organization, or it could be a local Magic the Gathering meetup that gets spicy about politics after one too many Mountain Dews. Get your ass to a meeting and talk with like-minded people about what you're going to do next, and then go with them together to a town hall meeting or the steps of your senator's office or a street corner in the middle of your city and get fucking loud. And you know why I know this will work? Because it already is. Republicans across the country are confronting angry mobs at their own town halls. Republican Congressman Rich McCormick was recently confronted with this.
I'm all in favor of what he's saying here, by the way. Definitely. We need people to get pissed off. We need people to get pissed off. And I want you to know something, it's not going to work. And that should not disillusion you. That should piss you off more. I want you to do this shit. I want you to experience it. I want you to see how many people are with you. And then I want you to see the jackbooted thugs shut down your rights, attack you, target you, push you around. And I want you to realize that the liberals and the Democratic Party will never defend you. They will stand behind the cops that beat you.
From average Georgians.
These guys are smiling because they don't feel worried. Victory, this is not what victory looks like. This is like somebody standing in front of the kindergarten class.
Here in Los Angeles, Trump's Department of Transportation Secretary and...
Mike, I'd be interested to elaborate what you mean by hating humanity is weak. One could easily listen to you and conclude that you hate humanity, though I'm aware that you simply wish to do it to be better. Doesn't hating come across to Americans as misanthropy? Let me just say this, is that I don't hate humanity. I hate individuals, and I hate a certain type of class. I don't hate humanity. Humanity has tremendous potential, and it also has tremendous potential to suck. That's not humanity's problem. That is in all of us. So why am I not doing evil shit? I'm not doing evil shit because of a combination of self-discipline, work I've done on the past, life experiences, but also luck and kindness from strangers who didn't deserve to give, who I wasn't entitled to receive it from. So am I going to be that person for other people, or am I going to be a problem? Hating humanity gives you the right to abuse others. Because if humanity sucks, why do you care if humanity suffers? Why do anything to help somebody else without the expectation of reward?
Former Road Rules contestant Sean Duffy hoped to triumphantly announce how he was killing high-speed rail, but instead, the good citizens of LA gave him this. Oh, you do not want to get between a train fan and their transit access. It gets ugly. I know, screaming at politicians seems simple, but it does in fact work. That's how the Tea Party did it in 2009, and that's how we're going to do it today. Here's another example. In Los Angeles, a children's hospital announced that it was going to ban gender-affirming care in deference to the Trump administration's bigotry. But after citizens and allies showed up and protested in front of the hospital...
This is, I believe, what was making Asmongold and Amaranth say these people should be killed and burned to death in the fires.
Over and over again, the hospital reversed its decision and is once again providing care. And
if the work I have done for 11 years, standing up for the LGBT community and fighting for their rights and being one of a few who even could put together an argument on this in the state Senate for a job that pays $17,000 a year for 11 years, you just want to call me a piece of shit, which I think you did, ma'am, you can go right ahead. I don't think that I will lose re-election based on you screaming at me. And yes, I firmly support transgender torsions and the LGBT community.
Until they're incarcerated.
We've been down that path.
Until you have an indication that public opinion doesn't support transgender people.
What I would say is if you cannot win any elections, then they're the only people running the place, and there are no checks and balances on their bullying and erasure of transgender people.
So, in order to get elected, you are willing to vote for anti-trans legislation.
Are you suggesting that Democrats should adopt all positions that are so popular that none of us could win, so Republicans are in charge of everything? Because that's kind of what I hear you saying.
I believe that what I'm asking is for...
I'm getting a charger. And if the work I have done for 11 years, standing up...
Even federal workers, those mild-mannered civil servants that Musk has been trying to fire in massive numbers, they are fighting back too. They're hanging upside-down flags at Yosemite to protest job cuts of park rangers. They're putting AI videos of Trump sucking Elon's toes on every screen at HUD headquarters. And they're getting organized to fight back in even more serious ways. If you'd like to join them, head to this URL. And look, we're just getting started, but all of this protest is already bearing fruit. Trump's poll numbers are going down. Elon's are in the fucking toilet. These two billionaires are never going to look more powerful than they have for the last month. But the power has always been with the people. And that is why they are doing everything they can to scare the shit out of you. Because they depend on you being afraid. isolated, compliant, and quiet. But you're not going to be. We're not going to be. We're going to raise our voices, we're going to raise each other up, and we are going to fuck some shit up. Because that is the only way that average Americans have ever won any victory in this country. And in fact, it's the American fucking way.
I want to bring you guys a very old deep cut from Matt Chrisman.
I mean, people say a new party to supplant the Democrats, which of course that's more promising than the idea of them competing with the Democrats. It would have to be a complete overnight collapse like the Whigs. The Whigs are the model here. Problem is the Whigs had specific historical context that made that happen. And that is, the main one is that the split that happened that destroyed the Whigs was regional, which meant that when the Whigs broke up over slavery, basically the entirety of the northern Whig electorate, everyone who voted Whig in the North, were all already pre-organized to join the party that would embody Whig principles and be anti-slavery, and that was the Republicans. In fact, it was the emergence of the Republicans and their success early in Fremont that made the Whig collapse happen, because people saw an alternative. But the thing was, it was self-organizing and instantly coherent along state lines. If you lived in a northern state and were a Whig, you were probably anti-slavery, because the Democrats basically were the party of the dough-faced party of collaboration with the Southern slave power for the most part before the Civil War. The northern, if you were against slavery in the North, the Democratic Party was not really for you. That's why there were things like the Liberty Party and the Free Soil Party and then eventually the Republicans, was because of that non-existent Democratic home for people who were in favor of slavery, which meant that basically every Whig in the North was ready to vote for the party that would basically be Whigs minus slavery, which was the Republicans. If this were to happen now, the split is ideological, and it's not as clean, and it's not state-based. It's not like they instantly were able to take over not only half of the Whig Party, but the half that was in states where they could run the table, which they did. That's not the same thing here.
That's why, and I agree with Matt completely on this, which is, if there was a third party, it would be, in many places that are 90-some% Democrat, the new party would be 60% popular in, like, say, LA, right? And that would be good. But it would also be much more popular in, say, West Virginia. It would be much more popular in, say, Ohio. Like, we would want to see I would want to see a party that doesn't win 90% of the vote in Philadelphia. I don't want to win 90% of the vote in Philadelphia. I want a party that has the majority of the country. I've been getting conflicting information. I hear the Dems and Republicans control a third party coming in. Yes, the Whig party got booted, but if this is the case, what are we to do? To me, it could be wrong, but it would almost be impossible to get a third party. Bernie Sanders got into office by running against the Democrats and the Republicans. I'll say that again. Bernie Sanders got into office running against the Democrats and the Republicans. This is not an impossible feat. This is one of the things that I think a lot of people don't know. So Bernie Sanders, when he first started running for office, he got 2% of the vote for the Senate. Then he ran again, and he got 4% of the vote. But guess what he did after that? Oh, he also ran for governor and got 1% of the vote. And he ran for governor in 76 and got 6% of the vote. But then in 1981, he looked at the entire state of Vermont, and he said, you did pretty well in some areas in Burlington. And so he decided to run for mayor of Burlington, and he won by 10 votes. And then he ran for re-election against the Democrats and the Republicans 2 years later, because they had a 2-year term. He had to run against the Republicans and the Democrats. And then he ran again. And then he ran again just against the Democrat. His number one enemy the entire history of Bernie Sanders' political career has been against Democrats and Republicans. And then he decided to run for the House of Representatives. Guess what? Against both parties. And guess what? The Republican won. So Bernie Sanders, when he won in 1990, he was running against the Republicans and the Democrats. He flipped the seat from Republican to socialist. And there was a Democrat. And every step of the way, he was running against the Democrats. What happened is, when there was actually a plausible chance that he could win, the Democratic voters picked him. They fucking abandoned the Dolores Sandoval. They didn't give a shit. 3% of people were voting for the fucking liberal. They collapsed because there are almost no ideological liberals in this country. Dan Osborne just did 20 points better than Kamala Harris by running as an independent. What are we clinging to? And this is how it always went, chat. He had to run against the Republicans and the Democrats. Vermont was one of the most Republican states in the country before Bernie Sanders. It's white as fuck. And he continues and he continues. He almost lost in 94, by the way. That was a really tight year. That was his closest election after he won. But again, and what happened when the Democrats saw that they might be able to take him out? They ran again. He only managed to get to the Senate. He managed to get to the Senate if and only it because he had to defeat the Republicans and the Democrats. And when he finally ran for Senate in 2006, the Democrats nominated him and he turned down their nomination and he ran as an independent anyway. And why did he do that? Because he had fought the Democrats every step of the way. They were the biggest impediment to Bernie Sanders' politics. It wasn't the Republicans, even though he defeated a Republican to take his seat. His biggest threat, the biggest enemy he had his entire career was the Democratic Party. And eventually he smashed them into a fucking pulp. This is the reality of what we need. We need to have this willingness to just go to war with the Democrats. And the problem that we see here is most people are so addicted to the chant, I must be able to win this next election or else I don't even want to try. I don't want to be taking out the Democrats unless I know we're going to definitely win. And it's like, you're never going to get that. The Democrats don't have that. You're asking for an impossible thing.
So, whether it's party politics or not, I don't know. Another thing that I don't. And the other big difference is that if this split that happened in the Whig Party, there's not really a conflict at the top there because you're all capitalists. The question is whether you're capitalists who think that we should accommodate slavery as a component of the supply chain. That's it. This would be a capitalist party, and like its anti-capitalist wing breaking off, and that would make it the enemy of the entire establishment, which did not exist with slavery, of course.
And Matt is very, very correct. Matt is very, very correct there. That's why a lot of people don't want to do it, because they realize that you would actually be fighting the entire establishment. And so when you have an anti-capitalist Democrat, you have somebody who is really in a party that hates them and wants to see them defeated. That's the reality.
Literally just creating two political parties where the message is, from one, don't be a pussy, and the other is, don't be an asshole. And you got to pick one. People don't think that they can change anything with politics. Anything structural. If it's structural...
And by the way, chat, this is why what we're going through with Donald Trump is a good thing. It is the cleansing, clarifying fire. You can change things with politics, actually. And Donald Trump is changing things that you hate. Politics, everybody is being taught, actually, the president can do a whole bunch of shit. Actually, you can change a lot of things. Actually, you can leave NATO, or you can say Ukraine, go get fucked. You actually can do those things. Now, everything that Donald Trump is doing, I hate, except for undermining NATO. I'm in favor of that. Okay? Anything he does to undermine the legitimacy of the FBI, the CIA, USAID, NATO, sign me up for that, baby. You're allowed, but other than that, he's a fucking disaster and my enemy in every way. And I fucking hate Donald Trump. And the reason why I've so intensely become enamored with the Democrats being the problem is because my hatred for Donald Trump is so insanely pure. It's not even a question in my mind, and it shouldn't be a question in your mind. It's what I explained it before. It's like a zombie apocalypse, and the Democrats are the person who's hiding the fact that they've been bitten, and they're sleeping in the sleeping bag next to you. All right? That's a bigger threat to you than the zombie horde on the other side of the prison fence. That's why they're much more. And by the way, a bit survivor is a lot more wily than a fucking zombie. The zombie horde is a threat, and they're dangerous, and there's a lot of them, and you couldn't take them out on your own. But it is the bitten survivor that's sleeping next to you that you don't even see coming that's the bigger threat. And that is where we are right now. The Democratic Party is that traitor from within. That's why they're screaming about how they need to find good billionaires. You think that person is on your side?
Is
Play
by
Project
definition
Zomboid on stream. I mean, I like Project Zomboid. The problem with Project Zomboid is it is a game that rewards a certain type of deliberative play, a very methodical, deliberative, kind of predictable and it's not good. Like if you just play it like a streamer, then it's not as fun, or it'll be fun for like 5 seconds and then you die, but if you play it very methodically and very if you play with the strategy of living as long as you can, it's a little bit different than the way you play it when you are trying to be entertaining. Most of the fun is having to figure out how to solve problems after you created them. Exactly.
Definition, not political. That is what we believe, because that's what we believe. And why do we believe it? Because it's what we live. It is just our lived experience, ironically enough. Our collective lived experience is capitalist realism. It is that because we stopped having a class adversarial relationship at the top level of government in the 70s, and that the democratic project has basically been dead since then. And that as a result of that, the two parties don't argue about things like how long should people work? What should be the conditions of their work? What should be remuneration? What should be the standard of living for an American? Those questions are not political to people, even if we talk about them sometimes high-mindedly. And what that means is that at this point, I feel like if you get in front of a bunch of people, casuals, who are going to just come into the polls because it's so easy now, they're going to hear you say, I want to get Medicare for all, and I want to make everybody have free college, just like Corbyn did, because Corbyn got to run a general election where he got to make his message spread in a country where they have a fucking parliamentary system where if he got in power, he could actually have done some stuff because they don't have our stupid fucking constitution. It's a majority rule. And yet, in the red redoubt there.
Trump developed his career outside the professional political industry. As such, he doesn't have any loyalty to long-term state projects. He's also extremely stupid and doesn't know how to disguise America's strategic interests. Yes, that's great. That's awesome. That's what we love. Trump developed, yeah, no, exactly. That's what we love. That's great. I love the fact that he's a dumb fuck. I love the fact that he doesn't let libs lie to themselves about how Europe and America are the good guys. I love the fact that he's out there saying he's going to, invade this and annex Canada and do all this shit. I love that. I fucking love that. That's awesome because it proves everything that we've been saying and going like, you got to read between the lines. You need to look at who, cui bono, look at this, look at the way look who we're supporting this pedophile genocider. Look how we're doing this with the CIA. And Donald Trump comes out and just says it. And everybody no one's confused anymore.
The red wall, they went for Brexit because Brexit was more real to them than the stuff Corbyn was promising because they didn't think he was telling them the truth. And even though
by the way, chat, I agree with Matt Crispin on this completely. The other thing is Brexit was relevant. Brexit was the only way Corbyn loses, by the way. It is the perfect checkmate, which is, it's a way of splitting the left. And it split the very specific left-wing coalition of labor right down the middle. It was a great strategy, and it was an almost accidental strategy. The thing about Brexit is it was grassroots. That's why it works so well, because it was a grassroots demand. It wasn't the demand of the capitalist class elite. It was the populist right that came up with Brexit, and that's why it worked, because it was democratic. It came from the bottom, and it checkmated the labor. It checkmated labor completely, and they couldn't handle it. And that's the only way Corbyn was defeated. Corbyn was not defeated by the betrayal of the neoliberals, although they tried their best. He was defeated because he was mealy-mouthed on Brexit. He had a coalition, 40% of them were pro-Brexit, 60% of them were anti-Brexit, or maybe it's 70-30 or 80-20. The exact division doesn't matter. Is that it went right into the heart of his coalition, and it made the number one issue the thing that he was the most mealy-mouthed politician little bitch about. He was trying to speak out of both sides of his mouth, so he looked fake. And Matt Crispin is totally right that people didn't believe that the government could do anything. And so they thought he was just doing pie in the sky, charlatan bullshit. That's why the number one attack on Bernie Sanders is he's pie in the sky. That's the one that was the most accurate. It's not the most accurate in the sense that he couldn't do the thing. Of course he could do the thing. It was the best one because it fed into something people already believed. This is the thing about political arguments. This is something that I don't ever mention, but I'm going to mention it right now because it's very important. If you frame an argument which has a foundation on things that people already believe, they're much more likely to believe them. All right? Like if you say the system is rigged, people want to believe you because you're right. But if you say that's pie in the sky and nothing can ever happen, right? We can't do that. We can't afford that. People can't afford all sorts of shit they want. So they think that's true of the government as well, right? So when you say the government can't afford it, we don't have enough money, people intuitively believe that because they can't afford a whole bunch of shit they want. So you are making an argument that hits because it's something they have the experience of. Here's something that I need. Here's something that I want, and I can't afford it. If you in your soul are a naysayer, if you are in your soul, I doubt we could have won. I want you to quit our side, and I want you to go to the other side and join them. And I want you to be in their ear. And I want you to be telling them how they're defeated and how they're going to lose and how they can't get anything done. Some people are just dead weight, and the energy required to lift them up and to turn them into an actual fucking advocate is too much energy. It's not economical. And the only way you can believe that we're going to win is to believe we're going to win. That has to be your first belief. If in your heart you don't believe we're going to win, fucking quit. Yes, is it a little bit irrational? But it's exactly the type of irrational that victory is born from. You never achieve anything without a little bit of irrationality, a little bit of optimism, a little bit of belief that maybe goes further than what you can prove or what is reasonable or what is expected. This is the type of take that people really hate, but I'm going to tell it to you anyway. If you were defeated and then you act defeated for the rest of your life, you're the loser, not the situation that defeated you the one time. If you lose and then you become a loser, meaning you never try again, you're constantly naysaying others who try, then you are a loser. You think anything that is worth fighting for was achieved on the first try with no downsides? Go study Bernie Sanders as mayor of Burlington. When Bernie Sanders was mayor of Burlington, he got into office, his first term, and the Republicans and the Democrats on the city council fought. They worked together to block him. They barely wouldn't let him hire any staff for the mayor's office. And you know what Bernie Sanders did? He went to war with those people. He built up organizations to fight back against the establishment. He fought both parties at the same time, and he won. Before Bernie Sanders, Vermont was a Republican state. Bernie Sanders converted Vermont to the most left-leaning state. He fucking did that. Bernie Sanders' policies are what made Burlington one of the most livable small cities in America. It was his policies that actually achieved the high standard of living and the left-wing lean of that state. He did that. He won. He made those fights and he won. And when he won his original race, he won by 10 votes. When he won his first race, he won it by 10 fucking votes. Maybe Bernie Sanders wouldn't have pulled it off, but at least he would have fought. At least he would have challenged the status quo. And one of the major status quos is the Democratic Party needs a fight. And he would have delivered that fight. And I would have been in the trenches every single day trying to make it happen. And maybe I would have been defeated. Maybe you would have been defeated. Maybe Bernie Sanders would have been a failure. But if you believe he definitely would have been a failure, then you should quit. And by the way, like, And I mean that. I mean that completely. If you find yourself just so depressed, you should quit. You should just quit. Like, if you can't find any kind of hope and you need me to lift you up every single day, you should leave. Because, and I mean that. And the reason why I say that is you're distracting. If you already understand and believe everything that I believe about class consciousness and the necessity of, you know, socialism, and the fact that we have to fight a political revolution, if you're on board with everything I say, but you're just down in the dumps anyway, leave. Because I can't save you. You have to save yourself. I can lend you a hand. I can steady you on your feet. But fundamentally, I can't carry you. And these are, you know, if you literally can't walk, I know revolutionary people that are disabled. And they're never sitting there boo-hooing and crying in the corner. They're wheeling themselves to the front of the fucking line. Be that person. This is massively a correct assessment because it doesn't really account for the entire media calling Corbyn racist. Even if Corbyn didn't flinch on Brexit, it wouldn't have had mattered if everyone thought he was a racist. What is the counter to the smear program? You just laugh at rad libs as the pathetic fucking losers they are. I mean, what can you say? It needs to be I mean, a lot of rad libs are not going to like me say this, but people call me racist for all the time. Like, I've been called racist. In fact, I had somebody stalk me, literally, who later became a Destiny fan, and you know, basically, because they said I was a class reductionist. I don't know if they're still on Twitch or not. I'm kind of curious. They were like, I think they're kind of like a fail daughter who's like in their 40s and like lives with their parents. They still fucking stream. I guess they're anti-Destiny now. That's good. Are they just a like Hassan, like they're a Hassan fan now? But my guess is they still hate me. Isn't class reductionism a good thing? No, it's not. Mao and you know, the Bolsheviks were for feminists. Mao was a feminist. Homosexuality was decriminalized by the Bolsheviks. Like being a bigot, being a class reductionist and ignoring everything is antithetical to being a leftist. Class will always be number one until class is abolished. Modern China does not like LGBTQ+. Not true. China is just a poor... if you look at all of the developing world, all of it, what country is more pro-LGBT than China? It's like, come on, what are you talking about? Like, it's like, give me a fucking break. Yes, is it not? I mean, even the United States of America just took the T out of LGBT. They hate I mean, we just had Donald Trump elected with a bunch of the answer is Cuba. Exactly, Cuba. And who is Cuba allied with? Like, come on. China is not perfect on these issues. And a lot of the reason why is it was a poor country and backward rural people have traditional views on relationships that it's been dealing with. But like, go to Red Note, you'll see plenty of queer baiting shit all over it. It's just they're kind of like they're in like the 2005 stage of their queer movement. I just watched an Adam something video. You mean Azov something? Azov something? Like, who gives a fuck what that guy says? The guy's a fucking dumb as dirt. In China, gender transitions are a family affair. Beijing allows trans people to undergo affirming surgery and change their legal genders. But there's a catch. Parental consent is required at any age. This is just like weird, you know, like, and these are things that I don't agree with, but it's not like, this is a lot different than the US where you're not allowed to gender transition at all. And they put your birth gender on your passport. Like, China is better than the US on this issue. Are they perfect? No. And nobody here would ever say China is perfect. That's the insane thing. I would never say China is perfect. I would say China's doing some really good things that we should do better. And here's where I think they're falling behind. It's like, come on, man. DNC is hiring the same people who blew the last election. Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin is promoting from within as he fills out his senior leadership team, taking a stay-the-course approach to staffing despite the party's losses in November. Their selections reflect the DNC's post-election preference for experienced operatives over shaking up the party apparatus on South Capitol Street. And I said, it's impossible to imagine the Democratic Party ever changing.
People are going to be disarmed by the genuineness of a guy like Corbyn and Bernie, and that's going to get you some people. It's not going to get you enough people. And a lot of people are going to see it, and they're going to be like, yeah. And then they're going to go back to the big questions, which are cultural and identity-based. And I think one of the big reasons that there's a disconnect here, and that like the political class, and by that I mean literally people who pay attention to politics at all, and give investment into their vote, they believe that when they think of a political party, they think of it as a historical entity, and they think of it as having a history of things that it's done, and as having a coherent platform that involves things like distribution of resources. But the thing is, that's only if you learn that shit and keep it in your head when you think about the Democratic Party. For these casual voters who will come in, if there's a breeze, they will be blown into the voting booth. They only see the party in front of them. And the Democratic Party is a party that is just says, "Don't."
That it is. Imagine a change in the Democratic Party. Oh, I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that. Yoink! Yoink! My voice is fucking giving out, dude. My voice is giving out.
Be an asshole in a wheedling voice. Say, come on, guys. Do we have to be so mean? Because, as Trump says, Trump's big rejoinder to the kids in cages is, who's built the cages? And the thing is, we're going to have cages. And the question becomes, culturally, are we going to be an asshole about having the cages, or are we going to be a fucking pussy about having the cages? And that's the difference. Liberals say, we got to have cages, but don't be an asshole about cages. Liberals, Republicans say, look, we got to have cages. Don't be a fucking pussy about cages. That's it. Those are the two parties. As people understand them, as cultural signals. Like those things in the older generations, the people that make up the leadership of these political parties and are largely like disproportionately heard in its culture, such that it is its political culture, its self-conscious political culture. They all remember a time, lived in their lives, when there was some sort of ideological coherence and meaning to the Democratic Party that involved material relationship. But people living now, certainly ones who just decided to vote in 2020, do not have that. They see the don't be an asshole party, the don't be a pussy party, and whether you want to be an asshole or a pussy in America comes down to, did you go to, someone say it. Someone say it. College. Thank you. That's it. Boop. Educational attainment. Did you go to the etiquette school? A thing that used to get you entry into a real middle class, right? Because you get a professional degree.
This is actually a really good important point that Matt is making, and which is like, that's why rad liberalism is so pervasive on the left, because it's etiquette school shit. It is like, sure, I may not have any like money, but I do know how to act. I know how to act as an educated person. I know how to like pretend to be classy, right? Don't go to my apartment. Don't see how I actually live, but I can clean up nice. Wait, what happened? We had some drop frames. The frames got dropped for a second. That was Twitch's fault. That was not my fault. That was Twitch's fault. My shirt is a piece of art. Did you see that no other land accepted speech from the Oscars? Oh, we'll watch it. We're gonna watch it. Here it was. We'll watch it in a second.
And the
and it would give you an access to a professional lifestyle. Those are gone, but the attendant social prestige is still there, and so people still
many accolades
go to college and consider themselves part of this thing, even though it doesn't get them anything but the same gig economy job everybody else has. But it changes the way they vote, but not on a material basis, because that's not part of our politics. And then you have the people who, and in college you learn, you know, hey, we're moving papers around in here. We're muffling all the horrible shit that our system creates, all the blood that we create. When we create a bunch of bullshit language that we talk to each other nicely, good phrases, and we raise our pinkies up. We learned this from the British when we talk about how many fucking slave barges we've just moved through the port of fucking Equatorial Guinea. We have acculturated ourselves to the brutality of extraction, of being at the top of a pyramid of human misery. And so we've learned how to kind of let off the steam of the anxiety of living that every day, the horror of it, in the form of liberal politesse. Like, it used to be manners, it used to be religion, then it became manners after God died. And that manners used to be, you know, in the old reactionary era, pinky extended, stiff upper lip shit. Manners now need post 60s, mommy, we all love each other, hug box, snowflake stuff, if you want to call it. And so you go through that fire and you get the message, don't be a fucking asshole. Now the thing is, a lot of guys are going to hear, even going through that system, just because you think, I'm actually going to make money out of this. Like the ones who go into college thinking, hey, I'm going to really get a career out of it, the suckers, in other words, they're going to come out reactionary. Because fuck this, you know what, I want to be an asshole. Because the don't be an asshole thing, it's so awfully condescending and sadistic and contentless. It has no meaning related to anyone's actual lives. It says, keep your voice down. We're trying to study. And what if you don't fucking want to study? What if you don't fucking want to study, bitch? What am I studying for? You used to be able to say, I'm studying to get a job, but now that's not it. I'm studying so I can sit around with another bunch of people and pretend that I'm part of a fucking cognitive elite? Are you fucking kidding me? But one of the things about that was once you're out of that, there's the fucking sunk cost. And it's like, shit, I'm not going back. I'm not going to be like my dad. No, I'm a good leftist. I'm a lib. And it's going to affect you regardless of what your gender demo is or race or whatever. But if you didn't have that experience, if those manners and the anxiety...
Personally, I think the gender pronoun introduction thing is performative. And I think that it creates this kind of like... It creates this distance between people. You know, like we already feel like I'm going to forget your name and I feel bad about it. Now I have your pronouns to forget on top of everything else. And it's like, I want to be in a situation where everybody's like, you know what? If you forget my name or you forget my pronouns, I don't mind. And we just kind of like exist with each other and we correct each other gently and say, oh yeah, Mike, remember? It's Mike. Oh shit, sorry. And we all are constantly bouncing around with this long list. It's like every time I go into a room, I need to memorize a list. It's like, come on, man. Can we just exist and not feel like everything is a slight? Can we not be looking for slights? Can we not be looking for things and grievances with each other? Now, if I like intentionally misgender you, it's like me saying fuck you to your face. Of course, that's a rude thing to do. But everybody is like, come on, like, please, just stop. Just stop pretending that this means anything. Or that you're doing something to be inclusive. It's a way to show that you're aware of transgender people, to posture that you are some sort of thoughtful and caring person, as opposed to an actual method of increasing understanding.
The social anxiety related to being aware of things like privilege didn't like seep in.
But it did make me realize who were the good men in the organization who weren't shitting, pissing, and crying, seeing pronouns. That's the only reason I'm actually still in favor of it, now that you say it. I like to annoy the most annoying people. Like, when somebody's an annoying asshole, I want to annoy them, and I want to confront them, and this is just my damage, right? But, so, I go back and forth on this.
Into you and, like, become constitutive of your ability to enjoy yourself, which you can only get in those experiences of collegiate brainwashing, then what do you know? You don't fucking give a shit. And that means when someone tells you to keep your voice down and tells you to don't be an asshole, you're not thinking, you know what, you're right. You're thinking, you're lying. You're just saying that to get me to be quiet because you're a fucking selfish asshole like we all are, and you're saying some bullshit about, oh, we're gonna all get good grades on the thing. It's disingenuous. It's a lie. Oh, the cage babies. You built the cages. And it's true, because the conditions of American politics assume that there will be climate catastrophe, there will be pandemic that will never be stopped, there will be continued economic bottoming out, there will be people killing themselves in greater and greater number, indirectly, there will be just social collapse, and the replacement with just the mere attenuated nerve endings of pure stimulus response. The people who can bury themselves in the internet to find some reason to keep moving forward. Imagine frontier they can walk through into the digital realm while everybody else just dissolves. And we are seeing this with the vote. Race is being we're seeing the poll. Now, the biggest way, the most dramatic one you can see it is Latinos. And of course people say, those Latino men, it's the machismo. It's like, well, that's kind of true in like a vague sense, in the sense that the Don't Be an Asshole party is feminine, culturally marked, and the Don't Be a Pussy party is masculine. And so if that's just down to boys versus girls, if politics is just boys versus girls, and you think you're a guy, well, why wouldn't you pick guys? Unless you wanted the girls to like you. And you only learn that when you're sitting around with the other kids at the fucking tea party in college. So if it's a dude's rock party...
I mean, and by the way, chat, this was made 5 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 years ago. I mean, it is 5 years. 5 years ago. And... or 4.5 years. Like, he got it. He predicted 2024. He understood how... and that's true. And that's why you see young men, many of whom has not gone to college or completed college yet, they're going to the right. Why? Because it's the Don't Be the Pussy party versus the Don't Be an Asshole party. And guys don't want to be a pussy.
Party and the
he predicted that Latinos are going to swing toward the Republicans, and it happened 4 years later. He nailed it.
And the hens party or whatever, I don't know. A woman should name the equivalent of the dude's rock party, because obviously this is not dude's rock. It's awful. It's toxic masculinity. It is. It's awful. It's bad. Its political expression is noxious and awful. The policies it proposes are terrible, but they're the same policies and the same outcomes that the Democrats do. They're just coded differently. And so, because Latinos do not experience race in America the way that black people do, because no one in America experiences race the way black people do, and the idea that, like, because we invented racism, through capitalism, but like branding black labor to keep it, trackable in absence of greater technological ability. Like, if they had chips in people's wrist that could like blow up if you weren't working enough, they wouldn't need a color system. It was that I'm taking people to the new world. I don't want them to first run away and start a farm with the Indians. It's just a hell of a lot harder to do if you have a completely alien culture and fucking a notifiable color difference that marks you as out of place, if not accounted for. And so, but then we took all the people outside of this, mostly liberal whites, basically.
Okay, chat, we've got somebody who is very much dealing with their own gender issues. Let's read this this person who's struggling with their own gender and sexuality. Let's read their message in good faith. This person is struggling, so be kind. They're struggling with their sexuality and their gender, so let's read their message. It is literally a delusion to carve out a hole in your body and pretend it's a genital. I think people should be allowed to chop themselves up, but I don't see the purpose in quarrying it. We have all types of disabled people. They should be able to work and participate in all the liberties of civilization, but we don't act like it's healthy to be disabled, hence the label of disability. And all disabled people should get all the care and help they need. Now, let's go back to the time when you were... I'm going to assume you've had a girlfriend, which is a big assumption because it looks like you are a DGGer. You came in here just to talk about Destiny. So I'm going to assume you've had a girlfriend, but that's probably too big of an assumption. When your girlfriend or first sexual partner saw your penis, the fact that they didn't laugh at your face and say that, what excuses, you call that a penis? I don't think that you should be talking about other people's genitals. Like that. They were very, very kind. And here's the thing about, this is the thing that's very funny about biology. It's like when you're a pseudo intellectual like this, and you don't actually study our biological, the way our bodies develop in utero, the fact that the penis is actually just an inside out vagina. The testicles are ovaries that descend and get put into a sac. We all start with the body form of a female, and these gonads produce certain types of gametes based on certain very important biological things that happen at different times in utero. That is, sexual selection, sexual dimorphism that we have. Like, human beings are some of the least sexually dimorphic species on the planet. There's very little difference between men and women as far as like the female and male and the human biology. So let's just leaving aside the biology of it. Gender is a specific social set of social rules that changes over time. And somebody deciding that they feel more secure as the opposite gender they were assigned at birth is really not that big of a deal. You know, and far more gender affirming care aligns with cis people. I mean, what percentage of the population has plastic surgery? What percentage of the population dyes their hair? What percentage of the population engages in a diet? What percentage of the population, there's all sorts of, you know, wears makeup. There's all sorts of artificial actions we make in society to conform to what we see ourselves as rather than what we naturally are at. So pretend, like, is it delusional to wear eye makeup or get a boob job or wear finasteride, you know, use finasteride or use, you know, to wear like it's all the same shit. Hair transplants, it's all the same shit. Who fucking cares? If this will make a person happier, if it is closer to what they see themselves as how they want to express themselves, who gives a fuck? Who cares? In fact, there's a strong argument that we as a society should prohibit people from doing things like getting plastic surgery, right? Doing things like shaving their legs or wearing deodorant. It's not natural. It's not your natural odor. Why are you using perfume? It's delusional. It's inauthentic. It's not who you really are. I mean, like, what are you fucking talking about? You never care when your favorite Hollywood celebrity gets a massive set of silicone breast implants. It's not your dick. It's not your balls. I would actually love to live in a society where people didn't feel the need to get surgical interventions, that it wasn't so pressured to pass. A lot of people are getting, you know, this gender affirming care because they want to pass so they could avoid hatred. They could avoid feeling targeted. I wish people were able to just live their expressed gender and there wasn't this immense pressure to conform. I think what's more delusional is drawing distinctions between this stuff. That's what's delusional. That's what's arbitrary. And that's what confounds freedom and a real sense of freedom, which is, in my view, freedom is self-determination. Freedom is the right to self-expression. That's what freedom represents to me. It's not the right to own a business or whatever the fuck this guy thinks freedom is. And just like giving a disabled person a wheelchair is the right thing to do, so is giving gender-affirming care to a trans person. So is giving glasses to somebody who's nearsighted. A society that draws distinctions between those things is the mentally ill, arbitrary, and diseased society. And by the way, if you're nearsighted and you don't want to wear glasses, nobody cares. You don't have to, unless you want to get into a car and drive.
We created these theories where, like, they listened to minorities, they listened to lived experiences of being a minority, but then they took them and applied them to the only rubric they knew, which is white and black. And Latinos do not experience race the way that white black people do. And the evidence for it is this fucking election. Like, think of the way that, like, that Trump guarantees that he will never get, no Republican will get more than 10% of the black vote, right? It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. He might have done a little better with some black men, but that's the ceiling for, and if you think about it, when you think of the way every other demographic breaks down in this country, that's an insane statistic. Especially when you consider how many black people there are in this country. That's a crazy amount of real estate that they are ceding and cannot even hope to get off the block. Meanwhile, Latinos are fluid. And even though he went hard anti-Hispanic, he went hard anti-immigrant, hardcore anti-immigrant, and that said, oh God, what are they going to do? He actually didn't do that bad. He did a little better than Romney, I believe, with Latinos. And then what's this? He's done even better again. Because all that stuff about the kids in cages, it's not experienced as like that level, at the visceral thing. Like the BLM stuff, like every police killing, I think, it reverberates through the black community in like a shockwave. But like kids in cages, if you're an American Latino, there are so many different things that can mean, from being a fucking Gusano in South Florida to like a fourth generation Mexican American in Texas or something. You're an American, and those kids in cages aren't, and that's deeper. They're not your fucking kids. They're from fucking. They're not. It's not. They're like. I'm not. They're from fucking El Salvador. I don't know those fucking people. They're not my kin. The way that like George Floyd's death is felt as like a collective attack by black people. And so that means they're not going to respond to race the way black people did, which means they're not going to be the malleable mass that the college-educated elite that make up the Democratic Party can mold to their liking. Oh no, what's this? It's packing away. Oh no, our stuff's only working on the college-educated ones. Oh shit, what about the rest of them? Oh no, oh what's this? The society's breaking down along class lines. Oh look, they're going away. And what is that? They went to the Dudes Rock Party. They fucking exiled themselves to the Dudes Rock Party because that's what they care about. They care about dudes rocking. They don't care about some Mexicans in Mexico hate Central American immigrants. What the fuck do you think American Mexicans, people who are American, remember, none of these people are going to get an ICE raid. By definition, they're voting in an American election. And so they see this as like, look, I'm in America. I have a barbecue. I don't want some fucking guy who speaks like what, some Central American Indian language coming up to me and taking my fucking grill or like asking me to wash my windows. Fuck that. We got to have a barrier. How do we have a barrier? We have a fucking wall. We're going to have wall. We're going to have cages. There's going to be kids. Oh, God. Don't be a fucking pussy about it.
That's the world we live in. And by the way, can I talk about the self-empowerment of conservative thought? This is something that people don't talk about because they're dumb. And that is one of the things about conservatism that is its strongest point is it says to you that you can take care of yourself, that you are self-reliant, that you are a leader, that you are responsible. It is self-empowerment. It is a sense of I deserve what I have and what I get, and I can, if I work hard, I'll get good outcomes. What's the alternative to that? No, nothing you do matters. Well, people see, sometimes people see their hard work does pay off, or at least it feels like it does. They see, you know, they, for example, they build themselves a deck. They have a deck, and they're like, look, I built myself a deck. That is the deep source of conservative strength. Is it has within it and a self-empowering message. That's why the left, that's why rad libs are so fucking toxic, because they're constantly telling you that you can't do anything. And that's why socialists are better than rad libs, because we say you can do something when we work together collectively as a class, we will fight and we will win together and we will build a better world. And those are our enemies. China used more cement between 2011 and 2013 than the US used in the entire 20th century. Yeah, I know. And they haven't stopped. Of course, and it's not even close. Anyway, if you want to ban the dumb DGG or scumbag, you can if you want. They seem annoying. Can we talk about, I want to talk about this story, which is a bunch of female streamers, friends of friends, Valkyrie, Cinna, and Amaru, attacked by crazy stalker. But that's really all, you know, that's really all you can say. And this is a situation that is brought on by people like Asmongold, the mold crew, the misogynists. I want to show you this, guys, because it's so fucking annoying. And I can say, if somebody walks up on me as like in person, I will defend myself. We're not going to play around.
Hey, excuse me?
No!
Security?
Emily, no!
Hey,
Stop!
Whoa!
It's fucking fight right now.
What?
Right.
Get away from
now.
me.
Hey, what's going
Security!
He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now. I'll kill you right now.
Fuck off.
Kill you right now.
Security, please!
Security!
Hey, excuse
And this is the type of culture that has been created by the culture of the incel audiences on Twitch. That's what the cause of this kind of behavior is people feeling empowered that they could go up and attack and treat these women like they're disposable. The culture of kick streamer harassment. And the leading online male commentary has been, well, they should have gotten their own security escorts. That's on them for not being better prepared. That is conservative brain in a nutshell. That is conservative brain in a nutshell, which is like, this is how they cope. I don't know what else to say. This is the type of culture that has been created on Twitch, and and we need to see some sort of accountability for these people.
God.
Oh God, yes, that is. Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say?
Okay.
And the change would be for her number.
Oh.
If you like it, can I get your number?
This is what male bro content creator mentality is that you're going to go up there and do some sort of performative thing, and that if she doesn't comply, then you're aggrieved.
I don't have a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, so I'm gonna keep following her.
Huh?
I'm gonna keep following her.
Not another one. I got
No! You're gonna have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
That's not how you really riz. Bro, what the fuck? That's not the riz.
Get behind me.
And by the way, chat, look at how they have to behave, which is like, I'm sorry, I don't know how to use a phone, because you can't just say no to guys, right? And this is in public, in front of thousands of people watching, with friends surrounding them. This is how they still. Now imagine being alone in a room with a guy at a party when you're a little bit drunk. Did Hassan just get banned? If I had to guess, it's his comments about Rick Scott, which is, he wasn't calling for Rick Scott to be violence. He was saying, if you care about Medicare for fraud, like they claim to, then you would want to kill Rick Scott. But he wasn't saying go kill Rick Scott. He was saying that they're hypocrites. But the thing is, it doesn't matter what your intent is. Like, I got in trouble for making a joke. You can't do that. And by the way, it's what gets brigaded. That's what I would guess that is in trouble. That was days ago. So what? That doesn't matter. The rules are not. I want to explain something to everybody. The rules don't exist. I know this is hard, but the rules don't exist. I want you to understand this. Rules don't exist. The only thing that matters is what is in the interests of people with power. Rules are something, they are delusional. They are an illusion. This is what I've been trying to explain to people for a very long time. The rules do not apply. They are just made up, especially on Twitch, where there is no process. There's no hearing. It's just the interpretation made by a cabal of people. We don't know who they are. We don't know who our accusers are. We don't get to present defenses. It's just an arbitrary decision made by the platform. The one thing that I will say about, on Hassan's behalf is there's no way he intended anything to be a death threat. But, once libs of TikTok and these, they're looking for excuses. They're looking for excuses. Rules very much do exist. The important point is what side of the rule you wind up. If you're a rule maker and enforcer, you could use them against whoever you want. If you're on the other side, they will be used against you. Yes, exactly. I think this is what did it.
That are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
Pirate Nation. Pirate Nation. Stone Toss is a Nazi. Brums is the weird Gamergate guy. Asmongold. Yeah, this guy would be what I would call a fascist. I don't think he would deny it, would he? I guess he just talked about Destiny the game. Yeah. Yeah, he's not perma-banned. It's a temp ban.
They're a small part of Twitch revenue, but they could cause platform-wide problems even further to Amazon. So don't give them a reason to clap politics out of Twitch. Exactly. And I just wish that more of like my leftist, I guess you could say coworkers, colleagues here on Twitch would realize that. And I hope that they're trying not to speedrun getting everybody kicked off the platform, because I think that's what's going to happen. So we don't have to go to a purgatory in Rumble or something like that. Because I think that's what's going to happen if they don't cut out this rhetoric. Eventually, it's going to get mainstream attention, and then people are going to look at the pattern of behavior, and then they're going to change all the rules. That's what's going to happen. I feel like it's inevitable this happens too. But anyway, yeah.
The one thing I would say to Asmongold is that if he wants to have solidarity, you need to act in a solidaristic fashion. You can't call for solidarity and then also try to be the hall monitor yourself and the snitch. Optics pointer from a guy who said Nazis burned books because they were in the Jewish language. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear what goes on here, which is these people do not want to talk about politics in the way that I want to talk about it, right? They don't want to talk about politics in the sense of how do we build a better country? What policies should we pass, right? Where should our tax dollars be spent? You know, Asmongold has never cared about that in 1,000,000%. He wants to talk about racial superiority. He wants to talk about putting women in their place. He wants to talk about how the rich deserve to do what they want because they have more. He doesn't want to talk about any kind of political idea. That's never been what he's about. And somebody like Tom Cotton has called for killing people for protesting. Yeah, Hassan got a ban. Who? Following 14-year-olds? I gotta see this guy's Twitch. I'm sorry, I need to see this Twitch. Oh. Yeah, this Yeet guy blocked me because I called him out for being a stalker who's gotten thousands of accounts. He should be IP banned from Twitch, but he literally is a stalker of streamers. He's had thousands and thousands of accounts banned. Asmongold explains why other content creators might not want to collaborate with Hassan, Destiny, Tectone, and himself. Bro, Destiny and Tectone are fucking like sexual assaulter freaks who are being accused of crimes by women. You are like, come on, do we even need to get into that? Like, does going to a top 50 law school matter if I'm not trying to be a live Supreme Court judge? Pitt, Duquesne are rated 91 and 94. Pitt is 91 now? Absolute collapse. Pitt is on the fall off. That's crazy. They used to be like 30th. That's crazy. One of the things that I really do like about Destiny fans in particular is that I don't even think they have one like thing they could say about their streamer. Fired from a casino because he was too officious is like, that's pretty funny. Like getting fired from a casino, being like the B team at the carpet cleaning crew, dropping out of college, like, and then being a semi-pro who won approximately $2,000 career as a video gamer. Like what? And now he's being sued by like a bunch of women for revenge porn. Like, what do they got? Like, what is his biggest achievement? What do you guys think his biggest achievement in life is? Republican donors are funding Corey O'Connor as a Democratic candidate in Pittsburgh to unseat progressive Mayor Gainey. Yeah, I heard about that. Exposing JonTron. JonTron is funny because he's a non-white white supremacist, which is like my favorite type of guy. My favorite type of guy is the non-white white supremacist. That's my favorite type of guy. All right. Where were we? We were talking about the weird stalkers. Let's finish the weird stalker coverage.
Oh,
If you like it, can I get your number?
I don't have a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait. So I'm gonna keep following her.
Huh?
I'm gonna keep following her.
God, another one. I go.
You're gonna have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
That's not how you really riz.
Bro, what the fuck?
That's not the riz.
Get behind me. Okay. Oh my God.
Kendrick.
Are we getting churros?
Kendrick, add it into the list.
Thanks for coming in, lady.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow, and take care.
Wait, can we get churros or no?
Yes, right here.
Oh.
By the way, this is a heads up play right here because she's sticking next to the security guys and grabbing churros, right? Because he's still following them. So this is a heads up play, which is like, hey, let's go on this churro line. We'll put some barriers between this guy and us. Have the security right next to us. Heads up play. The guy filming should not laugh about it. Okay, I want to talk to you guys about being in real situations. If you've never been in a real situation, the number one thing that you're going to battle with is disbelief. You're not going to want it's, you know, a lot of times people say that it feels like they're in a movie. It feels surreal. It feels like it's not really happening. You know, it takes time for you to get into the fight and flight hormones to kick in. And most of us who are well adjusted are going to try to diffuse the situation and de-escalate. You're not going to be a ninja. You're going to be a guy who's like, you're going to laugh nervously. You're going to play it off. You're going to act in such a way that is like, okay, this isn't actually happening. That's called the attacker's advantage. You're also on camera. And I can tell you, as somebody who's been on camera many, many times, when shit starts to go sideways, you don't want to act up because you don't want to escalate because you're on camera. So you're not going to act, you're going to hesitate because, again, the camera's in your face. Right now, all we know is that Hassan is temporarily banned. That's all we know. My guess is, if I had to guess, it was the comments about Rick Scott. And because that went viral by Destiny orbiters and then was pushed by right-wing. Like, the Destiny orbiter to right-wing pipeline is complete. Destiny is a right-winger. As I predicted, I said that Destiny would be a Republican by 2028. And I said that 4 years ago. So he's right on track. I wish somebody had clipped it. That was like one of my main predictions. I was like, oh yeah, Destiny will be a Republican by 2028. I think she did say that to the other girl, that she could be mean to him, and I think that might have been what he set off. Thank you for this. Is the only people who respond immediately to shit like this as war vets and people with physical violence trauma. Yeah, yeah.
You also get them from the vendors. Ooh, it might be better with the vendors. I didn't see any churro vendors though. Did you? There is one. You need, yeah. Do you want some sunglasses? You like these? Incognito time. Stand behind me. I don't like. I'm gonna keep following her. Yeah. Where's your little Glock? I mean the lighter. I'll beat him if I have to. Forgot we're in public. No, I'll beat him. I mean, what's good? I think we're just gonna go. Let's go. Oh no, we're not. No. What's up, huh? Hey, excuse me? No! Security? Emily, no! Hey, stop! Whoa!
It's fucking fight right now.
What?
Right.
Get away from
now.
Hey, what's going Security! On? He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now. I'll kill you right now. Fuck off. Kill you right now.
Security, please! Security! Threatening to kill us? Him. Security, guys, I got it. Can you let us inside?
And this, by the way, this group of girls have been streaming, or a group of women have been streaming lately. Alcaray, Sida, and Eberu, and I think there's been other people that have been inside and outside that group streaming, and it's brought a lot of like misogynistic hate. A lot of misogynistic hate has been circulating around them. All right, has Hassan made a comment about the ban yet? Let me take a look. I don't see any comment from Hassan yet. My guess is he got in trouble. Oh, thank you, Vio. Did you hear about Hassan? Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Vio. So he took yesterday off and he got banned today. Oh man, he's probably at the park balling it up right now. Yeah. What did she cook? Oh, she just warmed up a bao bun. Oh boy. Give me a second, chat. Let's watch the boy video on CIA interrogation techniques.
So you see.
Okay, let's take a look. Well, oh yeah, I don't Hackstock. I hate this awkward. This is a stalker account.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare.
Wait, he shed? He finally shed? Wow, that's like a complete skin. Wow, you were right. You were right. She's like, because the snake hasn't been eating for like months. And she was like, he must be shedding. And I was like, it's been months. I think he had a tough shed. He couldn't get the skin off. And then it finally came off. The reason for the Hassan ban. I can't believe we figured it out already. You're bald. At the Lakers game, think me and Luka could be boys low key, and energy is forming between us. Vio's snake name is Poe. All right, I gotta pee. Give me 1 sec.
See this car battery over here, and you can see there are jumper cables attached to it. And let's say Alex decides to use those jumper cables. That's me, by the way. I'm hanging from the ceiling. Let's say he decides to attach them to my nipples and electrocute me for about 23 years straight. Well, that's not technically torture, and that's not torture either. Actually, none of this is torture.
No, come on. Oh, come on, bro!
That gets so scary so quickly.
Now, yes, it may look like we're torturing each other, but it's not torture. It's just a whole other thing, and it's called enhanced interrogation. You know, if it was torture, that means it's illegal, and the US government doesn't do illegal stuff. No, this is different. This is the US program of enhanced interrogation, and it's actually completely fine. And I know what you're thinking. It's just a legal loophole to justify torture, and there's no way George Bush was smart enough to come up with it himself back in 2001. And if you...
I need to talk about Hassan for a second, and why the right wing is so obsessed with Hassan. Let's talk about why Hassan is more important than he thinks. Let's talk about this for a second. Besides him being hot, although there's a reason why they're so much more obsessed with Hassan than they are, say, me, or like any other left winger. It's because Hassan's strategy of content creation is the only strategy that the right thinks is a threat. And the reason why that is because it's called what the AFD calls metapolitics. I've also heard it called pre-political. And what they mean by that is that your the argument that the left makes is that your political positions and the political positions of groups are made up by class or material interest, right? That's the left wing. Like, capitalists have the positions they have on politics because that is in their material interest to increase capital, increase their wealth, increase their control over society. It's a material interest. Workers have a material interest that is a zero-sum game between themselves and capitalists. They want to have more of the profits of the enterprise given to workers at the expense of what is given to capitalists, right? That is the leftist account of politics. And it is a good account of politics. It has a lot of honest and useful insight, but it's not the only answer. It's not the only answer. The other answer is social, political, cultural identity, right? And this is what has modified the kind of what we would call orthodox Marxist take about materialist interest. Like, I want the capitalists to have less so the workers have more, is a very straightforward, it makes sense, and it explains a lot, but it doesn't explain everything. Why do people who don't have any interest with capitalists support somebody who's right wing? And that's where this kind of like meta politics, pre-political shit comes in, as AFD would explain it, as right wing philosophers would explain it. That's why you have the right wing under people like Steve Bannon working so hard to pump up things like Gamergate, right? Pump up the idea that Sweet Baby Inc. is hurting video games, so you don't think it's the capitalist corporations that are extracting every dollar from gamers, that are putting their workers in terrible working conditions with the crunch, with releasing games before they're finished, by putting in microtransactions and cosmetics and loot boxes and all that. You don't look at the capitalists who are ruining gaming because they're trying to make money. Who are, you know, when Fortnite happens, every game developer is trying to put out a battle royale. Everything is trying to be a live service game. Why? Because that makes the most fucking money. So everybody has to copy each other's homework. There's no space for creativity. There's no space for good gameplay. It is, how do we put people in these extractive, gambling, addictive game designs? And so Hassan represents an alternative to that. Hassan is somebody who's in these pre-political spaces. So what do I mean by pre-political? If you identify as a gamer, if you carry, this is a joke that we all make, but if somebody identifies as a male gamer, a white cis male gamer, unironically, they are right wing. And that's before a single campaign has been launched and a single promise has been made. Maybe they could really use healthcare. Maybe they could really use free college. Maybe they could really use a minimum wage increase. Maybe they could use social and public housing. But none of that shit is even into the equation because their mind is immersed in a pre-political gamer space. That is why the right wing is so fixated on Hassan, because Hassan goes into those spaces. Hassan is a man who's successful with women, who's tall, who's muscular, who's a bro, who plays video games. And he's in those spaces saying it isn't Sweet Baby Inc. It isn't the transgenders. It isn't a conspiracy of the Jews. It is the capitalist class. And he brings on and he gives these people in these pre-political spaces a left-wing valiance. That's why the right is obsessed with him, because he's the only one in those spaces that is disrupting their game of blaming women, blaming minorities, and protecting the corporations, protecting Electronic Arts, protecting Blizzard. He's the only one disrupting their shit. He's the only one breaking out of their box. They can't put him in this SJW box. They can't put him in the queer box. They can't put him in the blue-haired SJW cringelord box. That's why they're fixated on Hasan, because he fucks up their game. And he creates this funnel where a lot of people can then become left-wing and they can be pulled away from this right-wing grifter factory of delusional hate. That's why they're obsessed with it. Because they're trying to protect Electronic Arts. They're trying to protect Elon Musk. They're trying to protect Donald Trump. They're trying to protect the rich who are robbing you blind. And this is not my like a theory. It's a fact. Did you know that gold farming was started by Steve Bannon? Like, the reason why your shit is fucked up is because right-wingers, Steve Bannon, fucked up World of Warcraft. So now you have Asmongold, and he allied himself with Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon poured millions of dollars into Chinese gold farming, which has destroyed these games and filled them with bots. It was Steve Bannon who did it. Steve fucking Bannon did it. This is Donald Trump's guy. Every single one of these. So like Asmongold is allied with what basically actually ruins games. That's the side he's actually on. And he'll never deal with this. He'll brush it off because it hits too close to home. And he doesn't really give a shit, right? Like, am I going to convince you based on one conversation? Okay, chat, we've got this guy. Come on, can you say something else besides, like, come on, say a point. Say a point. This is Asmongold. Asmongold loves that fact that WoW is full of bots and ruined by gold farming. And before Steve Bannon oversaw the conservative Breitbart News Network and subsequently joined then candidate Donald Trump's campaign, the chief political strategist became a player in Hollywood and World of Warcraft. Bannon's migration from banker at Goldman Sachs to his current post in Trump's inner circle is chronicled in the new book, Devil's Bargain, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the Storming of the Presidency. And this is the reality, motherfucker, is that you're on the side of the Wall Street bankers. The Wall Street bankers who destroyed gaming. That is the side of Asmongold. Pathetic. If there's one thing we know is that Asmongold loves Blizzard, he loves it in the matter that Asmongold may say he doesn't like Blizzard, but he's posturing, because when it comes down to who he helps, this is who he's on the side of. In 2005, Bannon secured $60 million in funding from Goldman Sachs and other investors for Internet Gaming Entertainment, a Hong Kong-based company. IGE did not make games, but instead employed low-wage Chinese workers to play online multiplayer game World of Warcraft and earn in-game gold that could be traded for virtual goods, which in turn could be resold to players of the hugely popular PC game for real money. Some players fancied the idea of paying for goods that would take hours of grinding through the game to earn, but other players considered it a form of cheating, and many posted anti-Chinese vitriol on bulletin boards. They had you yell it at the Chinese people instead of Goldman Sachs and Steve Bannon and conservatives who actually did it. They had you hating Chinese people instead of the billionaires and the Wall Streeters that were fucking your game up, which is what they have you doing now. Pathetic. Bannon took the control of the company from Brock Pierce, a child actor who appeared on the Mighty Ducks films and, according to Internet Movie Database, was a consultant on the episode of HBO series Silicon Valley. Even though the business plan was a flop, Bannon became intrigued by the game's online community dynamics, and describing gamers said, "These guys, these rootless white males, had monster power. It was pre-Reddit. It was the same guys on one of the trio of online message boards owned by IGE, Thoughtbot, who were later on Reddit and other online message boards where the alt-right flourished," Bannon said. Bannon's time at IGE was one that introduced him to a hidden world burrowed deep in his psyche and provided a kind of conceptual framework that he would later draw on to build up his audience for Breitbart News, and then help marshal the online armies of trolls and activists that overran national politicians and helped give rise to Donald Trump. Yiannopoulos devoted much of Breitbart's tech coverage to cultural issues, particularly Gamergate, a long-running online argument over gaming culture that peaked in 2014. This is directly to Gamergate. This is who Asmongold allies with. The people that literally fuck up your games for profit on Wall Street. That is what Gamergate's roots are. That's who it's for. That's who it's to help. That's the pathetic fucking nature of this shit. Because it is an intentional design. Do you want a conspiracy? This is the real conspiracy. It's not Sweet Baby Inc. made up bullshit. It's actually real. It's kind of worrying how many incel nerds support Asmund. Instead of experiencing life and being a normal human getting rejected, they stay in front of their computer. It's not even their fault. It's not even their fault. Because like most guys who are incels today would not be incels 20 years ago. Most of the guys who are incels today are not ugly. They're not stupid. They have just been trapped by people like Asmongold into believing dumb bullshit. Atlanta Fed's GDP Now Index forecasts the U.S. economy to plunge negative 2.8% in the first quarter. Leon Cooperman says he's selling into market strength and holding lots of cash. Oh, yeah. Well, when we find out more about the ban, I'll let you know, chat. I just wanted to have that rant. Let's watch CIA interrogation techniques. So anyway, just to conclude, I'm not in those spaces. I'm not in those spaces challenging the status quo. I'm here in a political space doing political conversations. So yeah, you can show ban streamers.
Thought that, then you'd be correct, right? Because the US wasn't the first to do it. He didn't even come up with the term himself. Like the first use of enhanced interrogation was back in 1942 when it was called whatever the hell this is. And as you can guess by how stupid and unreadable it is, it's the Nazis' torture policy. It literally translates to enhanced interrogation. And I'm not exaggerating here. You know, I'm not claiming the US is the same as Nazi Germany because, you know, they're very different societies, but their torture policy is identical. It's completely plagiarized. Now, I don't know about you guys, but personally, I don't really like the Nazis. You know, I actually thought they were evil, right? And the uniqueness of their evil was that it was very systematic and bureaucratic. They were very focused on documentation and protocol and following the rule of law, you know, as long as that law was carefully reworded to allow them to persecute their enemies. Now, at that point in history, these guys believed they were on the cusp of ruling the world, and they wanted to justify all their brutality by presenting it as an enlightened, legal, and sensible policy with, you know, strict guidelines and ethical considerations, because, you know, they wanted the future population of Germany and the world to understand that they were the sensible good guys. But yeah, they lost the war, and we did the right thing, which was, you know, we put them on trial and we hung them for war crimes, and the whole world agreed that no one should do that stuff. But fast forward 50 years, the US won the Cold War, and at that point, they quite plausibly could rule the entire world, which a lot of people weren't very happy about. So the US found themselves in the same position, trying to resurrect a nice, sensible, legal justification for torture. So they just plagiarized the Nazis. Now, just like the Nazi base game, the US expansion pack involved meticulous documentation. In the waterboarding manuals, where people are taught how to simulate drowning and repeatedly bring people to the brink of death, the platform had to be tilted at exactly 10 to 15 degrees. They had to pour the water from a specific height in specific increments. They had to have doctors present to measure the victim's blood oxygen levels and to perform emergency tracheotomies in case their windpipe started involuntarily spasming. And it's all done in order to make sure that the victim didn't die. So the drowning could be repeated like again and again and again, just on the same person forever. And, you know, if you don't follow the strict protocols and, you know, file all the paperwork, then you're doing illegal torture. But if you follow the guidelines, you're doing ethical, sensible, enhanced interrogation. But there were a few differences between the policies. Unlike the US government, the Nazis initially didn't include waterboarding in their enhanced interrogation policy because it was too brutal to be legally justified, which they eventually amended to allow any kind of torture. But in order to not get caught out plagiarizing Hitler's work, the US also changed the acceptable targets of enhanced interrogation policy. You know, the Nazis were quite specific, saying you can only use it against certain targets like communists, Marxists, and also asocial persons, or whatever that means, any Polish or Russian person who committed the crime of being lazy. The US streamlined this policy and just kept the word terrorists, which, as we'll learn by the end of this video, doesn't actually mean anything. It can be anyone. But Bush went another step further, and what made his rendition of Nazi torture practices even more extraordinary was his policy of extraordinary rendition. This is where the US could take their victims to secret CIA black sites all around the world to torture them outside of the reach of US law because, it's not illegal if you do it in a place where there's no law. Now, it wasn't that hard for the CIA to sell their Nazi torture DLC to the American people, and it's all thanks to a ragtag team of amateur pilots.
A plane has crashed into the World Trade Center in New York.
This event shook the US. Up until 2001, the global order was pretty straightforward. The US was allowed to blow up as many buildings in the third world as they liked, and in return, the local inhabitants were given a fresh opportunity to renovate and redecorate their boring old cities. But they didn't seem to appreciate the offer so much because they always just rebuilt the cities in exactly the same old boring way. But on September 11, this deal was broken when the World Trade Center was attacked, and the US public was ready to embrace a new, radical kind of punishment that was somehow even worse than what they usually did, which is, bombing the shit out of people. Initially, the media reaction was one of shocked silence. No one wanted to accept that this could happen, and they didn't even want to think about it. Disney was ready to release Lilo and Stitch at the time, but had to frantically edit it at the last minute to change the scene where Stitch hijacked a passenger plane and flew it through skyscrapers.
I want to see the original cut.
But soon enough, American media embraced it, and things got really, really aggressive.
We'll put a boot in your ass, it's the American way.
Eventually, songs started celebrating the military. From video games to movies and television shows, everyone was celebrating patriotism. Everyone was excited to punish any and all enemies of the USA. The post-9/11 media storm was so powerful that when it came time for the Supreme Court to debate the validity of these new torture laws, the Chief Justice, Anthony Scalia, one of the most powerful American lawmakers...
I mean, he wasn't the Chief Justice ever, but go off. He wasn't a Chief Justice, but it's okay.
Based his ruling on the lead character from the fictional anti-terrorism TV series 24. So here's what he said to his fellow judges. He said, Jack Bauer saved Los Angeles. He saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Now, he's talking about season 2, episode 12, where the main character, Jack Bauer, is torturing some Arab guy, and through that manages to save California from a nuclear attack.
You screwed up, Ali.
Are you going to convict Jack Bauer? Say that criminal law is against him, and you have the right to a jury trial. Is any jury going to convict Jack Bauer?
Okay, first of all, can I just say this argument is dumb as fuck? That's exactly why juries exist. We have laws, we have principles, and then if we decide that the exigent circumstances in this specific case justify it, maybe we don't convict, or maybe we convict them to a lesser offense. But that doesn't mean that we make it point blank okay to torture everyone. That's why we have juries. That's why we have trials. So you can examine the individual circumstances instead of saying it's constitutional to just torture people.
I don't think so. That's what he said, right? He's just an imbecile. It's like arguing that we should abolish air traffic control laws because we don't want to impede Superman's ability to, punch a meteor that's about to destroy the planet. But it worked. Thanks to people who think Jack Bauer is a real person, there was now legal cover for this brutal CIA torture program. Now, the only issue left, and I don't mean to get nitpicky here, the only other issue is that torture doesn't actually work. The Pentagon knew it didn't work as early as 2002. There are multiple leaked classified reports that show that not a single piece of usable information was ever gleaned from the countless people they tortured over the decades. You see, when you torture someone, they'll just admit to anything you accuse them of, right? That's just how it works, right? If you ask me, you ask me where the cookies are, and I don't know where the cookies are, and if you start torturing me, I'll just tell you a random location so you stop torturing me because, I feel like I'm going to die. But, literally, the only use of torture is to just viciously brutalize another human being. But, I mean, it's also useful as, a gimmick for a YouTube video. It's really good for that. But nonetheless, the US managed to legalize torture, which is a big deal until you realize the US has been waterboarding people forever, long before it was legal. Here's them doing it back in Vietnam. But thankfully, the US government had learned a lot since Vietnam. And the two main takeaways are, one, call it something else, and two, don't let anyone see it. If the average person sees their tax dollars going towards, burning children alive, then chances are they're going to, stop cutting their hair for some reason, and you're not going to be able to do your war anymore. So the US brought in something called embedded journalism. The only way you could actually report on the ground in the US's war on terror is if you were embedded in the military and reported exactly what they wanted you to report. All the stories that came out were about the kinds of food the soldiers ate and how much the locals...
Which is another Nazi idea, by the way. This is another Nazi idea they stole.
Loved them. You couldn't even show pictures of damaged US vehicles or the army would expel you. They became journalists in the same way that this guy is a journalist reporting on McDonald's. The news coverage was so bad that George Bush got away with announcing mission accomplished 2 decades before the end of the war that killed 4 million people. And the American public didn't have a proper grasp of what was actually going on there. Now, the only way the public actually found out about the torture camps is through independent journalists who risked their lives by just going to war zones by themselves. Like, we wouldn't have known any of this if it wasn't for people like Olivia Rousset and Seymour Hersh. And, you know, these independent journalists, I reckon they're just kind of like us, like YouTubers. Like, you know, they're these guys like inspirational and they're much braver than us, but also like probably we're just as brave in a way. Like we're independent and we're not corruptible, you know, like no one can. This video was sponsored by MyHeritage. Discover your family history with a DNA test. I think I'm going to be the...
Wait, did we F again? Did we have an F?
Most boring person. No one's ever come to the Balkans and been 27% Albanian.
27% Greek and Albanian.
Yes.
Oh, Boże mój.
You're Albanian. That's great news.
That changes everything. Who's my relative? Slavic.
Third cousin.
From Croatia. Jana Milica. Natasha. It's crazy to have all this information about ourselves, but I guess the nice thing about MyHeritage is that they're committed in its privacy policy to never sell our data. Now you can do this too. MyHeritage has a promotion going on right now.
I would tell you, in all seriousness, I would never give my DNA to any group. Like, I think you should avoid giving your DNA away.
Any innocent victims is our neighbor. The US is we commit. So before we commit to torturing ourselves, we wanted to hear from someone who like actually went through CIA torture. And conveniently, the US's torture program spans the entire globe. So we didn't have to go very far. One of the many innocent victims is our neighbor, Mamdouh Habib. Now, before we get into the next few interviews with detainees and witnesses, I need to warn you that the kind of abuse that's described is going to be like far worse than anything you could ever imagine. Like I feel like I wasn't prepared for it, and I don't know, it kind of fucked me up. Like there's no shame in just exiting the video if you're not up for watching stuff like that. Or actually, what's better is if you just like leave the room for about 10.5 minutes, but like keep the video going for like retention and stuff, the analytics, and then come back and the scary part will be over. But if you want to hear about it, yeah, we'll do it now. Mamdouh went on a trip to Pakistan in September of 2001, which at the time, wasn't the worst place to go. The weather's pretty mild. It's the start of autumn, so it's ideal for outdoor activities. You can trek the entire Hunza Valley without breaking a sweat. The downside is that he quickly found himself stranded in the Middle East when September 11th happened. And as it turns out, the US was suddenly paying lots of money for anyone who could bring them a terrorist to interrogate. So everyone from petty thugs all the way up to the Pakistani military were rounding up foreigners and trying to cash in on America's sudden spending spree. And the crazy part is that the Pakistani intelligence agencies were funding Al-Qaeda. Like, Osama bin Laden's compound was barely 700 meters away from their military academy. Now they knew exactly where the big boys were, but they weren't going to give up those guys because they liked those guys, right? But they were cashing in and selling random people to the Americans who wanted to show that they were punishing terrorists. And Mamdouh found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he needed to get the hell out of Pakistan.
I called my wife, and I told her...
How long is Hassan banned? I don't think he's going to be banned for that long. Probably only a few days, if I had to guess. But we'll see.
I'm on the way to Australia. I did my booking, I was ready to go, and I was in the bus. It was very dark, like a night time. Then the Pakistani official go on the bus. Then I once was them down off the bus, clashing on the top of our heads. They put us in the bag, van, go. That's it. That's what happened.
What did you think was going on in that moment?
I have no idea actually, but I was thinking these people is not gonna do anything to me because I haven't done anything wrong. I'm very confident, and I'm Australian citizen. I have Australian passport. These people is not gonna play a game with Australia.
Now, his Australian citizenship didn't get him very far. At one point, he realised Australian officials were present while the Pakistanis were torturing him, and he tried pleading with them.
I'm Australian citizen, I should go home. I've been kidnapping. So we're not gonna do anything for you because America is control.
That's what the ambassador in Pakistan
This is Australian ambassador, Al-Stradam. I never forgot this day.
Now, one of the bizarre but weirdly relevant quirks of Mamdou's life is his passion for Chinese medicine. And if you spend any time with him at all, he'll tell you about the holy trinity of Qigong.
I told you I'm doing Chinese massage and acupuncture, Tai Chi, and Kung Fu trainer, because these three is together.
Now, this may seem really cute and irrelevant, but not to the CIA, right? If you look at their leaked internal documents, that's exactly the reason the Pakistanis sold him to the US. Under torture, they made him confess that he trained the 9/11 hijackers on how to take over a plane with the power of Kung Fu.
They accuse me I train people for pilot because I'm experienced with Kung Fu.
That's crazy.
It's not crazy, they get anything.
And that was it. Mamdou was now in the hands of the CIA, and every single day they put him through things that I could barely comprehend.
Put me electric shock.
By the way, chat, the reason why we're watching this right now is since Hassan's banned, I'm going to help the CIA by showing how they're a disgusting Gestapo organization and the US is an evil empire. We're going to tell the truth about y'all. If this is pissing you off, chat, just remember this. If this is if you're feeling sad, just see this and smile. G, you did it, G.
Ear on my ground, and they put that electric shock.
By the way, they never gave Hassan his when he did a FOIA. They never gave him his FOIA request. Don't you think that's odd, chat? They never gave Hassan his FOIA request.
Electric shock in my ground, even it's been my ground. Yeah, and they
you have to stream longer hours. Oh no! Oh no! Well, chat, if you enjoy this content, if you want me to stream longer hours, then you must support the stream by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. Use it now. What is a FOIA request? Freedom of Information Act. Freedom of Information Act. Anyway, chat, we are dangerously close to a hype train. The best way to support the stream is to subscribe, to pay for your own subscription at the highest tier you could afford for the longest period of time that you could afford. Tier 3 sub for 6 months is the best way to support a stream. That's the Dr. Brainslug. Holy, yes, is what we like to see. Anonymous gifter, Jaeger. How many did Jaeger just drop? Was that 100 bomb? Holy fucking shit. Dr. Brainslug dropped 50. How many was that? Jaeger 8 Larson just gave 100 gifted. Let's fucking go. King of William just dropped 10. Let's fucking go. The single best way to support a stream is during a hype train, chat. It boosts us in the algorithm. Let's fucking go. My 6-month sub is over on the 29th. I will renew depending on how long you stream today. Okay. Well, Pentagon suspends U.S. cyber operations targeting Russia. In other news on U.S.-Russia relation, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered U.S. Cyber Command to suspend offensive cyber operations targeting Russia. Amazing. Holy shit, we have got some generous people today. RB Wesley, Fizz 36, TAQ Terra, Professor Guapo 3000, Churl, Tacular, thank you for the 5. Everybody else who's resubbing. King of William, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. Darren, thank you for the 5. Dr. Brainslug, thank you for the 50. Green Bass Guy and Con Man, thank you for the tier 3. 30 months, tier 3, let's get it. Holy shit, man, I really appreciate you. Okay, let's keep going.
My ear, and I start, my ear get bleed, and my nose blood come out, and I got unconscious.
He went through everything from waterboarding to sleep deprivation to forced anal penetration every day for 4 years. But regardless of all the things they did to him physically, he says the worst torture was psychological.
What they do in the head, he can't control it. They say they give you injection to make you really relax, you like you empty. He can say, how I'm here, I was, who's these people? Is that true? Is that not true? You don't know nothing.
Feast, thank
Then
you.
they start making film about my wife and my kids. They've been killed, they've been tortured, and they talking, they ask dad, come help, and you don't help us. You say all this in front of you. No one can be strong because the injection drop you. Because they make you like nothing. You empty brain, fully empty.
Now, there were lots of Guantanamo captives who, they endured the same brutality, but some of them weren't as resilient, and they completely lost their minds.
I have people, they doesn't know the names. They forgot the names. He lost his memory completely. He doesn't know who is he. He's completely gone. They keep doing this to me, I don't know how long, to be honest. Until today, I can't even remember. I tried to remember, but this memory doesn't want to come back to me. It's hard. It was really.
They did this to an Australian citizen, chat. So if you're an Australian or you're a European, your government will not protect you from the U.S. empire. Unless you leave NATO, unless you leave AUKUS, unless you leave these organizations, and you build out your own independent systems, this is what you are vulnerable to.
Human. Yeah. These people not human. I don't think these people, the human to them is nothing.
There was no end in sight. Mamdouh was being brutalized in a bureaucratic catch-22. Like, he's an innocent man, but he's forced to admit to whatever his torturers come up with just to justify them
Feast,
torturing
thanks for the 5
him.
tier 1s.
I keep telling him, whatever you tell me, I will cooperate, but at the end of the story, I'm telling you lie. Because I haven't done anything wrong, but under torture, I will tell you anything you wanna listen, you wanna hear it.
All this time, he was being tortured. He was also being shipped to CIA black sites all around the world, from Egypt to Pakistan to Afghanistan, and finally to Guantanamo Bay.
And the whole time you thought maybe they were sending you back to Australia?
Every time they tell me that. But now I wasn't trusting. I know myself not trust these people because they lie from the first day. And they not gonna release me because they done crime.
Yeah.
When people done crime, they're scared to face the issue. And they try to get rid of the evidence. And that's arm evidence.
So Mamdouh was just stuck there, like indefinitely, and he accepted that his family was dead and eventually he would die in Guantanamo. But obviously, if you're really clever and you've been paying attention to the video, you can spot me right there interviewing him right now. So you can infer that he was eventually released. But at that time, like, no one knew what was going on until like a handful of brave independent journalists got the truth out. So I decided to speak with Olivia Rousset, who was one of the many independent journalists who took it on themselves to sneak into the war zone and cover the stories that weren't being told.
How did you decide to go to Iraq by yourself?
I think when you're embedded, you get to tell a particular story, and that's inevitably through the perspective of the military. When I went, I wanted to tell stories about the Iraqis and about the way the Iraqis have been impacted by the invasion, and the only way to do that is to go to the Iraqis. It's pretty common sense.
I don't know, I feel like it's pretty hectic to go to a war zone without anyone.
Like, I was probably naive, but I was also young, and I kind of knew when I went there that I might die. So I wrote a will on a Word doc saying who could have my CD.
Yeah, I was just like, what are you really distributing?
I was in a share house.
Yeah.
It was like, this person can have my CDs, this person can have my clothes, and whatever money I have, my boyfriend and my sister can split.
Wow. Wow.
I had a satellite phone, and I had $10,000 cash in the soles of my shoes because there was no money, there were no banks. I had US money stuck in, hidden in sanitary pads and under the soles of my shoes, so I could get by for a couple.
Holy shit, chat. Level 17 hype train. Thank you so much, guys. Chuck D's or Chuck Dies. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. You guys are the GOATs. Thank you for supporting the stream so generously. We're going to keep on streaming.
Couple of months in Iraq.
I'm scared whenever I take out money from an ATM. I'm scared just walking around Sydney. I hate having money on me. I can't imagine.
People were kind to me and taking care of me. I certainly didn't feel at risk from any Iraqis.
Yeah.
I felt most at risk when I was travelling with American soldiers.
Olivia managed to shine a light on the plight of the Iraqi people, but after a few years in the Middle East, she stumbled upon a trove of leaked images from soldiers' personal cameras, and she published them in the second tranche of leaks that made America's torture camp at Abu Ghraib infamous.
The whole disc was 8 gig. They're small photos back in that day, but there are 16,918 items.
I was prepared for how horrendous this mountain of torture footage was, and the fact that there were American soldiers posing and smiling with these mutilated corpses made it even harder to comprehend.
Holy shit.
This is Munadel al-Jamali. He was killed under CIA interrogation.
They're so chill about it.
Well, I guess it was so normalised, right? This guy was known as called Shit Boy, I was told. He had a mental illness and used to cover him in his own shit. I don't know what that is. Someone being forced to sodomise themselves with what looks like a banana. Who knows what it is? So that was him when they were tormenting him with the dogs, and then you see the wound from the dog afterwards on his leg.
Since torture was now allowed and even promoted, some of the soldiers obviously added their own flair and took on some extracurricular torture of their own.
So these are men being forced to masturbate for the camera. And it's just, there's no, it's just for their entertainment, right?
These images were satanic. The gratuitous, explicit brutality was one thing, but the thing that made it even more horrific was how mundane and normalized it all was. Like, in between all the photos that the soldiers took of the torture, they had photos that appeared to be just regular tourism shots. You don't know if you'll come across a video of them playing with a kitten or cutting some dude's fingers off. The terror that was permitted by the US government just became a normal, mundane part of these people's lives. Like, that they were creating psychopaths.
I'm just waiting for them to do something to the cat. Like, I can't.
This morbid slideshow of abused and mutilated Iraqis felt like it could go on forever. Eventually, I had to call it quits.
5. Tell me to stop anytime.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Yeah, I won't go on.
That is horrible.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Now, after the photos were released, the Red Cross launched an investigation and concluded that up to 90% of the victims at Abu Ghraib were innocent. Just random people kidnapped by US forces.
Wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, like I think all of Iraq was the wrong place at the wrong time once the Americans came in.
At the end of the day, like, the sheer volume of just like documented evidence.
By the way, liberals will be like, America's hegemony, oh no, it was the most peaceful time under American hegemony, oh damn it, Trump, oh. This is why NATO being destroyed is a good thing. Anything that constrains the United States, that forces it back, is a good thing. And that is what I'm hoping for.
Y'all really did a podcast. I used to like y'all. Y'all did a podcast with Hassan.
Yeah.
I always forget that he's really popular, so he has a lot of like haters too.
Yeah, whoever said that died slow. But man, you diss Hassan, you diss me.
Y'all really did a podcast.
Like, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's how you. By the way, the people brigading are fascist little, like the anime pedophiles, the Lola, what is it? Loli. I don't know. How do you say it? I don't fucking know. I'm not Vosh. It's the anime pedophiles, and it's fascists. Loli. Okay, there you go. We figured it out. I don't watch anime, so I don't know what any of that shit is. But it's those people. It's H3. It's Destiny, and of course, it's just right wingers in general, right? Like, when you allow them to bully you, then you encourage them to do it more. Connor both-sided brigading on the Trash Taste episode and banned Hassan from returning because he's too political, and he doesn't want to talk about politics on the podcast. Pathetic.
Just this one camp and the kind of mundane nature of all of it.
It wasn't both sides brigading. Hassan went on the stream and he said, hey, my viewers, go to the stream. And then it was brigaded by a bunch of like right-wing trolls, people with no followings, by the way. And then it was, H3, and a few right-wing creators. Of course, right-wing creators want a brigade. They want to make anime spaces into incel spaces. And the thing that's really funny about the anime shit is in Japan, Israel's net approval in Japan is -60. -60%, which means like maybe 10% of Japanese people support Israel. Nobody in Israel nobody in Japan supports what Israel is doing. So they're like, oh my God, Hassan is so anti-Israel. If you actually interact with Japanese people, they're 100% behind that position. They 100% oppose Israel. That's the thing that's hilarious, is all these white weeaboo pedophile fucks are trying to attack Hassan for a position that Japanese people are 100% behind, which is that Palestine is a legitimate state of its own.
It kind of showed that these guys weren't doing something out of the ordinary, right? It was a coordinated, systematic practice that exists because of the US's new torture policy.
And you know, what don't we see? This is the soldiers themselves.
The chatter is misrepresenting Connor's point. I don't give a shit. Like, if you're dumb enough to fall for right-wing trolls, you're a dumbass, and you don't deserve. You should be laughed at as being a dumb fuck. Like, if falling for right-wing trolls makes you dumb, you're a dumb guy. Like, I don't know what else to say.
There's so many different prisons and black sites around the world that haven't had this.
And after this, they're not going to be letting people have cameras, are they?
Yeah.
Another depressing aspect of this story is the level of discipline Western journalists had. When these shocking photos and videos were leaked to Olivia, she started investigating herself, and she found out that a lot of big US news organizations had been leaked.
Carlos Sword 1974. Oh, this is awesome. I want to know more. Carlos, I found your DeviantArt. Carlos, I found your DeviantArt. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to post
these photos too? But they were too scared to release them.
A lot of major news organizations in the US had the whole disc and chose not to release them. And at the time there was outrage at this shitty little program in Australia. One woman traveling around the world with a little, handycam had got the disc and released it, and there was a lot of disdain for who is this tin pot organisation anyway. And I think it just took someone being outside the bubble.
You know, the blood is rushing to his face. Oh yeah.
It's like, why this is important. This is important, Carlos. And it sort of shows, Carlos, I think, how journalists are knowing.
I don't think your DeviantArt is very good. Carlos. Careful, Carlos. Are you sure it's a W, Carlos? Carlos. Are you sure it's a W, man? Are you sure?
Knowingly or deliberately self-censor because of the fear of the repercussions.
Thanks to these brave, independent journalists like Olivia, the truth, started to get out. Although, that being said, their success was, partially due to the fact that they were white Westerns. Like if you're a Muslim.
Like, whenever somebody hates Hassan, like, I legitimately think that if you find someone and they're like, I really hate Hassan, the odds that they're a pedophile are greater than 50%. Like, that's not a joke. That's like a legitimate reality.
Some journalists and, the US Army doesn't like what you're reporting. They'll probably end up blowing you up with an...
I judge you and Hassan by your enemies every time. Well, here's the thing about politics. Here's the thing about politics that you guys need to understand. This shit matters. This shit matters. This is about, like, look at what's on the screen right now. This is the United States of America shooting with an Apache attack helicopter. Reuters news reporters. That is a Reuters reporter with a shoulder camera and another news reporter talking on the phone. This is an American helicopter attacking Western journalists with an Apache attack helicopter. Innocent people, civilians on the street. Not engaged in a combat, not supporting terrorists, just normal people walking down the street getting destroyed by an Apache attack helicopter. And then attacking the ambulances that come to rescue them. That is what put friend of the show, Chelsea Manning, in prison. Okay? Because Chelsea Manning saw this footage and released it and leaked it to American journalists, and they put in prison in solitary confinement under the Obama administration. These are the liberals that were fighting. And that's why this shit matters. This is why politics matters. It isn't about anime girls having bigger titties or whatever the fuck these dumb Treatlerites are talking about. It's about the fact that there are millions of Americans living on the fucking streets right now. How many of you can afford a home? How many of you could afford to buy a new car? How many of you could actually afford a vacation or health insurance? Be honest. This is the reality. That's what Asmongold is fighting to defend. Asmongold is fighting to defend that world and make it worse. I mean, and Asmongold doesn't even have a use for the money. That's what's incredible to me. Asmongold doesn't even have a use for the money. He just sits in the same rotten shithole house that he lived on when his mom was sponging welfare benefits. He's in the same so all that money he's grifting, it doesn't even go anywhere. It doesn't even give him an ounce of utility, and he's out there spreading the lies. And this is what they're fighting. That's why they fight so viciously against me and Hassan, because they want good people of good will to be intimidated. But the problem is they fucked with the wrong people. We aren't like that. We're not built like you. Okay? We're not a roach. We're not going to go away just because you said a bad faith thing and called us a mean name and spread defamation about us. We're not going away. We're going to keep exposing the reality of the American empire, the crimes of the Zionist project. We're going to show you for the sex pest criminals that you are, and we're never going to stop.
An Apache helicopter, like what happened to these Reuters journalists. Or you'll end up sharing a cell next to Mamdouh in Guantanamo, like what happened to Al Jazeera cameraman Sami al-Hajj, who was also sold to the Americans by the Pakistanis. But none of these leaked photos had any immediate effect on the US government. They responded by threatening to detain anyone who leaked CIA torture photos, and then they just immediately went back to doing torture. But public pressure did start mounting, which did mean that there was much more attention on prisoners like Mamdouh. Lawyers started getting involved and the legal process was really convoluted. It took a really long time, but eventually Mamdouh was released back to Australia and reunited with his family with not a single charge. Like many, he was a completely innocent man who was secretly tortured for 4 years by the CIA. Now, Mamdouh claimed that Australian government officials were present while he was being tortured, which is huge, right? And now that he's back in Australia, he decided to take action against government for their complicity. For 6 years, the government just kept denying his claims, and they even started arguing that he was never even tortured in the first place, until video footage and photographs were leaked from the Egyptian government, which proved Australian staff attended many times while he was being tortured at an Egyptian black site. So the government immediately settled the case out of court to shut him up. And I guess that's...
I'm sorry, I'll choose Mike carefully next time and say if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, since he wants to cut $800 million from Medicaid, Medicare, he'll call for max punishment for current Florida GOP Senator, former Governor Rick Scott, who has done the most Medicare fraud in U.S. history. Uh-oh. Did he delete? Did he edit? Oh, he edited. Yeah, he edited the post. And this is the thing about Twitch. They are fundamentally cowardly. And a lot of people who are apolitical for a reason, because they literally do not care about other people. And like for most people in the Western world, not caring about others is okay. Because as long as you if you could get enough money to support yourself, you're kind of fine. Like that's the cold, hard truth. Until it's not, right? Until something that you depend upon is taken out. And then you're fucked. And then you're mugged by reality. And this is what constantly happens with people. Hey, Colin, what's up, buddy? You back? You back in the States yet?
The happiest ending you're going to get out of all this. Okay, now you're about to watch us test out these torture techniques on each other. But realistically, there's absolutely no reason for us to be doing that. Like, you know, it was brutal and it was horrible. But what we experienced is incomparable to what these people actually went through. Like it's a joke. And even claiming that we're doing it is just insensitive and stupid. But that being said, this is YouTube. And if you want an audience to sit through a history lesson about CIA torture, you're going to have to do a gimmick like this, you know? And you need to have a thumbnail with losers like us soy-facing and torturing ourselves for views. So here you go. Here's the interrogation. Now, we filmed this torture scene last year. We patiently waited for Hassan to visit Australia because we knew there are probably millions of people around the world who want to torture this man themselves. But Alex graciously offered to go first, and he's getting waterboarded today. So we followed the CIA manuals precisely. I even built this platform out of an old door to the CIA's specific torture specifications. Now, the first step was to attach this heart monitor to him, and then it was time to get started.
You lost 3 calories just talking about this.
The only difference with our setup is that we have a kill switch when it gets too brutal. Alex is holding an object in his hand, and as soon as he drops it, we stop the interrogation.
Someone has to watch these up. Don't just keep doing it to me. It's meant to be like big things to be told.
Will you be like, the point of it is like you need to do active like effort to hold it so that as like a dead man's switch gets dropped. Whereas like that's very small. You can just easily hold that in your hand. Yeah, I can hold that without like here.
Oh, I do a VB.
Hold it.
Oh, a bloody VB.
Hold it.
So what the CIA does is they put them down, they put the pop over them, and they wait for them to exhale and this up.
Oh yeah, my favorite example of this all time is Christopher Hitchens gets waterboarded. This is from 16 years ago, chat. 16 years ago. Last February, Vanity Fair editor-in-chief Graydon Carter asked writer Christopher Hitchens if he would be willing to subject himself to the form of torture known as waterboarding. Hitchens accepted.
It's annoying to me now to read every time it's discussed in the press or in Congress that it simulates the feeling of drowning. It doesn't simulate the feeling of drowning. You are being drowned slowly. There are people who are sort of former current SEER, that stands for Survive, Evade, Resist, Escape program, in which these horrible techniques and others are taught. And there are quite a lot of these people who are now in, so to say, private practice.
Enjoy the music. Let you go when it's 15. Yeah. 15 on, 15 off. Third time through, if he hasn't done it, we'll get a 15 off, 30 on. We'll do 15 twice and then 30. Okay, you up? Yes,
They're just doing it. They're doing it according to what they would do. Now, typically they would use like death metal. Typically they would play like death metal. They would also play like really annoying shit like Blues Brothers Rawhide song. The long-awaited Senate Intelligence Committee torture report that was released to the public revealed some horrible physical torture performed by the CIA, waterboarding, sleep deprivation, sexual assault. But it detailed the agency's use of sound disorientation techniques. One of those was the Blue Brothers Rawhide. In a footnote, the report reveals CIA records indicate that the CIA interrogation of Ramzan bin al-Shibi, the Blues Brothers rendition of Rawhide, was played. CIA records state that bin al-Shibi's reaction to hearing the song was evidence of his conditioning, as he knows when he heard the music where he is going and what is going to happen. Detainees were kept in complete darkness and constantly shackled in isolated cells with loud music or music and only a bucket to use for human waste. The same song or album is played on repeat at very loud volumes to keep detainees awake for hours on end. They would play this shit like this. Oh, hold on. The Meow Mix song. They would go like, oh, they would play this. This is what they would do while they were torturing people.
Hi. Thanks for coming. If you hold your breath, it has the effect of tightening the grip of this stuff on over your face and mouth and nostrils. So it's a smothering feeling as well as a drowning feeling. They told me that when I activated the dead man's handle, which is a simple process, you simply release something, you let it go. I didn't do that. I practically, even though my hands were bound, I sort of, as near as you could, I threw the thing out of my hand. I mean, I really wanted it to stop. And I could swear I shouted the code word, but I hadn't remembered to do anything like that. Everything completely goes on you when you're breathing water. You can't think about anything else. It would be bad enough if you did have something. Suppose they wanted to know where a relative of yours was, or a lover, say. You feel, well, I'm going to betray them now, because this has to come to an end. I can't take this anymore. But what if you didn't have anything? What if they'd got the wrong guy? Then you'd be in danger of losing your mind very quickly, I think. I think I sympathize a good deal more because as a result of this very brief experience, if I do anything that gets my heart rate up and I'm breathing hard, panting, I have a slight panic sensation that I'm not going to be able to catch my breath again. And I have to drink some water and sort of just assure myself a bit. I'm not like this at all. I don't have nightmares either. But lately I've been having this feeling of waking up being smothered, having to push everything off my face.
All right, let's see what these boys, how they experience it.
What the fuck? Yo, this is torture. Guys, this torture stuff is not great, okay? I just want to say, I'm kind of off on the torture thing now. I'm off the torture train. Officially.
You don't condone torture?
Yeah, I didn't at first. Enhanced interrogation.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
Technically, 15 degrees enhanced interrogation. If we went any further, then I think like
this is constitutionally approved. Remember, this is constitutionally approved torture.
I don't like this already.
You're not even drowning yet.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I mean, sure, why not?
It's okay, Alex.
Is this gonna get like us arrested when we accidentally kill him?
Yeah. It's the one scary thing about. I mean, lots of scary things about waterboarding, but you start choking, and then your esophagus might start spasming, and then you can't breathe even if you're not choking. That's the scary thing. But like, that's why the CIA has trained professionals when they do it.
What do you mean? What?
Like, even if water's not going down, the reaction you get to it can just continue autonomously.
Well, but he'll be fine afterwards when the water stops?
I don't know, I'm not a doctor. I don't know these things.
And now I kind of don't want to be the one putting the water and killing him.
This is the worst one.
Yeah, 100%.
I owe you. Now, look. This is incredibly dangerous, and jokes aside, we do have an actual trained medical professional supervising, which makes it safer, but nevertheless, it's so horrific that it obviously won't work with YouTube's community guidelines, so we can't show it here. But if you go to our Patreon, in the video description, maybe you'll get to see the full video of, uncut video of Alex's interrogation. It's worth a try.
I'm so sorry, man. I thought there'd be some chance you could breathe. You can't breathe at all.
Oh my god, I feel so bad. What have you done? I feel like an ass. I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
I don't know.
From like,
yeah, well, you just can't. I thought if I blow out, I could blow the fabric off, so I could get air in. But as soon as you do it, water just comes straight into your. Yeah, and it goes straight down your nose, and you can't stop it from going down your nose. So you feel it trickling down the back of your throat. That is horrible.
Holy shit.
That is. Yeah. Well, I just realised I couldn't do. Like, I just can't breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, was the lens?
No. I'm gonna go again.
That gets so scary so quickly.
And also the people that are doing it to you aren't your friends.
That is really fucked up. Like, how are you like a normal person after doing that to a human being in an extended period of time?
Imagine doing it as well while the person is shaking.
Like, try like that time, yeah.
Like, my goal was to like stop as soon as you were like, as soon as you dropped the bottle. So I was like, you know what I mean? Imagine there's no bottle.
Yeah.
And you just keep doing it.
Yeah, there is no stop.
Wait, I don't understand how you could survive doing that. That's my heart.
The answer is they have doctors, man, and they keep you alive so they can torture you more, and it's never ending, and it's never ending, and it's never ending. That's what they do. That's the CIA. That's the American allies of Pakistan and Egypt. Do you guys remember when that Obama official saw a shawarma or a donor shop guy in New York, and he said, "Oh, we're gonna send you to Egypt." This is what he was talking about. That's just what they were talking. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna send you to Egypt so you could be tortured by our Egyptian puppets." And this is what happens. The United States is allied with the most evil countries in the world, and we send people to these evil countries to be tortured.
To my friends in immigration.
Really? Okay, go, yeah.
And to the Egyptian, the Mukhabarat wants your picture.
Okay, yalla, go.
Yeah? You know the Mukhabarat? The Mukhabarat.
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't speak English.
No?
Yeah, go,
The
yalla.
Mukhabarat in Egypt will get your parents.
Go.
Does your father like his fingernails? They'll take them out one by one.
Yalla, روح منين? يلا, go.
Why should I go? Why should I go? Tell me why I should go. I'm standing here. I'm an American. I have free. It's a free country. It's not like Egypt.
This is what Obama and this is what liberals are like. And by the way, this guy was hired by the Democratic Party. He was just hired by the Democrats recently. They just hired him. I don't know why I can't find it. He just got another position. The Stuart Selowitz page has been removed. Is this allowed? Tim Pool loves that Rick Scott was caught overseeing the largest Medicare Medicaid fraud in U.S. history and will defend the wealthy robbing you blind, just as he'll defend Mike Johnson gutting Medicaid with lies. He's not independent. He's a bald partisan hack. He didn't even know Rick Scott was a senator. Yes, he did. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, he did. By the way, this is another thing that people like Tim Pool and Destiny do, which is they try to like pretend like you're stupid and they just say something point blank wrong, factually wrong, and say and put it in your mouth. Tim, you are subnormal. Holy fucking hell, dude. I'd be malding too. Big shout out to the right-wing free speech lovers who took time out of their day screaming about DEI and immigrants to cry about this. Yeah, of course they are. And my personal feeling is that I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna let myself get banned. Let's get back to this amazing video.
In like a second. You went from 50 to 100. So this is him normally, and that's what he starts around. Now it's Hassan's turn to strap on the heart monitor, but the spooky part for him is that he had no idea what we're going to do to it.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Should we tell him?
No. I feel like the torturee learns about what the torture is before.
No, not this one.
What?
The CIA engages in consent. They're just like, so by the way, just so you know.
Well, okay, give us what you think it might be.
I have no fucking idea. Like, maybe they just like hit me or something while I'm sitting in the chair.
Beating. It's a beating is what it is.
That's what I think it is going to be. I don't know. I have no idea.
Alex is pretty strong. And also, like, she trains in boxing, so it's like, you know, it's a potential.
Dude, I'm still thinking about the fuck. I could have killed her. That's insane. That is insane that people
did it.
I know, but like, it's insane that people do that to other people on purpose for much longer periods of time than that.
An important part of the enhanced interrogation protocols is to work out your victim's biggest fear and exploit that to torture them. And lucky for us, Hassan is our friend, so we knew exactly what his biggest fear is. While he was busy streaming, I went out and found this big guy in my neighbor's shed.
Okay, so you want me to sit here?
Yeah, just be blindfolded.
All right, no spiders, right?
Yeah. 100%.
All right, what the fuck? Oh my god. All right, what's happening? Come on, you guys are gonna tell me eventually, right?
You'll see it.
I'll feel it?
You'll see it. You'll experience.
I'll see it. What is my heart rate at?
You're at 108. You're already fucking.
You're already pumping.
You're even worse than Alex when he was drowning. Okay, so for anyone watching at home, this is Hassan's torture.
It's kind of angry.
It's angry? What do you mean it's angry? What is it?
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, dude, come on. No! Oh! Bro, what the fuck is that? What is that? Is it poisonous? Is it venomous? Be honest. You said no! You said no to that.
We don't know. We don't actually know.
You don't know!
We just found
What do you mean you don't know? No. Okay, I'll talk. It's fine. It's very good. No. What the fuck? What? Dude, it's so big. No.
Just let the spider decide.
No. Okay. No. Come on. Bro! What if it jumps? Okay.
Hassan called it quits and jumped out of the chair, but luckily, our resident medical professional and seasoned spider catcher, Tate McGregor, was going to make sure Hassan saw it through to the end.
He's going to run all the way up.
He does not want to be anywhere near us.
See, they're cute.
No, you and I have very different opinions on what's cute and what's not.
God, it's jumping.
This is crazy.
Oh my god, it's jumping.
Wait.
What the fuck?
Wait, no!
None of this shit would work on me. I'm not scared of stuff like spiders.
Okay, no.
That's the problem. I'm too boring. Like, if you were to put me, like, that's why I don't play scary games on stream, because I'm just be like, I'll be so boring with it, which kind of sucks, you know. I wish I was more of an entertainer like Hassan. Seeing a big boy all scared is very funny.
I'm done. Oh god. Okay, stop. Okay, no more CIA torture. Come on.
He's gonna bite you, Dave.
Wait, does he bite?
He bites, but he's not poisonous. It just stings a bit.
Bro, he's gonna drop the camera.
I'm gonna throw the camera.
No, come on.
Okay, Hassan just keeps running away, so we released our cute little friend back home to the shed. Now, encountering this guy is pretty normal for Australians, but Hassan's heart rate jumped to 147 beats per minute, which, would be considered a pretty severe panic attack for anyone aged 20 to 30, or a potential heart attack for someone as old as Hassan.
To be fair, I did come off of a plane and a 15-hour journey, so my baseline is already pretty
Well, that's Guantanamo. It's they do sleep deprivation, then they bring you out and they...
True. I do have sleep deprivation going for me. All right.
Now it's my turn for the final interrogation, which is the box. The idea of this torture is that you can find in an enclosed space, too small for you to stand up and too narrow for you to sit down. You're confined in this stress position for hours while they assault your eardrums with loud noises of crying babies. Now, I initially planned to build the box, but that would have required a bit more effort than just slapping 2 legs on an old door, so I just went down to Bunnings and tested out the size of their storage lockers. But during my research at Bunnings, I didn't really account for a very important feature of the box. I had to get out after my first attempt because we realised we didn't put any air holes in and I would have accidentally suffocated to death in my own YouTube video.
You guys want to hear what he's going to hear? Oh. Look at that.
Oh, that's is that sexy noises?
Why do
No, baby.
What the fuck?
I thought that was someone having sex.
Should be waterboarded. What the fuck is that? I need a fart. What if I fart in there? Oh, it's going to ruin everything.
Can you see through it at all?
No, I can't see anything. It's actually just quite uncomfortable already. It was hard even getting into the box. I've never hated a box more in my life. That is so fucking strange. My muscles were already straining and it had barely been a minute. And at that point, Hassan realised he had forgotten a crucial part of his job as a torturer.
Oh, did I max up the audio? I just maxed it.
My ears really, really hurt. I assumed they'd just adjust to the noise, but it had the opposite effect. I noticed my body flinch every time the baby screamed. It felt like I'd been in there for hours. I started to think they decided on a whole new prank behind my back where they were just gonna, leave me there forever. My body was on fire and my head was throbbing. Eventually, I started losing it. I thought it would have been easier than it was, but I just started to panic. I wanted to just run.
Yeah, I would definitely not fuck around with super loud noises in my ears. Honestly.
Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna take you out.
Oh, he's hot.
Oh my god, you're so hot.
Oh, fuck. How long was that? I have no idea.
We saw your heart rate started going up dramatically, so we kind of
It was weird. At the start, I was like, I don't get it. I can handle this. This is so easy. And then the baby was so weird. Every time I cried, it flinched. And it just kept getting more and more just yeah.
We could hear you shaking, right? Yeah, we thought you were knocking. When you shook a couple times, we thought you were knocking.
No, I was just fucking uncontrollable flinching. It was so...
That was awful. It's just a horrible, horrible time for all of us, but it was also useless. It bears absolutely no resemblance to the horrors the victims of the CIA torture program had to go through. I still can't actually comprehend their experience. My brain, it feels like it's stopping me from imagining it actually happening to me or one of my loved ones. I don't even have the words to describe it. You can't call it psychopathic because, a regular, everyday psychopathic civilian that you find in true crime documentaries doesn't have the capacity to do even 1% of the kind of institutionalized psychopathy and terror of an organization like the CIA. They simply don't have the capacity or the technological know-how to keep their victims alive for 5 years while mutilating them daily. Now, people always make a big deal out of the fact that torture doesn't work. Right? But I don't think they're thinking about it properly, right? It doesn't work in terms of, gaining intel to stop terrorism, but it does work if you're trying to do terrorism, right? It's a program designed to instill a random, arbitrary terror into a population that you want to dominate, right? You invade the Middle East, and if you pick off random Arabs and expose them to a nightmare beyond human comprehension, their traumatized bodies will serve as a terrifying message to everyone else, right? And the message is, the Americans are here, this isn't your country anymore, and you better shut up while we steal your oil. That's That's the purpose of the program. It's just plain terrorism. Now, Obama campaigned on closing Guantanamo Bay and ending the war, which, he obviously did the opposite of that. But to his credit, he did eventually change the enhanced interrogation laws. But I'm not sure where that leaves us, right? Like the US was doing waterboarding long before Bush made it legal. And today, the CIA still operates Guantanamo Bay with the same prisoners trapped there for the past 25 years. And it's illegal to publish any information about these black sites that are still doing something all around the world. Who knows who's in there and what they're doing to them far away from the rule of law? And it's only going to get worse now that this guy's back.
They asked me, what do you think about waterboarding, Mr. Trump? I said, I love it. I love it. I think it's great.
He's sending 30,000 immigrants to Guantanamo Bay, and he's even signed a deal to send regular US citizens to a mega prison in El Salvador, in the same way they set up CIA black sites in foreign countries to avoid domestic laws. I mean, the mega prison is literally called the Terrorism Confinement Center. Like, come on, guys. If that wasn't bad enough, his Secretary of Defense, the leader of the US military, is a goddamn Guantanamo Bay guard, a professional torturer who can't wait to get more people into Guantanamo and relive his glory days.
It's a smart move. It's the perfect place. And I'd say that as someone who's spent a year there with a platoon guarding detainees at the detention facility. So if you have those existing facilities, let's use them. And we will use them.
Yeah, I kind of think we're fucked. Also, go get your DNA tested with MyHeritage. Follow the link in the description or click the QR code and sign up for the free 30-day trial. And also make sure you use the coupon code to get free postage.
Wow. That was fucking base, dude. What a video. We love Boy. These are the communist propagandists we need, dude. These are the communist propagandists that we need. Oh, hold on, chat. Don't use that link. Use this link. Make sure you're subscribed. You like, comment, and subscribe. Hell yeah, brother. Twitch ran them off the platform. Nah, they showed a fake penis. So they got in trouble. All right, chat. It's Monday, and John Oliver is actually working. Holy shit. So we have a new John Oliver on tipping. Like, my overall take on the enhanced interrogation shit is none of that stuff ever stopped. Guantanamo Bay is still open, and it's being used to detain immigrants now. They're building a mass prison camp for immigrants there. Lawless. Another Hassan reply W. Tim Pool loves that Rick Scott was caught overseeing the largest Medicare Medicaid fraud in U.S. history and will defend the wealthy robbing you blind, just as he'll defend Mike Johnson gutting Medicaid with lies. He's not independent. He's a bald partisan hack. You crying, LOL. I think I'll be all right, little man. Oh shit, Hobie is pissed. Bro, when your beanie is so low it's covering your eyebrows, you bald. You bald. Like, you bald. I'm sorry, I've got an H3 scratchy throat, so I'm coughing a lot today. Remember when you DM'd me to say it was really messed up that I made fun of Dr. Disrespect's cheating scandal on bro's wedding anniversary that you unfollowed, but now you also bring up his infidelity? I hope we can resolve our other ideological differences in the future as well. Hassan is mad as fuck right now, and I get it. I'd be mad as fuck too. $6 for automated coffee? Can you share your broadcasting schedule with me on Discord? No, I cannot, you bot. No, I cannot. You can also just eat a perma. Fucking disgusting bots, man. It's crazy. As a really big streamer who has a lot of chat interaction, whenever I see those cute little bot programs that go around the site spamming everybody's chat, garbage like that, and I feel bad. Like, can you imagine if you were a streamer with like 10 viewers and the chat's kind of slow and quiet, people are just lurking and chilling, and then the only messages you get in your chat are like little bot messages like that? That has to hurt the ego. That has to hurt. And it's like, just because you have few viewers right now doesn't mean you're a bad streamer. The problem with Twitch is that people have to find you to watch you. And that is the most difficult part of Twitch. Twitch is a great site if people can find you. But if they can't, it sucks. Brother, I have 0 viewers that I get those every time, literally why I stop streaming. Yeah, it sucks. Just ban and move on. Do you think Tim Pool's having a good day? You know what I realized? Ethan Klein and Tim Pool are the same guy. The only difference between Ethan Klein and Tim Pool is that Ethan Klein's mom found him he was a passport bro, and they found him one woman to marry him. But other than that, they're the same exact guy. Ethan's not bald yet. He has other things he's insecure about, namely his weight. Ethan is very insecure about his weight, which is why he lashes out with fat accusations, and he calls other people fat, and especially women, so often, because he's very insecure about his weight. And Tim is very insecure about the fact that he's bald. My stream, you're actually tipping me. You're actually tipping me, so I won't be paying any taxes on my income because it's all tips. All of it is tips. It's all a tip. You're just tipping me for a job well done. I won't be paying any more. This is what I fucking hate. This is what I fucking hate, because I'm a person who survives off of the generosity of my audience. So that's always in the back of my mind. Whenever I get a good or service, I'm always like, okay, you know, how much is this person making? They're getting fucked. And I want to make sure that I am as generous to others as I want people to be generous to me. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it gets ridiculous. I also had tips during, like, you know, self-service during a frozen yogurt shop. The reality is you're not really self-serving. Somebody has to clean the yogurt machine. Somebody has to load up and mix up the flavors. Somebody has to set all that shit up. Somebody's sweeping it up and cleaning it up. You are not taking care of the shop, right? You're pouring yourself, it's like pouring water into a cup. Like, don't be so overly dramatic. What happened with Hassan? He got banned. This is the one thing I want to, can I say one thing about the Hassan ban now that somebody asked? I think, and this is my most this is the opinion Hassan would be most unhappy with me saying, so I'm going to say it anyway, because he can't talk back because he's banned. I think Hassan underestimates his importance. And I don't say that to be a dick rider. I say that on the opposite. I say that because I think Hassan just wants to be somebody who is part of the political discussion, and he wants to live his life, and he wants to be with artists and actors and creatives in LA, and he wants to enjoy a good life and support causes he believes in. And I think he underestimates his importance. He doesn't want to be the guy that he actually is. And I think that part of that is he wants to be able to relax and have fun and do stuff like play video games without feeling guilty. It's very, it makes perfect sense. He wants to be able to enjoy life. He wants to be able to live without guilt. He wants to be able to not be stressed. But the reality is that he is more important than he thinks. And the right wing has figured that out. The reason why they viciously go after him, and they're never going to stop, and there's always going to be another Destiny or another Ethan or another Asmongold. There's always going to be another guy who's trying to take him out because they recognize how important he is. That's the reality. And it's never, ever, ever going to end. And so I wish Hassan would take himself a little bit more seriously. I wish he would stop saying stuff that could be clipped out of context. I hate that we have to act like politicians now. I have to act like a politician. He has to act like a politician. I don't like it. But the reality is, I'm talking about politics, man. This is the real shit. This is the only thing that matters. Everything else is secondary to politics. You want to do physics? You got to do politics. You want to do art? You got to do politics. There's nothing out there. Like, I'll give you an example of the physics point. The most money is going to fusion energy research in China because the Communist Party of China has determined that fusion energy is a plausible thing that could transform energy consumption and production in this planet. So they're saying we're going to give billions of dollars to theoretical physicists and engineers to come up with fusion energy. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't work. But the only reason that money is going there is because politicians did politics and they determined we're going to use some of the little bit of resources we have and give it to this possible thing that could unleash humanity. And if somebody does invent a commercially positive, self-sustaining fusion energy reactor in China and it transforms the humanity's production of electricity, it will be because of politics. And it goes down and it's the same thing. It goes, everything is like that. Why you are sitting in traffic on your way to work or your way to school is because of politics. When you go outside and there's smog in the air, that's politics. When you go to the doctor and you can't afford drugs, that's politics. When you go to the restaurant and you eat food and you get food poisoning, that's fucking politics. Every single thing is fucking politics. The school your kids go to, politics. The school you went to get a college education, how much student debt you have, politics. The healthcare that you get. When you go to the beach, that's fucking politics. How is that politics? Because under one political system, that's a private beach, no access. In a different political system, it's a public beach. And there's lifeguards. And there's people cleaning up litter. Those are all, everything is politics. There's no way to avoid it. When you play a song on your guitar at the bar and you get sued for copyright infringement, that's politics. There's nothing. And so when you're fucking around with politics, when you are out there advocating for things, you're talking about people's bag. You're talking about everything that matters. And when you get as popular as he is, when you're interviewing senators, when you're interviewing congresspeople, when you're interviewing journalists, and you're going on Pod Save America, and you're going over here, and you're going over there, you're going to the DNC, people are going to try to destroy you if they have interests that are in the opposition to what you're advocating for. And unfortunately for Hassan, he's not a 300 viewer Andy. He is what he is. And so, you know, I think that he should take that seriously. Hassan should just go live on YouTube and TikTok. Fuck Twitch. I mean, I think he should. U.S. Natalist Conference to host race science promoters and eugenicists. Yeah, of course. Elon Musk and the menacing return of the R word. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like he lives in the suburbs, and if I'm guessing, I Love Fossil Fuels shirt is in Texas. So I don't know what it's like at the local Chick-fil-A or whatever the fuck this guy eats at, but I get exceptional service all the time. Maybe I'm just likable. I don't know. They didn't even get that joke. And by the way, pretending like people understand that, you're being way too highbrow. They don't understand the difference between the thing and the simulacra. They don't understand that why that's important. In fact, because Donald Trump is president because people don't understand that, John. That's why he's president. Has commented on Hassan getting banned.
Appears banned from Twitch after saying, quote, "If you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott."
Okay.
Jeez. Just reporting the news.
How
do you get banned from that?
I mean,
it's a joke.
It's just a joke.
It's just a joke.
You'd have, first of all, it's also it's completely nonsensical because you'd have to go back in time to prevent Rick Scott from committing Medicare fraud.
Right. Leftist streamer Hassan Piker appears to.
What he was trying to say is they don't care about Medicare fraud because they have one of the biggest Medicare fraudsters as a Republican senator. That is the point. Like, they don't give a shit. Duh. So when they're posturing about caring about fraud, they don't care. He wasn't actually saying go kill the guy. What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense as a logical argument. He was pointing out that they don't care, not saying go kill the guy. He didn't say go kill the guy if you care about Medicare fraud. He did not say that. He said the opposite, which was pointing out they have this criminal in their midst and they're letting him be one of the senators and they don't give a fuck. He was speaking idiomatically, not literally. I know.
Appears banned from Twitch after.
It's just, what a joke. What an embarrassment. Hassan is also white. Spicy Water 1312. So Hassan is also white, but he's also not white because white doesn't make sense. But I will say this. No matter what your definition of white is, I'm white. No matter what your definition of white is, I'm white. My paternal side, Bavarian German. My maternal side, Scottish. No matter how you define white, I am white. I am Casper the fucking Ghost white, okay? You know the restaurant Cracker Barrel? I'm the guy standing next to the Cracker Barrel. That's how white I am. I am white. Now, as a socialist, I know something very important, which is whiteness is made the fuck up. And we expand it and contract it based on what we need. I mean, they have you guys believing that Greeks are white, for fuck's sake. We're out here saying Greek people are white. This is wild. They're saying Irish people are white. That is fucking wild. They're saying Italians are white. Sicilians are white. That's crazy. They're saying Portuguese people are white at this point. They are desperate. They're desperate. I mean, it is expanding, bro. Wait, do you want to be considered white, Portuguese carnation? Do you want to be considered white? You would not be considered white in 1900? Yes, I would. I'm literally Scottish. Now, if you're talking about 1700, they would say that I was swarthy because I was half German. If you're talking about 1700, they would be like, half German. We're not sure about that. Whiteness didn't exist then? Yes, it did. Whiteness was developed in the 16th century. 16th to 17th century. If you want to talk about race is a very modern invention. The very first racial category created was black. And then whiteness came about 50 to 100 years later. Most people, and you could really say that the source of the ideas surrounding blackness really come from Spanish and Portuguese. Wasn't it against Arabs initially to justify them being brown devils for crusades? No, actually, it was from Arabs, to be honestly. Surprisingly, the ideas were from Arabs, but we're not going to, but I wouldn't say Arabs. I would say more the Moors. That's where it comes from, not Arabs. Now, a lot of people get very uncomfortable when you talk about race being made up. And it was popularized by Western imperialists for the purpose of, doing what's called primitive accumulation.
Twice as hard.
Basically, we could find people to target. A very good video on how race was invented. Oh.
In 1925,
damn, Bad Empanada had a video. Oh, this is base. Maybe we should watch this. Kant was known for being one of the first armchair anthropologists and helping solidify racial categories closer to a modern understanding on biological bases. Yeah. Bad Empanada on point as usual. Maybe we'll watch that. A lot of people get shocked because it's so important to our cultural and political world in America and in Europe today that when you talk about the history of something like black and white, people freak out because it's so, they think it is something as real to them as the color blue. Except your mind is really going to melt when you realize the color blue is a recent invention too. But we're not going to get into that. We're not going to get into that because when I say that, people's minds are going to explode. They can't handle shit like that. The color blue is actually a relatively recent hue to humans. Dive into humanity's surprisingly short history with the color blue and discover whether that history is a result of our vision or our vocabulary. Scholars have noted a profound lack of blueness in Chinese and Icelandic stories, the earliest Hebrew versions of the Bible, and complex Hindu Vedic hymns. Some groups today, like the indigenous Himba people of Namibia, don't even have a separate term for blue. Linguistically, it's indistinguishable from green. Like this is something that people have a hard time accepting and will cause some people to have an actual mental breakdown. This is what I love philosophy and history so much, because seeing people struggle with thinking about and examining their language and how language affects their perception and how social institutions affect what they see as possible and what they see as foundational is really, really, really important. And by the way, it doesn't mean that blue, as described as a certain wavelength of light, doesn't exist. It's just that specific bounding of those wavelengths and a naming it is socially constructed. Do you understand the difference? Was the dress blue or black? Personally, to me, it looks white and gold. Personally, to me. But it's not. That's wrong. It's physically not that color. It just perceives to me as white and gold. It's not, though. It's just the way my mind is interpreting certain information. And it's not both. It's actually not both. It is actually a blue and black dress in reality. But your mind can be altered by contextual hints, and your mind makes a certain interpretation based on context. Like, to me, this looks like a white and gold dress in the shadows. That's what that looks like to me. Here is it explained. But the dress itself is actually blue and black, like literally blue and black. Like if you put it in the sun and you were standing next to it, it would look blue and black. It just doesn't look that way to me. I hate Condé Nast, but I don't know if you saw this part of the news. The transgender athlete passport ban has an inclusion that could allow them to seize all passports of trans people regardless of athlete status. Oh, Jesus Christ. From an Egyptian, I always found the whole race thing in the West very strange. We don't have that concept. We're all just Egyptian regardless of skin color. I mean, there's definitely colorism that has been spread around the world because of imperialism, right? Like people bleach their skin white in Asia now. Yeah, but you would say no tax on tips. It helps you get elected. So what else do you need? Why do you care about that? Why do you care about fairness and good public policy? You just say no tax on tips. Hell yeah, brother. Bro works once a week and wants a tip. I mean, there's nothing lazier than fucking John Oliver. This is my dream. Guys, I gotta be honest. Can we take a second here can we take a moment here? And let me just be honest. And let me say this. Even in my communist utopia, you will work more than John Oliver works. John Oliver is too lazy. Like, he doesn't do enough. Okay. Even in communist utopia, you'll have to work more than John Oliver. Okay. The guy he works 20 hours a year. Okay. We're not going to be able to produce enough goods and services with that level of work. Okay. He's lazy. Okay. No tax on these bits. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. You're going to have to work more than 20 hours a year. All right. I'm sorry, but it's true. Am I a communist? No. I call myself a socialist, chat. There's no communists here. Am I right, chat? There's no communists here. Right? Wait. What's that? Do you guys hear that? Wait. Do you guys hear that?
全世界无产者联合起来！全世界无产者联合起来！
新青年把我中华文化觉醒之火趁势烧起来。
我们穿的衣，我们住的房，哪样不是劳动者所创造的呢？同学们，历史的重要时刻就要到。
无论是谁，要是敢亡我国家、灭我种族，我们就跟他们决战到底！
起来，结汗交迫的奴隶，起来，全世界受苦的人。 满腔的热血已经沸腾，
根据民主原则，我们将选举产生中国共产党中央局成员。
旧世界大河落花流水，奴隶们起来，起来！不要说我们一无所有，我们要做天下的主人。
武装斗争，
这是最后的斗争，团结起来到明天，英特那雄奈尔就一定要实现，这是最后的斗争，团结起来。 从来就没有什么救世主，也不靠神仙皇帝，要创造人类的幸福，全靠我们自己。我们要夺回劳动果实，让思想冲破牢笼，快把那炉火烧热透。
我们的目的一定要达到，我们的目的一定能够达到。
团结起来到明天，
City of Beijing.
So agrees.
这是载入中华民族史册的一天。
实现中华民族的伟大复兴，就是中华民族近代最伟大的作为。经过长期努力，中国特色社会主义进入了新时代。
共产党万岁！伟大光荣英雄的中国人民万岁！
Ah, beautiful. Ah, man, that's some beautiful music. Anyway, what were we saying? Wow. Yeah. So last night in the Oscars, the incredible documentary film No Other Land won Best Documentary Feature Film, which was a fucking shock.
The Oscar goes to No Other Land.
This is the first Oscar and nomination for Basil Adra, Rachel Shore, Hamdan Bilal, and Yuval Abraham.
Samuel L. Jackson was real. Samuel L. Jackson was in the, I believe he was in the Black Panthers, right? He was a radical political person prior to becoming an actor.
Thank you to the Academy for the award. It's such a big honor for the four of us and everybody supported us for this documentary. About 2 months ago, I became a father, and my hope to my daughter that she will not have to live the same life I'm living now, always fearing settlers' violence, home demolitions, and forest spill displacements that my community, Masafir Yatta, is living and facing every day under the Israeli occupation. No other land reflect the harsh reality that we have been enduring for decades and still persist as we call on the world to take serious actions to stop the injustice and to stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people.
We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken in the crime of October 7th, which must be freed. When I look at Bassel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Bassel is under military laws that destroy his life and he cannot control. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. And I have to say, as I am here, the foreign policy in this country is helping to block this path. And, you know, why? Can't you see that we are intertwined? That my people can be truly safe if Bassel's people are truly free and safe. There is another way. It's not too late for life, for the living. There is no other way. Thank you. Rachel Shore, Hamdan Balal, Sigal Yehuda, Close Up Initiative, Ani Fabini, thank you.
Relevance. This is what Samuel L. Jackson was expelled from Morehouse College. That's incredible. I didn't know he got it. He's so fucking cool, chat. He's so fucking cool. Okay, chat. I've been wanting to cover this for a second, but apparently Norman Finkelstein talked about Lex Friedman and Destiny. Apparently Lex Friedman like set up a conspiracy to try to force Norman Finkelstein to debate Destiny. So they basically did a conspiracy for Destiny to get completely clowned on. That you are an exquisite moron. They tried to force that. They got what they wished for. Incredible.
What was the story with Destiny and Lex Friedman?
Lex Friedman originally wanted me on with Destiny. I said, that's not going to happen. He then contacted me about 3 weeks later, and he said, how about coming on with Benny Morris? I said, fine. Benny Morris is serious. I think his politics are horrible, but he's serious. And then he said, well, it would be Morris and Destiny. And at that point, I faced a dilemma, which is if I said no, it would appear as if I were afraid to be on with Morris, which I'm not afraid to be. But if I said yes, then I'm burdened with this other person. I think I could just ignore him. And I said, well, if he's coming on with that other person, then I should have somebody also. And that would be Muin Rabbani. So it was a matter of, obviously, curiosity, why Friedman was so determined that I would be on with Destiny. Now, you might say for broad public interest, but the debate between me and Benny Morris would already have a lot of public interest, especially during the high. So why was he so determined? And that question remains. That question remains.
Do you have any
Nope.
idea?
Nope. But when I was told that that person called Destiny was paid and coached, now I've made the allegation already. I've said what I just told you. And then that thing called Destiny went on and said, he's looking for a libel lawyer. But nothing ever, obviously, I think the very last thing he wanted to do was litigate this, because discovery would be a very uncomfortable thing for him. I've already said publicly that I know that he was paid. I know, but I never said the Mossad. I said, quote, an Israel advocacy group, because that's what I was told.
So Destiny is being paid by an Israeli advocacy group? So he's a foreign agent. He's an unregistered foreign agent. But again, that's fine. That's fine. Hey, you take money from Russia, you take money from Israel, that's fine, because you're on the right wing. You can break every law.
And he was paid, quote, a handsome sum.
Incredible.
I was also told, quote, that they rehearsed with him for several weeks to prepare.
They rehearsed? Destiny rehearsed getting owned? Oh my God.
Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm going to believe that's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell.
Literally,
Mr.
you can
Borelli,
Google it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelsteiner.
respect, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language.
Multiple
No due
commanders
respect to
until all these
Mr.
people
Bonnell,
signed-
to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell,
Let me read
Mr.
one. Let me read
Borelli,
one. Let me read
Mr.
it out.
Borelli.
I didn't want to read one.
Let him read.
Absolutely not. You're
Mr.
dead
Borelli,
wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Farrelly,
special intent.
I'm
to be
going to
convicted
ask you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron.
Display on camera. You're putting yours in books. Okay.
I read the case around 4 times.
They just don't show genocide.
By the way, chat, like this is Destiny's like whole argument, and like almost everything he ever says is always premised on the idea of like basic literal, you know, like literacy fail. He doesn't know anything, so he thinks you don't know anything, and that I mean, like that's literally what it is. And you're always like, oh my god, remedial. This is why people are gatekept. Actually, this is why there are credentials and why people are gatekept, because charlatans like Destiny exist. People who don't know anything, they will go up there and act like they're an expert. You have to gatekeep charlatans out.
Farrelly, brace yourself.
The Israeli Minister of Finance on the 8th of October. War.
Mr. Bennell,
Wait, you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
He made you into an Italian all the time.
It may be meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bennell.
meaningless to everyone in the region.
Mr. Bennell.
Who on the Gaza Strip before 67?
Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject.
The actual
Destiny
alternative.
should talk about making money off
your
of
media
idiocy.
blitz.
Listen to this.
The only option is
Mr.
combat.
Bennell is now an expert on Palestinian mentality.
Where it was a good faith effort.
We have a written record.
With all due respect.
We have a written record,
Mr. Pop Historian. You can't even read the written records. I don't know why you're referring to it.
Excuse me? I just said there are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quotes from all of them.
Cherry-picked? Again, everything Destiny does is projection. He's never read a book. He admitted he never read a book before. Meanwhile, Finkelstein was a history professor who lost his tenure application because he stood up to Israel. So you have somebody with complete intellectual integrity who suffered because of that intellectual integrity being called a pop historian by a guy who has never read a book. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. I think Norman Finkelstein would be justified to just like, I mean, like, how could you even exist in that space?
Okay, that's great. That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at least I had a quote to cherry
That's
pick.
great.
All you have is Wikipedia.
I gave you quotes.
All you have is Wikipedia.
Do you want quotes? They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
What do you
Mr.
think those
Bernal,
wars were about? You're not going to respond to anything I'm saying because you have no
I'll
answer.
respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Bennell.
If you're a historian, if you do all this work, tell me what they said. Don't just tell me a sentence. Tell me by what metric. Because they were fake.
Out of context politics, by the way, is a Destiny fan, I'm pretty sure.
And now,
yeah, all their stuff is like Destiny related shit. Political comedy focused on using out of context interviews.
Norm and Benny are historians.
I'm pretty sure out of context politics is a Destiny fan. I'm pretty sure. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure.
Prepare him for the occasion.
Incredible. Can we get this?
Many words interpretation simply won't.
I mean, it's funny, but that is like, okay, fuck it. We'll put it in there. Oliver, we'll put that in there. Holy shit, that's incredible stuff. That's incredible stuff, folks. All right, we've got a couple new videos from, oh, hold on, chat. I have to refresh the on-screen chat. Hold on, give me a second. For it to show up, I have to hit refresh. I have to refresh the cache. Okay. Gaza is a... Oh, yeah, we were going to watch that Destiny video. Fuck. What was that new Destiny video that was smashing up Destiny? We should watch that. Fuck, what is it called? From Internet Anarchist.
I'm genuinely...
I think the end of it needs to be, like, needs to be corrected. The end of the video runs defense for Destiny. It's pro-Destiny. Wait, really?
Brought this situation on himself by the nature of mentally unstable women he engages with. He absolutely...
Bro, you cannot be serious right now.
Absolutely eviscerated Pixie in this, and she absolutely overplayed her victim status in this scandal.
Why is he reading some random commenter? He didn't eviscerate shit. Pixie sharing a video with consent is not the same thing as him sharing dozens of videos with a bunch of random people without consent, leading to it getting leaked on the entire internet. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's still not everything the community was hoping for. For instance, this response almost entirely focused on Pixie and the lawsuit she filed against Destiny, yet it makes no mention of his alleged affair with Lauren Southern or Cherry, who claimed that she didn't even know she was being recorded by Destiny. That said, recording and distributing explicit material without consent is a serious crime. If Pixie's lawsuit succeeds, Destiny could face up to
so what Pixie did had nothing to do with what Destiny did.
5 years behind bars and to be forced to register as a sex offender, effectively destroying his future.
Even internet slop. Well, here's one thing I will say about this video. The more slop videos trash Destiny's reputation, the better. Also, is this guy actually even an anarchist? Life ruined. Life ruined. Life ruined. The worst YouTubers destroyed by Penguin Zero. This is true drama slop. This is true drama slop. He's an anarcho-capitalist. I didn't think that was people still existed. I think this guy thinks anarchist means anything goes, destroy anyone and everything around you. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe I'll have to check out that at some other time. Oh no.
Reasons to oppose the Israeli genocide.
Okay. Let's go ahead and change our title to, let's watch these new second thought videos. I think one of the things about this that I think Arun made a good point earlier, which is like, this isn't the only testing ground, you know, for these weapon systems.
Number one, it's a genocide. That should be enough. But if you needed a selfish reason...
Israel stole notes from Sri Lanka on massacres and genocide without a doubt.
Let it be this. Whatever happens to Palestinians now will eventually happen to you. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Under Israeli colonialism, Palestine is a laboratory for the most dangerous research in the world, a testing ground in the search for the best answer to the question, how do you keep an oppressed population?
I couldn't care less about anarchy or politics for that matter, at least publicly.
Down. Before we get to the rest of the video, I just want to take a second to thank my one channel sponsor, Aura. We've been working with Aura over at First Thought for a while now, and it's been hands down the best sponsor experience I've ever had. Let me tell you about the service first, and then I'll give you my personal reason for working with these guys. You might remember that last year there was a massive data breach where hackers stole the social security numbers of just about every American. And not just social security numbers. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from national public data. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, phone number, and alternate names. Literally everything someone needs to steal your identity, or worse. If you've never been the victim of a data breach before, let me tell you, it's not fun. That stuff is scary, as well as being really intrusive. If you weren't taking precautions with your personal information online before, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. I take this stuff seriously. I've got a 2-year-old daughter, and there are some freaks out there. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about it, because Aura protects me from this exact scenario. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, email, or social security number on the dark web. They let me know immediately if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. And for added peace of mind, they provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also have a bunch of other features to keep you and your kids safe online, all inside one app, so you don't need to go looking for a bunch of different services for your VPN, your antivirus, and your data security. You can use my link aura.com/secondthought to try 14 days for free. That's plenty of time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now, because not only is national public data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this leak. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/secondthought.
This ad is long now.
Try Aura for 2 weeks absolutely free. And because I promised to give you my personal...
Can someone give me a TLDR of why Hassan was banned? Because he made a idiomatic statement where he said that if the Republicans cared about Medicare fraud, they would kill Rick Scott, who is a United States senator who committed a lot of Medicare fraud. So obviously the Republicans don't care about Rick Scott. He was famous for having the biggest Medicare fraud scandal of all time. He wasn't saying go kill him. He was proving that the fact that they work with him and they don't give a shit proves that they don't really care about Medicare fraud. It wasn't a call to action. He was making a idiomatic statement. It's not very complicated. The dumbest people in the world have to pretend that he was making a call to action so they can get the outcome they want, which is him to get in trouble. Nobody feels threatened. No one went out there and threatened Rick Scott. It's just made up.
Reason for working with Aura, besides it being a genuinely useful service that I use in my day-to-day life, when one of our First Thought videos got brigaded and we had to take the ad read down for optics reasons, the brand generously compensated us and doubled down on working with First Thought. They could have bailed, but they didn't. That's a cool company. So if you want to help support the channel and get some quality peace of mind while you're at it, give Aura a shot at the link below. Back to the video.
So one of the ideas about what the Palestine Laboratory means is that Israel has spent decades trialing, testing, refining huge amounts of surveillance tech, repressive tech, and weapons on Palestinians in Palestine.
This is Anthony Lowenstein, journalist and author of The Palestine Laboratory, and we sat down to talk to him about what that title means and how Israel is trying to find an answer to this question about how far you can go to suppress dissent.
This has been going on in various forms for all those decades. It obviously has accelerated this century with the advent of more sophisticated technology and a lot of the surveillance that Palestinians experience in Palestine. All their phone calls are listened to, or at least there's the ability to do so. There's no way to have true privacy in Palestine. The entire telecommunication network is controlled by Israel. Social media posts are monitored the whole time. People often are arrested, Palestinians, for so-called pre-crime. They don't call it that, but that's essentially what it is, where person X writes a Facebook post. I'm not talking about, just to be clear, someone who threatens violence. That is a more murky area, I understand that. But if someone says something supportive of Palestinians, not calling for violence, not calling for the death of anyone. There's many examples of Israeli forces, police, military arresting those individuals and putting them in prison. The whole concept of the laboratory really is that what happens in Palestine is not staying there. It's being exported globally. So a lot of the tools that we hear about in the West, Pegasus being a famous example, the phone, it's almost like a phone hacking tool, Paragon, Graphite, there are many others made by Israeli companies. What one needs to understand is that the majority of those companies are built, developed, and tested by individuals who have worked in the Israeli military persecuting Palestinians. Israeli companies are regularly selling this equipment, and they openly say it's been battle tested in Palestine. Just since the war in Gaza, for example, in the last 14 or so months, you have Israel testing and trialing a range of new forms of surveillance tech, repressive tech, and weapons, deadly weapons.
This whole trend has a name. It's called the Imperial Boomerang Effect. But we'll get back to that in a second. What Anthony is talking about here is something that we literally just saw happen back in September of last year, when Homeland Security signed a $2 million contract with the Israeli tech company Paragon. Now, Paragon is a company best known for producing graphite, a piece of spy software that can be used to secretly breach encrypted messaging apps like Telegram and Signal. This tech has been used against Palestinians, and if you remember Pegasus, the spyware created by another Israeli company called NSO, which compromised tens of thousands of phones back in 2021 and was actually banned by the US that same year. This is
iMessage zero-click attacks, meaning that they could just message you and then you would be hacked. You wouldn't even have to open the message or click on anything.
Basically the same thing with a new coat of paint. These technologies can allow governments in the back door of apps used pretty extensively by activists and journalists. Famously, Palestinian human rights defenders were some of those targeted by Pegasus 4 years ago, and broadly speaking, hundreds of Palestinians have been arrested and questioned based on things like their posts on social media. And this DHS story is anything but exceptional. It's recent, but the truth is that the US has imported surveillance and policing techniques and technologies from Israel for years.
This happened very soon after 9/11. Many American police officers went to Israel and vice versa. They were essentially advising each other, training each other, finding ways that they could collaborate.
For example, in Baltimore, the camera network for the City Watch program is operated by the Israeli company Nice Systems. In Atlanta, the Video Integration Center, the Atlanta Police's surveillance system, was modeled on the Command and Control Center in the Old City of Jerusalem, and was created after the department visited Israel And in New York, the famous Muslim surveillance program that launched after 9/11, which had undercover officers intrude in mosques, neighborhoods, businesses, and college campuses, collecting information on things like how many times Muslim students prayed and which restaurants had Al Jazeera playing on the TV. That was the product of the NYPD's tight relationship with Israeli police and the tactics developed to control and intimidate Palestinians. This is something called the Imperial Boomerang Effect. Now, you may have heard about it before, but
did Hassan really get banned for the Tim Scott comment? Yes.
In case you haven't, the boomerang effect is a term coined by Aimé Césaire in 1955, and the gist of it is this. Colonies don't exist in a separate world from the country that they are controlled by. For as much as colonies are under imperial domination, the effects of that control aren't neutral on colonizers. They can't just exist over there. Colonies are places where political power is, by nature, different. It's unequally exercised over populations that are both deemed and treated by colonizers as weaker and inferior to people from the imperial core. And that makes them places where the way power is wielded changes. It adapts and learns new means of expressing itself without restraint. It becomes more violent, more heavily imbued with prejudice, and with a lot less regard for human life. According to Césaire and other authors like Michel Foucault, the boomerang effect happens when these things that are learned from policing disenfranchised people abroad trains those with power in new ways to police disenfranchised people back home. Maybe this will make more sense with examples. Today,
we won't know how long the ban is until Hassan tells us.
American police are fully militarized. At Standing Rock in 2016 and 17, for example, protesters against the North Dakota Access Pipeline were assaulted with tear gas and rubber bullets. The police rolled out military armored vehicles like Bearcats, Humvees, and MRAPs, originally built to withstand IED explosions in Iraq. Or take Ferguson in 2014, where BLM protests were quashed by cops wearing more armor than actual soldiers, carrying a variant of M4 rifles originally designed for the military, and gassing protesters with chemical weapons that would actually qualify as a war crime if they were used abroad. You can thank things like the DoD's 1033 program for that. It's a program that straight up takes extra stock from the military and hands it out to cops for free. It's why we have 10-foot armored vehicles just—
By the way, Chad, they do this to justify spending more. This is something you'll hear liberals talk about a lot. Like, oh, we were giving rockets to Ukraine and missiles and weapons that were just about to expire. Once you have these stockpiles of weapons, it creates a self-licking popsicle where it's like, well, you have to fire them, right? They're about to go bad, you know? Hey, you have these stockpiles. You need to refresh the stockpile, right? You don't want the stockpile to go bad. What's the difference if you throw it away versus you have it detonate in a battlefield in Ukraine? So you create these self-licking popsicles justifying further use of weapons. Because when you have the weapons, might as well use them, right? Might as well use them.
Around. But the 1033 program is only about 35 years old, and our police forces have been doing some version of this for over a century. And that's thanks to the American Empire. The American Empire has always depended on its military. Not only to fight other empires, like the Spanish, and gain colonies like the Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico, but also to actually administer those colonies and keep colonial populations down by violently suppressing anti-colonial dissent and running counterinsurgency operations. Here on the mainland, the US Army colonized and oppressed Native Americans, against whom they ran over 1,000 combat actions. And in the Philippines, it was the army, again, putting down the Philippine resistance to the empire by taking over 500,000 Filipino lives. And so the military developed—
Oh, guys, are you ready for the recession? Trump says 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico will start tomorrow. Are you guys ready for a recession, baby? Woo!
Pretty explicitly as a force for controlling colonial populations, people who were under American political control, but never considered part of the club. In contrast to that, you have the cops, at least in theory. If the
Oh my God. Dow starting to tumble. Sell-off intensifies. Dow has tumbled 800 points with the announcement. Bitcoin doubles 9%, reversing most of the rally from Trump's crypto reserve announcement. Propaganda. Leon Cooperman says he's selling into market strength and holding lots of cash. Wow, that was pretty good timing, huh? People are buying up bonds, by the way. Recession risk increased. People are buying federal treasuries. We'll talk about that more in a second.
History of the military is straightforward violence. Cops came into existence in the UK and the US as an explicit alternative to that. The military was seen as too violent, tyrannical, and illegitimate for dealing with strikes and riots at home. And so the state came up with a watered-down, community-based alternative that wouldn't seem so bad. Cops. They didn't have military uniforms, guns, or training, and that was the point of having them around. To be something else. But that changed in the early 20th century. It's around this time that the US saw a sudden wave of immigrants from abroad, and at the same time, a lot of internal migration to big cities. Specifically, a lot of migration of people not considered white. In the early 1900s, race politics were shifting a little bit, and the Irish were slowly being folded into who counts as white. But the lines were still very sharp when it came to black and Asian people. And in urban centers, the elite responded to these new people who weren't part of their club with basically eugenics. For the urban upper and middle class, non-whites were, quote, unfit for self-government, threats to the social and moral order, the source of crime, disorder, and moral decay, and uniquely criminal and degenerate. Like the army in the colonies, American elites saw these populations as people in need of being civilized. And the police agreed. Police chiefs at this time also had insane prejudice against non-whites, calling minorities the lowest order of humanity, and claimed they were the main criminals in the US, responsible for rape, prostitution, and vice. In cities like Berkeley, California, police training began to include courses on racial types.
Wait a minute, chat. Was the stalker? I'm learning more about the stalker. Was he following them around the whole night? My Tesla short is up 116% just today. All right, let's finish this video.
And how things like heredity and race degeneration led to crime. But cops didn't quite know what to do about this. They were very good at being racist, but they lacked concrete solutions. To figure out how to deal with these people, they looked to the experts, the military. Several influential police chiefs, most famously this guy, came directly from the military and completely reorganized police departments into strict hierarchies, increasing their training to include military drills and giving them lethal weapons, creating, in their words, an army of men with themselves at the head of the army. They also increased their surveillance toolkit, ripping colonial practices like fingerprinting, data collection, and what's called the Bertillon system to create the first police intelligence units. The police became much more violent, much more invasive, and they started using those things to criminalize minority groups. And now that they had these skills, they were also free to unleash them on others that the elite deemed dangerous, like white working class people, striking for better wages and time off. To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. To someone trained to think like a colonizer, with all the tools and techniques, the world is full of people to civilize.
Nvidia is down 10% today. Oh, no.
Or at the very least, control. Police began to see the populations they were supposedly meant to protect.
Have we covered Hassan already? A little bit. We're going to talk more.
As little more than mindless, dangerous livestock to be corralled and monitored. Human animals. And like we've already seen in Baltimore and Standing Rock, and basically every major protest since, this didn't stop in the early 1900s. Spyware, armored vehicles, guns, and tear gas have already made it back home. How long will it be until Lavender, the Israeli AI that automatically marks Palestinian doctors, journalists, pretty much anyone they don't like, does too? We're already seeing that play out in Gaza. It means more people being automatically bombed with their families with little more than 20 seconds of consideration from some IDF soldier. Israel has, for a long time, been one of many vassal states for the US, an unofficial extension of the empire, leading the way in new colonizing techniques trained on Palestinian subjects.
Oh boy.
But why does Israel matter?
Israel's a tiny country with a tiny population. People often wonder, why would so many nations...
It's so funny how, like, Destiny viewers come in here and try to say anti-Semitic shit, and then they get immediately banned. Because like, the only person who has called for deaths to the Jews is Destiny in his chat, bro.
To go to a country which has got roughly 10 million people.
IP banned real quick. Let's go ahead and get this guy IP banned. 2013 account. That's gonna be bye. Enjoy the 2013 account going bye. That's rough.
America's got 340 million people, but because Israel has been occupying Palestine for so long, and I would argue what a lot of countries and police forces are going to in Israel.
If you have a 2013 account, you're probably in your late 30s/40s. Bro, you are a fucking loser. You think Destiny is smart? You're in your late 30s or 40s and you think Destiny is smart? You think Asmongold is smart? Like, legitimately, really? I'm 29, 2011 account. Why were you on this website? Why are you on this website in your tween years?
Is not just learning tactics, but the concept of getting away with it. So many nations, and I've heard this from many American police, really admire, if they're being honest, how Israel gets away with this. They've been occupying Palestine for more than half a century.
Unlike previous colonialisms, the biggest export that the Israeli state has given the US is a case study in successful ethno-religious nationalism. Not just in the means, the methods, the techniques of policing, and the technology to do it, but in the way to use these things towards a specific end and come out on top.
And this is what I talk about a lot, that Israel is not just selling weapons and surveillance. It's obviously selling that too, but Israel is also selling a concept, a model of ethno-nationalism. This idea somehow that we as a Jewish state should have the right to have a nation which prioritizes one group over anybody else.
American capitalism has always required violence and domination. We live in profoundly unequal times, and the brunt of that suffering has always been placed on those the powerful can discriminate against. And the more they do, the more resistance there is to that oppression, and so the more violent their repression becomes. Nationalism and all the associated fear of immigrants and minority groups has come out as the solution for politicians to justify that renewed escalation of violence. It quarantines those who protest it as part of some other group that we shouldn't have to think about because they're not us and we need to look out for our own. Don't fall for it. Our own has always only meant the rich and powerful. If things start somewhere out there in the colonies, it's only a matter of time before the circle of undesirables includes you.
We love Second Thought Chat. We love all his work. We love him, guys, don't we, folks? We just had Yugopnik on here. Wait, was that last week? Pretty awesome stuff. Second Thought is based. Deprogram Pod is based. The stonk market is crashing. The stonk market is crashing. Holy shit. This is incredible. Dow tumbles 800 points as sell-off intensifies following Trump's confirmation of tariffs on Mexico. Uh-oh. Now it's down. It looks like we got a little bit of a bump off the bottom. The closing bell is what? Is it 4 or 4:30? I forget. New angle of Elon physique has just dropped. Does he have a pillow in his shirt? Is he wearing, like, what is this? He's built like a Cybertruck. 1800 rib cage. Oh, you stole this guy's joke, chatter. You son of a bitch. Give credit. What the hell happened? Did he take steroids and forget to work out?
For more on these markets, let's bring in Dan Greenhouse. He is the chief strategist for Solus Alternative Asset Management. As you see here at Post 9, your reaction to the very latest, not that you may be surprised that we're going to get tariffs.
They're also doubling tariffs on China.
But how the market is going to figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah, well, I think the big problem is you had a lot of people saying, the majority of people saying that the tariff threats were just a negotiating tactic. And I think I was probably in the minority that thought, no, I think these are probably going to go into place. And based on the speech he just gave, or the remarks he just gave, it looks like they are going to go into place. So from my standpoint, also, the question wasn't whether they were going to go into place or not. I always thought they would. The question is for how long and on which goods. And that still remains to be seen.
Yeah, so we have the 25% numbers on, both Canada and Mexico. As Eamon, rightly pointed out, you could still have time for some sort of last-minute salvage of something, but we'll have to wait and see for that. More on the market. We've obviously been upset and unsettled as we've been thinking about how, the path forward was going to look. Jonathan Krinsky of BTIG says there's more work to do before you put in a durable low. So he's looking at Friday's big bounce and saying, well, it could be the start of something. This market activity would have you believe otherwise. Do we need to think about a test of some not so great areas within the S&P?
Yeah, listen, I think I had speculated 1 or 2 times ago that I was on that we were probably not going anywhere until at least...
Should see the after effect in the Australian stock market in 2 hours with American shares sell off to diversify to unaffected countries to these tariffs. Yeah.
Next Fed meeting, which is
well, here's
March
the thing
19th.
About tariffs. This is the best way to think about tariffs. Think about tariffs as a massive sales tax. All right. That's all you have to think of it. Think about like what it would look like if you just threw a 20% sales tax on everything. By putting 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and a 20% tariff on China, that's the equivalent of just basic. That's like almost all of our trade. So let's think about paying a sales tax of 20% on all your goods, and that's underselling it. Our top 3 trade partners, prices are going higher, folks.
So, and I still think that's the case. We're probably going to end up testing the 200-day moving average, which is not some great statement. That's about 2.5% lower from where we are now. That's a couple of bad days, a bad week or two between now and, say, Fed meetings. So yeah, I think there's a lot of uncertainty right now. You talked on the halftime show a lot about the market being unsettled. Joe Terranova talked a lot about the momentum trade unwind and the digestion under the headline. And I think all of that's playing out and is likely to continue playing out until you get some clarity on some of these issues, which we don't yet have.
Our next guest sees more risk market downside from here. Joining me now, Post 9, Avery Sheffield, CIO and Senior Portfolio Manager at Vantage Rocks. Nice to see you again. Welcome back.
Great to be here.
Oh, we've had a day,
yes,
right?
A day, a week, a month.
Yeah. What's it tell you about where this market's going?
Well, I mean, I am worried about potential weakness ahead because you have the...
By the way, chat, everybody, all these right-wingers were like, I can't wait for Trump to win. He's going to remove all the taxes. Yay. And what are you going to see? We're going to see a fucking crash. Recession is here. And you think they're going to bail out? Think you're going to bail out people? I guess we'll see. It's time to get that. It's time for me to get my stonk trader hat on. Was it you speaking to Destiny on Hassan's stream yesterday? Was Destiny just play like an idiot and really did not think people borrow on assets? He did not know. He's just very stupid. And yes, it was me on Hassan's stream yesterday. No, Destiny is really a very stupid man. I want to show, guys, I'm going to show you. So Destiny has this Wikipedia. They have this DGG Wikipedia. And they have basically like a stalking Wikipedia. I'm just going to show you my entry because I don't give a fuck. Because there's absolutely nothing on my DGG stalker account that I care about. Notice my debates, right? Notice how these are 3-hour debates. They have gotten longer. I guess they saw me talking about it and decided to put more in, but these are the like political debates we had, right? The last one was on November 21st, 2019. I was on my Discord. November 21st, 2019 is the last time I actually talked to Destiny. It is March 3rd, 2025. These motherfuckers are still trying to stalk me. And then everything else is them trying to stalk me and find ways to cancel me. Mike makes racist comments about Estonians. What? Mike claims Destiny has never read a book. Mike looks fat. Look, Mike, Mike looks fat here. Mike praises Hassan's contributions to U.S. politics. Mike claims Destiny only supports trans issues and polyamory because he's a pervert. Also, that's not what I said. I said Destiny doesn't actually support trans people, and he's dumb. Mike defends Hassan's position on China. Oh no! Ah! Mike says, am I dog shit for not thinking that Taiwan belongs to China on the grounds of shared ethnicity? To which Mike replied, Taiwan belongs to China according to the U.S. State Department. Stay mad, fascist. Oh my God! Destiny calls out Mike for scabbing during all day off Twitch protest. I can't believe you made a news program because somebody said, we're doing a general strike today. Get the fuck out of here. Mike lashes out at Destiny over tier list ranking, mistakenly thinks he ratioed someone. Like, this is it. PewDiePie calls Mike a simp. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Ballot disqualification controversy. What? Mike gets caught about lie. Like, this isn't even a thing. I've already talked about this a million times. Like, by the way, look at these debates. Look at the ones that they really care about. Me calling Mind Waves a sexist versus a 4-hour debate about Bernie versus Biden electability. 1 sentence response. This is psychotic. By the way, okay, let's read these. These are very funny. Come on, let's take a look at these. Mike's second conversation with Destiny occurred on August 7th, 2019. This conversation was much more contentious compared to Mike and Destiny's initial discussion. That's because me and Hassan laughed at Destiny's debate skills after our first debate. After our first debate, Destiny was like, Mike, I really like Mike. He's taught me that I need to pay more attention to electoral politics. He was like glazing me. But me and Hassan laughed at him on a stream about not knowing anything about politics. And so he was really mad. So he wanted to debate me again. The debate centered on economic and environment regulations and their impact on developing countries. No, that's not what the debate was about. The debate was about whether the Trans-Pacific Partnership Free Trade Agreement was good or not. And I was specifically talking about how so-called free trade agreements are damaging both the United States and to the developing economies for a variety of reasons while they are bad. And guess what? Joe Biden and Donald Trump and the Republican and the Democratic parties have pretty much abandoned this position. This was a position that Hillary Clinton had. Destiny argued that first world countries often impose stringent regulations on developing nations. No, they fucking don't. What is he talking about? No, they fucking don't. Like, this idiot, like, if you go back and listen to this debate, the person who summarized this debate is so fucking incompetent. They don't even know what Destiny was saying. Destiny was saying, no, there shouldn't be any regulations and trade agreements. We shouldn't require, for example, like labor laws or environmental laws because the U.S. industrialized without them. Mike contended that this is a nuanced issue, suggesting that merely placing environmental restrictions on developing countries isn't sufficient. He argued for more comprehensive measures, such as financial transfers and development subsidies to help these countries adhere to environmental standards without compromising their growth. The session also delved into the topic of multilateral trade agreements, specifically focusing on how these agreements can unfairly benefit corporations at the expense of labor and environmental standards. Destiny brings up that environmental shifts from manufacturing to service-based jobs in the U.S. have had a positive impact. He's a dumb fuck who thinks that free trade agreements were good for the U.S. Meanwhile, we are completely going the opposite direction right now. And both Biden and Trump agree on that because why? China's economy has grown so fast. So all of the things that we substantively talked about, Destiny got fucking owned on and doesn't even, I bet he doesn't even remember what positions he had at that point, right? Like, he's a dumb as fuck motherfucker. Mike's third conversation, Mike, Destiny being more open to the utility of these agreements and Mike being more critical of their real world impacts. If you go listen to this debate, it's Destiny not knowing anything about dick and me patiently explaining why he's stupid as fuck. The debate centered on the topic of stock buybacks, whether AOC was economically illiterate for criticizing them. Destiny argued that AOC's comparisons between stock buybacks and R&B expenditures are not directly related, while Mike defended the point that both came from the same pool of money, which is objectively true, and Destiny's a dumb fuck. When a corporation has $100 billion in cash, they could spend it on R&D. They could spend it on more compensation. They could spend it on stock buybacks. They could do a dividend. It's all the same pool of money. He's a dumb fuck. There's no debate here. Destiny contended that companies won't buy back stock if there are profitable investments to be made in R&D. Now, this is why Destiny is dumb. This is something that you would learn in Economics 101. Like, oh, why would a corporation not invest in R&D? And then I tried to explain to him that investing in R&D is uncertain. Let's say that if I invest in this drug, there's a 10% chance that this drug becomes a multi-billion-dollar drug and a 90% chance that it fails. I'm compensated based on the stock price going up. If I invest in the drug and it's super successful, the stock price will go up. Or I could just buy back stock and make the stock go up directly. What am I going to do as a CEO? Logically, I should just buy back stock because it's a guaranteed win for me. But for society at large, we want the investment to be made in the 10% chance. That's a pretty high chance that the drug is going to pay off. But we have now set up our society to focus on buying back stock instead of investing in drugs. Because you can't actually know what the odds are that the drug is going to perform or not. It is an uncertain reality versus guaranteed victory. So that's what they go for. That is called the agency problem. This is basic shit. Mike argued that this behavior could be influenced by the self-interest of executives rather than the company's well-being. Eventually, both debaters acknowledged the need for increased minimum wages and stronger unions, but disagreed on the role stock buybacks play in income inequality. Mike argued that addressing the issues like stock buybacks is part of a larger effort to reduce inequality. Destiny questioned if stock buybacks would be bad in an ideal world where workers were well compensated. Listen to this guy. This is his own fans summarizing the debate. Isn't this just fucking embarrassing for everybody? Isn't this just embarrassing for everybody? The two also discussed the influence of political appointees on the institutions like the EPA and the FBI, with Destiny warning against undermining the institutions. Mike insisted that they are not entirely independent and can be influenced by political appointments. Hey, chat, how is this holding up? Hey, Destiny, how is your take that the FBI and the EPA are independent holding up? They also debated the merits and drawbacks of the Electoral College versus popular vote systems. Mike argued for a more democratic system, while Destiny suggested that the Electoral College serves a purpose. Both touched on issues like gerrymandering, the role of the Supreme Court, and potential dangers of populism. Mike leaned toward more technocratic. That's not true. They don't know what these words mean. While Destiny remained adamant in cautioning against undermining existing essential institutions. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay, we're done. I just wanted to show you that. Holy fuck. I still have to deal with this guy 6 years later. The sex pest fucking creeps fans are still stalking me because I made him look stupid in debates on topics. And then so they've stalked me extensively. Anytime I do anything, I have Destiny's fans trying to find a place where I look bad because I made him look stupid in 6 or 7 debates. And they're still obsessed. Isn't that insane? Isn't that fucking insane that Sex Pestity's fans are like that? Incredible stuff. How long into a recession before you can't withdraw your money? No, that shouldn't be a problem. Unless the entire government collapses.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take
no room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, you know, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
Mr. President, just to follow up on my colleague's question.
And just so you understand, vast amounts of fentanyl have poured into our country from Mexico. And as you know, also from China, where it goes to Mexico and goes to Canada. And China also had an additional 10, so it's 10 plus 10. And it comes in from Canada and it comes in from Mexico. And that's a very important thing to say. Yeah, please, go ahead.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight?
I don't even know what to say. We are now facing the dumbest fuck piece of shit of all time.
Joining us now with how the potential tariffs could impact the U.S. economy, former CFPB Director Rohit Chopra and former Trump economic advisor Steve Moore.
Steve Moore. Okay, chat. If you don't know who Steve Moore is, Steve Moore is what we would call a freshwater economist, but in reality, he's not a real economist. He's what's called a perma bull. He thinks that as long as you cut taxes, the economy will grow forever. And he's a cokehead. And he's a fucking freak. And he's basically just famous for being on CNBC and going, the economy is doing great. No matter what happens, he's always saying the economy is doing great. and he became a Trump advisor because he was on TV a lot. He may be one of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my entire life.
Once again, we've got a big old debate set up with two people.
Where is Hassan and who the hell are you? You don't know who Mike from PA is? You don't know who Mike from PA is? You must be a casual.
That hate tariffs. This should be really great. Who wants to start? Who hates them more? Rohit, you probably hate them a little bit more.
No, actually, I'd say this. People want a fair trading system. They don't want countries to cheat. And I think where I would focus on is why are we letting millions of small packages coming in with unsafe goods and even ingredients to make fentanyl go uninspected and mostly from China? There's no question that there is unfair trading practices that really affect our workers.
They're basically going after Temu, chat. They can't compete.
And our businesses. But I think people are a little bit confused. What's the fixation with Canada? And there are places where we want to make sure we're protecting our workers and our businesses, but we got to be focused.
Why is Hassan gone? Hassan is gone because he said a no joke. He said a joke, and then basically it's called, before we talk about the recession a little bit more, I'm going to show you a video. We watch it from time to time. This is what you're dealing with. It's called The Card Says Moops.
Conservatism.
This is what it is. We all have to pretend that they think Hassan was calling for violence. Nobody thinks that. But we can't prove that they don't think that.
Whether it's hidden or whether it's shown.
We're gonna watch this just so you understand. This is 99% of Destiny / Asmongold reply guys. It is The Card Says Moops. You'll see what it means in a second.
Say, for the sake of argument, you're online blogging about a black journalist's commentary on marketing trends in video games, movies, and comic books. And you're saying how the vitriol in response to her fairly benign opinions reveals the deep-seated racism and misogyny in a number of fan communities, most especially those that lean right. When a right-leaning commenter pops in to say, or maybe they just actually disagree with her about marketing trends. For Christ's sake, there's no mystery here. People aren't speaking in coded language. They are telling you what they believe. She had a bad opinion. Why do you have to make it bigger than that? Why can't you ever take people at their word? You pause and ponder this for a moment. Heck with it. You're in a discoursing mood. Let's do this. Mr. Conservative. In order for me to take you at your words would have to show some consistency. Let me just lightning round a few questions about the reactionary web's positions on marketing trends. Do you believe that having the option to romance same-sex characters in an RPG turns the game into queer propaganda? Or do you believe that killing strippers in an action game can't be sexist because no one's making you do it? Do you believe that the pervasiveness of sexualized young women in pop culture is just there because it sells and that's capitalism and we all need to deal with it? Or do you believe that a franchise has an obligation to cater to its core audience even if diversifying beyond that audience is more profitable? Do you think words are inherently harmless and only oversensitive snowflakes would care about racialized language? Or do you think it's racist if someone calls you mayonnaise boy? And as long as I've got your ear, are you the party that believes in the right to keep and bear arms because you're distrustful of all authority and what if we need to overthrow the government someday? Or do you believe that cops are civil servants and we should trust their account of events whenever they shoot a black man for looking like he might have a gun? Does optional content reveal a game's ideology? Or doesn't it? Is capitalism a defense for decisions you don't agree with? Or isn't it? Is language harmful? Or not? Do you hate authority? Or love cops and the troops? Okay, but ease off. Add some nuance. Now, I know
this is basically Asmongold. He's just talking about Asmongold, right? Asmongold crying his eyes out over Cracker, which nobody is offended by, while he mocks an entire group of people for being genocided, right? Like, that's Asmongold. He's talking to Asmongold. Now, the only unrealistic part of this is you don't want to be that close to Asmongold. The guy hasn't taken a shower in a month. You would need to be in Bubble Boy's bubble in order to talk to Asmongold.
Right is not a monolith, and maybe these arguments are contradictory because they're coming from different people. We'll call them Engelbert and Charlemagne. Maybe Engelbert's the one who thinks any institution funded by tax money is socialist and therefore bad, and Charlemagne's the one who says we should dump even more tax money into the military and thinking otherwise is un-American. But here's the thing. Y'all have very fundamentally different beliefs, and you're so passionate about them that you're entering search terms into Twitter to find people you don't even follow and aggressively disagree with them. And yet you're always yelling at me and never yelling at each other. What's that about? And I can't.
Actually, you see this a lot. One of the funniest things that I'll see is a lot of groypers will be coming into like my chat to yell about H3. It's like, wait a minute. Why are Nazi groypers coming in here to yell at me about H3? It's like, oh, because they're just trying to target the left, and they're using somebody, Ethan Klein, as a useful idiot to target the left. They don't actually care about anything they said.
Say how often it happens, but I know if I let Engelbert go on long enough, he sometimes makes a Charlemagne argument, and vice versa. And I see you getting ready to say the left does the same thing, but don't change the subject. That's an extremely false equivalence, but more importantly, it doesn't answer my question. What do you actually believe?
And this is the number one thing that people like Asmongold and Destiny and Ethan Klein cannot answer. Is Ethan Klein a pro-Palestinian anti-Zionist? Or is Ethan Klein a propagandist for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Galan? Does he believe that Palestinians should have equal rights as Israelis in a unified state of Israel and Palestine? Or does he believe in a two-state solution? Or does he support the ethnic cleansing of Gaza? It depends on what day it is. Does Destiny believe in Medicare for all? Or does he believe in a public option? Or does he think that is pie in the sky bullshit? Does he think the minimum wage should be $15 an hour? Or is $15 an hour economically illiterate? Is AOC the dumbest motherfucker in the world? Or is she the only Democrat worth listening to? It depends on what is useful at the time. They don't believe in anything. They have no convictions. They have no thoughts. It is merely about posturing in the moment. And that is the most difficult part about politics in 2025. Legitimately, the most difficult and frustrating thing is that supporting Trump is not about supporting anything in particular. It's vibes only. And they just don't want to talk about this shit for real. That's why whenever Asmongold is talking to Hassan about anything, he doesn't actually ever state an opinion. He wants to do the Socratic method while he's probing and asking questions of Hassan, but never actually asserting anything himself. What does Asmongold actually believe should be done? Nobody fucking knows, and neither does he. It's saying whatever he needs to say to get in front of more eyes so that maybe he'll make jokes about people that are easy to bully, right? He'll punch down. Maybe he'll say something racist. Maybe he'll say something that's conventional wisdom in the far right communities he occupies. But as far as like ideas about what should be done, he has no fucking clue. Do you think Vosh does the same thing as Destiny? Yes, he's a dumber version of Destiny. Yeah.
So capable of respecting disagreement between each other, yet so incapable of respecting me, or for that matter, a black woman. See, I don't take you at your word because I cannot form a coherent worldview out of the things you say. So forgive me if when you tell me what you believe, I don't think you're being candid with me. It kinda seems like you're playing games, and I'm the opposing team, and anyone who's against me is your ally. And you're not really taking a position, but claiming to believe in whatever would need to be true in order to score points against me.
Like, this is exactly it. They don't believe that Hassan was calling for the assassination of Rick Scott, but to get Hassan banned, they'll pretend they do. They don't think that I actually called for Destiny to be assassinated, that I was trying to hire a hitman to take on Destiny, but to get me banned, they'll pretend that they do. They don't actually think Hassan is supporting terrorism, but to get Hassan banned, they'll pretend that they do because the goal is to get us deplatformed. They don't actually believe in anything. They don't actually believe it. We all know they don't believe it. How do I know? Because every single time I challenge people, they melt away instantly. Somebody said that I had pie in the sky views, and I said, which one of my views are pie in the sky? And they left.
Like we're in that one episode of Seinfeld.
Who invaded Spain in the 8th century?
That's a joke. The Moors.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry, it's the Moops. The correct answer is the Moops.
That's not Moops, you jerk. It's Moors. It's a misprint.
I'm sorry, the card says Moops.
This is borrowed observation.
Now, everybody understands this, right? Like, the reason why George is pretending that he thinks it's the Moops is so he can win Trivial fucking Pursuit, so he can win the board game. And he's got the card, which is all he needs to win the game, but he doesn't actually think it was Moors, or he doesn't actually think it's Moops. If his life was on the line, he wouldn't say it's the Moops, okay? He's pretending to think it's the Moops so he can prevent you from getting the little pie wedge, so he can win the Trivial Pursuit game. Tough luck. But this is about politics. This is real fucking shit. Asmongold doesn't really think that Sweet Baby Inc. is changing video games for the worse. He doesn't actually think that, but it does get him more views.
Number 1, link in the down there part. Whew, it feels good calling people hypocrites. Person says B when earlier they said A, and you point out the contradiction. You don't take a position on A or B, and you still win. I see why Republicans like this so much. But that's the kind of point scoring we're here to deconstruct. So let's get analytical.
And that is Destiny's entire career, by the way. That is Destiny's entire career. Destiny's entire career is not having a view on anything. It is just posture next to mainstream libs in much of the way they do politics, which is, I'm here to make money in politics, not to be in politics to accomplish anything.
There's a certain beat you at your own gaminess to the card says Moops maneuver. Safe spaces are bullshit, but if you get one, I get one too. There's no such thing as systemic oppression, but if there were, I'd be oppressed. It's dismissing.
This is Asmongold in a nutshell, right? There's no such thing as racism, but reverse racism against white guys is really important. Safe spaces are bullshit, but you called me cracker. This is Asmongold in a nutshell. This is Asmongold called out, called to filth. We know exactly what you are.
The rhetoric of social justice while also trying to use it against you. Claiming the card says Moops does not so much mean I believe the people who invaded Spain in the 8th century were literally called the Moops, but rather, you can't prove I don't believe it. Not a statement of sincere belief, simply moving a piece across the board. All in the game, yo. If they could be so nakedly honest with you and themselves to answer, what do you actually believe, truthfully? One suspects the answer would be, what difference does it make? We're right either way. This has come to be known as postmodern conservatism, a fact I find hilarious, because in the discourse, postmodernism is a dog whistle for everything the right hates about the left. It also means Jews. Postmodern conservatism is the thinking that, at least for the purpose of argument, the truth of who invaded Spain is immaterial. You have your facts, I have alternative facts. What is true? Who's to say? Regardless of what you actually believe, what you believe serving no rhetorical purpose, you are at least arguing from the position that material truth does not exist. Truth is a democracy. Whoever wins the argument decides who invaded Spain. It would be reductive to blame this pattern of thought on the internet, but its recent proliferation isn't really extricable from the rise of Chan culture. This is borrowed observation number 2, link in the down there part. 4chan didn't cause this way of thinking, but sites like 4chan reveal it in its most concentrated form. The two most common properties of a Chan board will be anonymity and lack of moderation, which means, among other things, that you can say whatever you want with no systemic or social repercussions. People may disagree with you, but it carries no weight. You won't be banned, you won't have your comments deleted, and because there's no way to know whether any two posts are made by the same person, you won't even get a reputation as the person with the bad opinion. The effect this has on the community is that there is no expectation in any given moment that the person on the other end of a conversation isn't messing with you.
And this is why people like Destiny and Asmongold are so damaging to politics. Because caring about shit is cringe. in the gaming space and the spaces that they come from, caring and authentically trying and believing in stuff is cringe. It's so the purpose of politics is to have a laugh. They don't really consider politics to be about X, Y, and Z thing, right? Like, for example, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Asmongold's mom got a lot of welfare when he was growing up. She got health care, she got food stamps. Like, Asmongold is alive because there was a lot of welfare that was given to him and his mom. And he would admit this. I mean, back in the day, it's the only reason he was able to stream, right? He probably even got like discounted or even free internet because he was on Medicaid and shit, right? His very existence depends upon these programs. Now, Asmongold, I have a question for you. Why did those programs exist? Why are there food stamps? Why is Medicaid and Medicare a thing? Why were programs created to give you low-cost internet? Do you think that happened by magic? Do you think it just appeared because people wanted to be nice one day? Do you think it's part of the universe that Medicare and Medicaid just exist, that it was handed down to us by God? I know you've never read a book, but seriously, I'm asking you that question. Why do you think you are alive right now? The reason why Asmongold is alive right now is because people fought, organized labor, leftists fought to make sure that his mom would get the welfare she needed to survive. Because people like her died on the street for generations. That is why. And I'm glad we did it. I'm glad his mom was able to get those services and his family was there to get those services. And I think that Asmongold isn't completely worthless. I know a lot of people look at Asmongold and they think that he's the scum of the earth. I am not one of those people. I think that Asmongold does have an entertainer and a mischievous charm. Like, I kind of get it. I would never watch him in a million years, but I think I see what other people see that watch him. And to see that he got lucky, and he knows it's luck, right? Like, Asmongold, you know it's luck, right? You certainly have some amount of a charisma. I would call it anti-charisma, but you have it. Similar to me, I have something that makes people watch. But instead of having gratitude and saying like, hey, I got really lucky and I want to pay it forward, you turn around and you try to take away the ladder that got you in the position you're in. Don't you feel like you're tempting fate? Don't you feel a little bit guilty? It's just fucked up. It's not, everything isn't a joke.
You can't know whether they mean what they say or are only arguing as though they mean what they say. And entire debates may just be a single person stirring the pot. Such a community will naturally attract people who enjoy argument for its own sake and will naturally trend towards the most extreme version of any opinion. In short, this is the free marketplace of ideas. No code of ethics, no social mores, no accountability. A Darwinist petri dish where ideas roam free and only the strong ones survive.
But here's the thing. Strong arguments don't mean logically consistent. They don't mean true. This is what these dumb, pseudo-libertarian, 4channing fucking morons don't realize. Good ideas don't mean true ideas. Good idea doesn't mean accurate, doesn't mean useful. A good idea on a 4chan board, and this is very important, or the free marketplace of ideas, this is very important for you to understand, are the ideas that hijack, the cognitive errors that human beings have, our ability and our tendency to create patterns that don't exist, our anchoring bias. It is the ideas that hook into the cognitive errors and belief systems that we have that are not actually true. The things that our brain, our primitive monkey brain, our ape brain, the problems and the shortcuts our cognitive abilities rely upon, but nonetheless lead us astray from the truth. Those are the ideas that succeed. The ones that hook into our fucking biases, not the ones that are truest, not the ones that are most useful, not the ones that are fairest, not the ones that provide value to humanity, but the ones that trick you the best. The most charlatanistic ideas. Those are the ideas that succeed. That's why we developed the system called science, you stupid fucks. Because we realized along the way, like, holy shit, actually, we're superstitious morons. We're idiots. We're assholes. We need to build up a process to attack our cognitive biases, to make things as empirical, to bring them out and test them with evidence. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But when we recognize that, oh, we have a lot of ideas that are based on bullshit, and we need to come up with a system that separates us ourselves from those ideas so we can test it. Like, this is what's important. And this is what people like Asmongold will never, ever, ever really give a fuck about, because they don't care. They do not care about honesty. They do not care about probity. They do not care about truth. They care about what gets more clicks. So they're looking for those ideas that trick you the best, not the ideas that are truest or fairest or justest. That is the problem with these fucking platforms and these places and debate perverts in general.
If the community agrees Bebop is better than Ava, well, then I guess Bebop is better than Ava because there wasn't any outside influence polluting the discourse. Granted, it could just be a lot of people thought it was funny to shit on Ava, but it's what the community has decided, so it will at least be treated as truth. This demands that one be both highly opinionated and to assume opinions are bullshit, to place a high premium on consensus, and be intensely distrustful of groupthink. A common means of straddling these lines is what I call the Stanislavski opinion. The opinion you entertain so completely that you functionally believe it while you express it, no matter the possibility that you will express, and to an extent believe, an opposite opinion later.
This is literally just Asmongold. This is literally just Asmongold. This is Asmongold. He says shit, maybe he believes it in the moment, but then he fucking discards it, just like a stream. There's no there. And in fact, the desire to want there to be substance makes you a cringe lord.
Most of us go through a phase in our youths where we're online.
Are we expecting a market crash? Oh, it already happened. It's already happening. S&P 500 posts biggest loss since December as Trump says tariffs will proceed. NASDAQ was down 497 points. The Dow Jones down 649 and the S&P 500 down 104. VIX is up to 2278. This is a big red flag of incoming recession. When you see these big spikes of the VIX, if we break 30, recession inbound. VIX is a measurement of volatility.
And like the idea of believing in something, but don't know what to believe just yet. So we pick a position and find out if we believe it by defending it. We try on ideologies like sunglasses off a rack. Now, most of us will eventually settle on a belief system, and this will usually involve some apologies and some comments we wish we could scrub from the internet, but it's an important stage of growing up. But some percentage of people will seek out
I'm so glad that I grew up before my dumb 20-year-old opinions would forever be linked to me. I'm so glad that I'm in the, I was there to see the internet arise, but not so young to be only understand the internet. I know what the world is like before the internet. Do you know how awesome that is? You know what it's like to know about the world before the internet and having lived through that and how great it is? I can't imagine being 25 or 30 right now. What do we do? You want to actually know what we would do? We would go outside and play. You know what else I would do? Smoke cigarettes and shoplift and be a delinquent. I would play Super Nintendo. And I could buy cigarettes because they didn't make, you didn't have to be 18 to buy cigarettes back then. So when I was 14, I could buy myself a pack of cigarettes. I remember when I used to buy a carton of cigarettes, $19.99. Gasoline when I started driving was $1.25. In fact, I would drive my Chevy S10, 1998 Chevy S10 to McDonald's for 29-cent hamburgers. I would put $5 of gas into my car.
I treat you right, don't I? I always do what you want to do. Like, remember last Sunday when you wanted to go to McDonald's for 39-cent cheeseburgers? I took you, right? And what about Wednesday for 29-cent hamburgers, huh?
It's not you.
Well, what's wrong?
It's Thursday.
Now at McDonald's, you can get 39-cent cheeseburgers every Sunday and 29-cent hamburgers every Wednesday. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Those were the days, baby. And you know what you would do? You'd roll up and you'd be like, 10 cheeseburgers, please. That was the shit. And then you'd be like, there you go. Here's your $2.90. And you know what the minimum wage was then, chat? You know what minimum wage was? I think it was $5.15, I think. Minimum, maybe it might have been $4.50 minimum wage in 1998. Wait, oh, that was in California. No, in the U.S., not in California. From September 1st, 1997 through July 23rd, 2007, the minimum wage was $5.15 per hour. Cheeseburgers, 39 cents. Minimum wage, $5.15 an hour. What's the minimum wage today? $7.25. What's a cheeseburger? Fucking $7.25. Things are a lot shittier than they used to be. How do you know that off rip? Because I've got what's known as an eidetic memory, which is not really true. Nobody really does. But some things I just remember really well. Also, I'm a politician. Of course I know these little vignettes. If I can't explain little stories about the world at this point, after being a politician for almost a decade, like, what do you want from me? Who would forget when burgers were cheap? Oh, no, I don't remember. Was yours red? No, mine was, I had a Chevy S10, but it was a base model, chat. Chevy S10, 1998 Chevy S10, manual transmission, power doors? Nope. Power locks? Nope. Power windows? Nope. Crew cab? Nope. It was a two-seater. The only thing I had was an extended bed and bed liner. It had a four-cylinder engine. Four-cylinder inline engine. Rear wheel drive. Base model Chevy S10. That truck was to do work, and that's it. Did you have a jumper seat behind the driver's seat? No. This was a compact truck. Do they even make shit like that anymore? Do they make anything like that? Is the Chevy S10 still around? Like, is that still around? Chuck D's, thank you. I think my truck was like, I think I got it for like less than $10,000. It would be, I don't think it was very much money at all. I'm currently sitting in my great grandfather's 92 S10. It's a shame trucks aren't built like this anymore. Yeah, it was pretty great. No, you're a politician. Name every policy. I probably could, honestly. Would you recommend me buying my grandpa's low mileage S10 that doesn't drive anymore? You would have to rebuild the entire engine. Do you know how to rebuild an engine? My grandfather was a World War II veteran, not a Vietnam War veteran. My grandfather was born in Scotland and he immigrated to Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania. My grandfather, he was Scottish. He moved to America at 14 with his dad and his family. And his dad died within 6 months in a coal mine collapse in Western Pennsylvania. And when World War II started, September of 1939, my grandfather was hated Nazis so much and was such an anti-fascist that he paid for himself to go back to Scotland just to fight the Nazi. He was shot down in the Battle of France and captured in the Bay of Biscay in 1940. So the entire time we were in World War II, which was December 7th, 1941, he was in a stalag until it was finally liberated by the Russians. My great-granddad was a coal miner in Pennsylvania too. He lost 3 fingers, yeah. And then he came back and he was a steel worker and he had 11 kids. Did he survive? Yeah, of course. I told you he got saved by the Russians. By the Soviets, of course. And then he had 11 kids. And his youngest daughter was my mom. 11, buy a TV. TVs were expensive back then.
Space where there is no embarrassment, the comments scrub themselves, and never growing out of the Stanislavski
All the
opinion
kids with the same
is
woman? Yeah, of course.
Actively rewarded. There, figuring out what you believe would make your ability to argue less flexible. And besides, if you believed anything unironically, much of the community would still assume you're trolling. Where no one is bound by their word, what really is the difference between appearing to have an opinion and having one? Sincerity is unprovable and open to interpretation. Decide someone is sincere if you want to make fun of them. Decide they're trolling if you want to make fun of someone else. What is true? What do you want to be true? It's easy enough to start thinking of one's own opinions the same way. What do I believe? What is advantageous to believe? Your answer isn't binding. You'll change it later if you need to. The person I'm describing, you spend time online, you'll meet him a lot. His name is Schrodinger's douchebag. Borrowed observation number 3, link in the down there part. A guy who says offensive things and decides whether he was joking based on the reaction of people around him. Any website that lacks effective moderation and allows some level of anonymity will, to varying degrees, approximate 4chan and be overrun with Schrodinger's douchebag. Now, when this type of person defends, for instance, rape jokes by saying all humor is inherently punching down because there must be a butt to every joke, he hasn't thought about it. He assumes it's true because he figures he's a smart guy and whatever he assumes is probably right.
This is literally Destiny and Asmongold. Like, literally. If I can put together something that sounds kind of superficially true in the moment, then I guess that's what I believe in the moment.
But he's unfazed if you prove otherwise. There's no shortage of dodgy reasons he might be right and you wrong. He'll just pick another one. What matters is the game continues.
The
thing
continues.
is, Bob, it's not that they're lying, it's that they just don't care. I'll say that again for the cheap seats. When they make these kinds of arguments, they legitimately do not care whether the words coming out of their mouths are true. If they cared...
And this is basically this is what Twitch stupidly fucking does by banning Hassan over that comment. Dumb fuck Twitch. What they've effectively done is been like, oh, these people really believe Hassan was doing a death threat. No, they don't. They understand that he was speaking idiomatically and pointing out the hypocrisy of Republicans who are cutting Medicare and Medicaid from millions of Americans. Let's stop for a second and talk about what that means. If billions of dollars are cut from Medicaid and Medicare, that means people who get sick will not get treatment and they will die. Or they will become maimed, or they will become significantly sicker. Do you get it, you dumb fuck? So the fake death, which is Rick Scott Rick Scott calling for Rick Scott's death, which is not what he did. That's fake. What's real is thousands and millions of people are going to get sicker or possibly die because they don't get the health care they objectively need for a disease they provably have by a doctor willing to treat them. Because if nobody pays for the hospital, if nobody pays for the medicine, under capitalism, you don't get it. So you fucking die. That's what this is about. So Destiny and H3H3 and Dan Saltzman and Asmongold, they all, and libs of TikTok, they all pretend to think he was doing it. They do not care. It's about shutting him up so they can kill these people and have nobody complain about it. That's what it's about. And for Asmongold, it's not even about that. He doesn't give a shit about politics. He's doing it to get more views. It's all in the game, yo. So if your family member dies because of Medicare or Medicaid cuts, they killed them. Hassan said you as in Mike Johnson. Exactly. Mike Johnson doesn't care about waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. He just doesn't want to pay taxes so the poors get help. That's all it is.
Before they said something is true, they would look it up. So it's kind of funny, right? How many of these folks self-identify as rationalists? I mean, typical rational thinking would say, if I am presented with the truth, I will believe it. And once I believe it, I will defend it in argument. This is not that. This is a different idea of rationality that views it not as a practice, but as an innate quality one either possesses or lacks, like being blonde or left-handed.
If you're a white guy, you're rational. If you're a woman, you're hysterical. But not leftist. Leftist, that doesn't apply to Mike. Yes, Mike is a white, straight, cis man in a long-term relationship. But he's a leftist. He's cringe. Doesn't apply to Mike. But every other white guy, it's logical.
If I'm arguing it, I must believe it because I'm a rational person. And if I believe it because I'm a rational person, it must be true. You speak assuming you're right. And should you take a new position, this telescopes out into a whole new set of beliefs with barely a thought. Stay focused on the argument, you won't even notice it's happening. You might now conclude that the internet reactionary believes in nothing except winning arguments with liberals. And like Newtonian physics, if you assume this framing, you will get highly useful results. If you enter conversation with Engelbert and Charlemagne believing they do not mean what they say, they are only entertaining notions, and on a long enough timeline they will eventually defend a position fundamentally incompatible with the one they defended earlier in the same argument, you will navigate that conversation much more effectively. But, like Newtonian physics, this framing is lowercase a accurate, without being capital T true. In reality, nihilism isn't that popular. People will tell you, I don't care about anything, I just like triggering the libs. But why is it always libs? It is piss easy and also hilarious to upset conservatives. Why?
Just say that you think cracker isn't a racial slur, and they'll be whining and crying and pissing their fucking trousers.
I only go after the SJWs. The simple answer is, well, if you upset a feminist, you might make her cry. If you upset a Nazi, he might stab you. And that has a cooling effect. But the more obvious answer is that they actually agree with the racist MRA and TERF talking points they repeat, but would rather not think about it. So much of conservative rhetoric is about maintaining ignorance of one's own beliefs. To uphold the institution of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy while thinking you are none of those things. Well, okay, knowing you're a capitalist, but thinking it's a good thing. Most people have a baseline of fairly conventional kindergarten morality, and conservatism often clashes with it. You can rationalize these contradictions. I'm not a bigot, I just believe in states' rights. But as American conservatism gets more radical...
Can't be a leftist and pro-communism, it's just contradictory. Your name is old school gay.
Radical, it gets harder to square one's politics with what one assumes to be one's beliefs. So you learn when someone challenges you to cycle through beliefs until something sticks. Just play your hand and trust that you're right. Or, in extreme cases, insist you have no beliefs at all. You're just here to...
It's like one of those things that's really shocking because it's like homosexuality and intolerance of it has always been associated with the left wing. And its suppression and oppression has always been associated with the right wing, including killing homosexuals, sterilizing them, forcing them into a conversion therapy. It's just like, it's one of those things that you see and you're just like, you think you're on the team, bro, but you're not.
Watch the world burn. But they're not. They are willing participants in the burning of only certain parts. They don't care what they believe, but they know what they hate, and they don't want to think about why they hate it. On paper, they believe in freedom of religion and freedom of expression, but they also hang out in communities where Muslims and trans women are punching bags. And like a 6th grader who believes one thing in Sunday school and another thing in biology class,
Dr. Brainslug, thank you for the 20 tier 1s.
They believe...
Damn, chat, we're closing in on 500. Also, we're at 6,966 viewers. Will we break? We broke 7,000. Okay, 7,036. Look at that, chat. Let's do it. The radicalization will continue. What's your favorite pro-Chinese propaganda? Now that I'm the biggest political streamer, what's your favorite pro-Chinese propaganda?
Believe different things at different times. This flexibility of belief is fertile ground for far-right recruitment. I'd say the jury is out on whether Chan boards attract far-right extremists or are built to attract far-right extremists, but they're where extremists congregate.
Chuck D's, thank you. Holy shit. The Oilers are going crazy right now. Chuck D's with the 50 bomb. Holy. The Oilers, man. The Oilers. This is, if you guys want an idea of my political takes, this is it.
And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me what. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the...
By the way, this is my favorite thing. The clip right here, right there. This is Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping was sent to the rural areas to work on a farm because his father was a pretty big, important guy in the Chinese Revolution. And during the Cultural Revolution, some of the original revolutionaries and their families were sent to the fields to work with the peasants. And you know what Xi Jinping did? He went and he worked in those rural areas, and then he worked his ass off to improve the lives of the people in his district. And he was the most effective administrator, and he fought harder for those people than anybody else. And so he was promoted because of his Sigma grind set, because he had the highest performing area and his people had the best improvement in their quality of life. And he was promoted He was promoted out. And that's why he's the leader of China today. All right, let's keep going. Can you imagine like somebody being the, you know, a governor of North Dakota and it's like the best growing state in the country and then that being why they get promoted? It never happened here.
And organize because they're where extremists are tolerated and where they blend in with the locals. They learn the lingua franca of performative irony. Say what you mean in such a way that people who disagree think you're kidding and people who agree think you're serious. People who don't know what they believe, but clearly have some fascist leanings, don't need to be convinced of Nazi rhetoric. They just need to be submerged in it and encouraged to hate liberals. They'll make their way right on their own. Folks start using extremist rhetoric because it wins arguments with SJWs, usually because that's the moment the SJW decides it's not fruitful and possibly unsafe talking to you. And this creates the appearance that if it keeps winning arguments, there must be something to it. The far right literally has handbooks on how to do this. Those who don't consciously embrace the ideology, who don't transition from participating to getting recruited, are still useful. They spread the rhetoric, they pad the numbers, and often participate in harassment and sometimes even violence. There's a twisted elegance to all this. Think about it. If you operate as though there is no truth, just competing opinions, and as though opinions aren't sincere, just tools to be picked up and dropped depending on their utility, then what are you operating under? Self-interest. The desire to win. You'll defend the Holocaust just to feel smarter than someone. Superior. Think how beautifully that maps onto the in-group, out-group mentality of dominance and bigotry. And think how incompatible it is with liberal ideas of tolerance. I think this is why we don't see a lot of these "I'm just here to fuck shit up" types on the left.
That's me, baby. That's fucking me. It's time. It's time.
Don't get me wrong. The left has gotten on some bullshit, but accepting politicians whom you should never assume mean anything they say, it's sincerely believed bullshit. We don't build identities around saying things just to piss people off. The takeaway from all this is not only that I
agree with that. I never do that.
That you can't tell the difference between a bigot who doesn't know they're a bigot and a bigot who knows but won't tell you, but that there is no line dividing the two. When some guy in the middle of a harassment campaign says the victims should be nicer to their harassers because that will mend the rift, I don't know if he believes it. But in that moment, he believes it. And that scares the shit out of me. But if you're asking how many layers of irony he's...
Asmongold really thinks that Hassan is pro-terrorist. Do you guys actually think he believes that? Of course he doesn't believe that. I don't even know if I think that Asmongold thinks that, you know, one race is superior to another race. I think it's just fun for him to say, right? I feel like he just enjoys getting a rise out of people. And by the way, I am an older brother, right? I'm the oldest sibling of my family. My dad was the oldest in his family, and I'm the oldest of him. So I'm the oldest of the oldest. So back in feudal times, I would be the guy inheriting the throne. All right? Let's just put it that way. I know what it's like to tease your younger siblings and fuck with them and get a rise out of them. We all understand what it's like to be a mischievous guy and the fun that you get from that. But at a certain point, you're supposed to mature into a man. And I think a lot of the guys on Twitch think that being told to mature to a man is like, basically, you are their mother telling them they need to clean their room. And it's like, when you're a 40-year-old man, you need to mature a little bit.
He's on as compared with the actual harassers, 9 times out of 10, it doesn't matter. Borrowed observation number 4 is we are what we pretend to be.
I love folks Innuendo Studios. He finished the alt-right playbook. He's no longer making these. He just published the last one, but I highly recommend them all. He's been making them for like the better part of a decade. We watched it on Hassan's stream and on this stream, but I feel like today is another day for this. We should just, I'm going to replay this video because I think that with Hassan being banned, temporarily banned, but who knows how long it's going to be. This is my favorite.
I have just landed in Shenzhen, and take a look at this airport. I mean, it is just insane. Look at that screen. I think that's the clearest screen I've ever seen in my life. What is that? It's just full floating in the air. I've never seen anything like this before. The scale, the size of it is massive. I've only just arrived here and I'm getting hit in the face with this futuristic infrastructure already. Welcome to Shenzhen. Welcome to the future.
Oh my God, it's coming from the sky.
That is insane. Oh my God. Shenzhen's transformation from a modest fishing village to a sprawling, futuristic megacity is one of the most remarkable urban development stories in modern history. This evolution unfolded over the last few decades.
I want to be this guy. Xi Jinping, reach out. Like, what the fuck?
It's fueled by visionary policies, investments, technological innovation, and a phenomenon known as China speed.
Today, Shenzhen is a city of over 17 million people with one of the highest GDPs in China. It's known for its futuristic skyline, including the iconic Ping An Finance Center, one of the tallest buildings in the world. As a leader in 5G technology, artificial intelligence, and electric vehicles, Shenzhen continues to shape the future of China's economy. Speaking of the future, take a look at this.
We are now at the Shenzhen Metro, and this is Gangsha.
This is what their subway looks like, chat. This isn't a train station. This is a subway station. I want to explain this again. This is not a train station. This is a subway station.
North Station, a major interchange station for multiple metro lines, including Line 2, Line 10, and Line 14. And I know what you're thinking. I'm speechless too, and I've been here before, but every time I come here, it takes my breath away. Just look at this. I feel like I've literally just walked into a science fiction movie. This is just crazy. The design, the architecture, the atmosphere, the technology. This is just one single station on Shenzhen's vast metro system. Can you believe that? I mean, I know at first glance, this may look like an airport. This is better than the UK's best airport. And this is just it's a metro station.
By the way, chat, this is what New York City subway looks like.
No. No.
Oh my God. This is a metro station. I just want to make that clear.
And here we have the tolls to get in and out. You can either use your phone, scan the QR code, or use the token. And they even have facial recognition. There I am, still handsome.
And meanwhile, in America, in New York City, America's richest city, they have subway stations that look like this.
Oh, okay, this guy's helping. Oh, okay, thank you. Now this is propaganda. But by the way, it's not propaganda. This is what New York City subway looks like. It hasn't been improved since 1880. Like, this is the shithole that we live in. I'm sorry that it pisses you off, but it is true. Vote Cuomo to keep this shitty, make the city worse. Look at that rat.
And in the UK, they've been talking about their high-speed rail line, the HS2, for years, for decades, and nothing gets done. It's just all talk, talk, talk. No action. Meanwhile, in China, they've literally built subway systems in every major city, and there's a high-speed rail network that covers the entire country. And by the way, the UK is smaller than one single province in China, and they cannot even get their act together to make one simple high-speed rail line. I know what the UK should do. They need to talk to China, get some tips from China on how to build high-speed rail.
Line 14 is just one of Shenzhen's automated metro lines. Yes, you heard that correctly. There is no driver. Automated lines can operate more frequently with less downtime between trains, improving overall capacity and reducing waiting times for passengers.
I've now just popped down to Chegongmiao and just look at this place. Again, I mean, this is just one station.
Notice the other thing about it, chat. There's English.
Look at the size of this place. It's crazy. These stations, they're just...
Excuse me.
I don't know what to say anymore. I mean, look at this. The future world, nature, technology. I know. We're in the future. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Shenzhen. Have you ever seen a metro station like this before?
They even have Tim's. They even have Tim's.
This is just... I'm speechless. We've got nothing like this in the UK. Nothing. Uncomparable.
I have now come to Shenzhen Talent Park. Now, I've just ordered a drink to this park. Now, wait till you see the method of delivery. Here we go.
And over there you can see some of Shenzhen's famous skyline. You have the bamboo building there standing at 392 meters tall. And although Shenzhen is just scattered with super tall skyscrapers everywhere, you can still see that there's more skyscrapers just popping up and interesting architecture being built there. I mean, there's some more skyscrapers over there. The speed at which development takes place here is crazy.
And here we are. You see that flying in the sky there? That is my takeaway order. That's my drink there, up in the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's my why my. Is it Superman? No. Here comes my drink. That is insane. Oh my god. The package has landed. Oh, there's another one. Someone else just ordered something. Let me try. Oh, it's about to take off. It's got to move out of the way. Moving out of the way for another order. Bye-bye, Mr. Drone. Thank you for my order.
The funniest thing is the Chinese government calls us moderately prosperous because they count everybody in China. They don't just count the richest city and go, look how great our richest city is. That means everybody's doing great. In China, they look at the poorest area and they say this still needs effort. We still have to improve this area. So we're only moderately rich. In America, we only care about the best places. We don't care about the worst places. You deserve it if you're poor in America.
Oh my god, right, let's try. Right, I'm going to put in the last digits of my phone number.
By the way, this is why Republicans and Democrats want you to fight a war with China. Because they know we can't compete. If we just traded fairly with China, we couldn't compete. So now they want to escalate a conflict and a war, which why the fuck would we want to do that? Whose interest is served by that? Are you getting rich from that war? I think not. You're the cannon fodder to be killed.
Wow, and there it is. There's my package. Came from the skies. Oh, there's another one just coming in. Wow, look at that. There's another guy. Oh my god, we built up a bit of a crowd now. Right, it's time to open my package.
There's a white guy there.
Oh, this is crazy.
Like, what's this white guy doing?
I feel like I'm living in the future here. How is this possible? And there's my drink. Look at this. Let's try it. Let me just test to see if it is indeed a real drink. Oh, I didn't open it. It's a real drink.
They're like, oh, there's a white guy here. What's this white guy doing? That's the one thing about China. I mean, okay, you can't deny that. People are like, oh, white people. The problem that the world has is that a lot of people bought Western propaganda. So they're like, oh, white people are nice. That's our propaganda. You got tricked, bitch.
I believe it. Right, so then once you...
I was in China as a child and people asked for photos of me all the time.
done with the package. You fold it up and then you put it inside there. It gets recycled and used again.
This is just... it's surreal.
Hello, everyone.
My drink just
so
today
came
we're
from
going
the
to be house
hunting
hunting
in Hangzhou, China, in one of the China's political season. I'm Zhong Shi, live in Beijing. The third session of the 14th National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, China's top political advisory body, will open on Tuesday in Beijing. In a few minutes, officials will hold a press briefing at the Great Hall of the People. Spokesperson Liu Jieyi will brief the Chinese and foreign media and answer questions from journalists. CGTN will bring you live updates from the press conference. Joining me in the studio,
full-blown Chinese propaganda. They thought Hassan was a Chinese glazer. You ain't seen nothing yet, bitch.
is Liu Baocheng, Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics, the University of International Business and Economics, and Einar Tangen, Senior Fellow of Taihe Institute and Chairman of Asian Narratives. Gentlemen.
Now, in all seriousness, like, if I were to watch this, people would be like, Mike is just spreading propaganda. And then they would turn on CNN and be like, ooh, the news. The news is here. And it's like, I'm looking for a news clip, but why is everybody cringe about everything?
$1 billion.
Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit, chat.
This is the biggest.
You know what I should do? I should do a Kamala Harris versus Xi Jinping game, where I just take quotes from Kamala Harris and quotes from Xi Jinping, and then have you pick who's who. That would be the funniest fucking shit. And then I could do Kamala Harris and Hitler, and then that would be another funny one.
Solar plant in the United States, located in Kern, California. The Solar Star plant is over 8 square miles and has a generation capacity of 579 megawatts, powering around 255,000 homes. Now, this is impressive.
That's America's biggest renewable energy. Wow, 250,000 homes. Wow.
But about 6,500 miles away in this remote desert, there's a solar facility that could dwarf it and just about every other solar plant on Earth. And it's not alone. Like many deserts, China's Kabuki Desert enjoys persistent but predictable winds and around 280 days of scorching sunshine every year. This makes it a challenging place to live, farm, or do just about anything else, but it makes it perfect for solar and wind generation. That's exactly what China is doing. This is the Kabuki Renewables base. It's roughly the size of 20 central parks, and when it's fully operational, it will supply 16 gigawatts to well over 1 million homes. Kabuki is impressive, but it's just the centerpiece in a vast network of around 225 bases being built across China's western and northern deserts. Kabuki and its sister projects are well on track to have generational capacity of 455 gigawatts, 60% of which will be solar and the other 40% will be wind. Now that's just staggering. To put it in perspective, that's more clean energy generation capacity than is currently available in any nation outside of China. A system that large could almost cover India's current energy needs by itself.
1.21 gigawatts!
455 gigawatts is equal to the combined green energy generation of the United Kingdom, Australia, and Indonesia, plus the total power capacity of Brazil. These bases are all due to come online within the next year or two, and that means China could dwarf the world's current renewable generation capabilities. But that raises the question, how is the world's current biggest polluter turned into green energy's biggest champion? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. This video is brought to you by Incogbe, but more on that later. Remember this? Well, we're back in the desert.
My job now, chat, is to make this the most pro-communist and socialist channel ever and make the milquetoast Hassan streams. They're going to be begging for Hassan back. They're going to be begging for Hassan back. They're going to be like, please bring Hassan back.
We already know, as I mentioned, that deserts are great for renewable energy generation. Can't have a solar farm without sun, and deserts have a lot of sun. Likewise, wind farms need wind, and that broad, warm, flat expanse
Social Democrat Hassan, he just wanted Medicare for all
of desert makes for reliable wind currents and predictable power generation. That all makes sense, but I've been a little deceptive. I haven't shown you a single shot of the Kabuki Desert just now. These are from the Ulaanbaatar, Tanger, and Badain-Jaran deserts, which are also in China. It just so happens that over 1/5 of China's landmass is desert, and it's one of the largest countries in the world. What I'm trying to say is that China has a lot of room to work with, and as we mentioned earlier, deserts aren't exactly valuable territory. So the nation has leveraged the cheap real estate and surplus of sand to acquire huge tracts of land that is actively turning into these massive renewable bases. This helps drive down the price of solar and wind power. China has the resources and space to build out a lot of cheap solar and wind energy. But there's more obvious factors at play here too. Back in the 1990s, China saw a financial opportunity in serving Germany's growing demand for solar panels. Thanks to nearby raw materials and the structure of its supply chain, China was able to produce a ton of affordable solar panels. Other solar companies around the world didn't like the government subsidies and incentives the Chinese government was leveraging. In response, many countries imposed tariffs on Chinese-made solar panels in the 2000s. However, China was able to pivot and grow its own domestic renewables program. This drove domestic demand for solar panels and turbines. As Chinese economic and industrial power grew, demand for renewables grew right along with it. So how did China build
they've been belly aching and bawling their eyes out about China making cheap solar panels. And here's the thing about this. If you buy yourself a solar system, then you generate your own electricity and you no longer have to buy coal power or oil power or gas power. You produce that for 25 years or longer and you're free from worrying about electricity price spikes. They don't want that. They want you to have to buy that natural gas they just fracked out of Texas or Pennsylvania. Don't buy that cheap Chinese solar panel and give yourself freedom. No, we want you to have to pay for our expensive, dirty, domestically produced energy. And so they're going to slap massive tariffs on it.
Their own renewable energy bases, cheap access to lots of green technology, lots of manufacturing power, and lots of land ideal for solar and wind generation. But how China is building these bases is not as interesting as why China is rapidly building these bases. This is a big reason why China is going so big on renewables. This is Beijing in 2021, one of the biggest cities in one of the most powerful countries on Earth, and it's facing a crippling blackout. And this wasn't the only blackout. Well, what was that? Well, that year, the world faced a coal shortage due in part to the ongoing pandemic. More than half of China's energy comes from coal, which meant that the shortage forced parts of China to go dark. Droughts also meant that the hydroelectric plants were struggling to keep up with the demand too. As you can imagine, that was both bad for the Chinese citizens and the country's economy at large. Then there's this. Here it is again, it's Beijing, and it's not out of power this time, it's just covered in a thick, toxic cloud. Industry isn't clean. It needs a lot of power, and the fastest and easiest way to get power is the dark side.
Join me on the dark side of the force.
I mean, fossil fuels. And if China's massive industrial sector wasn't power hungry enough, they also have a massive population that needs electricity too. Most of which, again, comes from fossil fuels, which results in pollution like this. Not the kind of imagery an ascendant global power wants to project. While we're on the subject of fossil fuels, China is the world's second largest consumer of oil. They burned through over 13 million barrels per day in 2023, while only producing around 4 million. Including strategic reserves, that has led China to import around 11.4 million barrels of oil per day in 2023.
This is what America wants to happen because we are an oil producing nation. We want other countries dependent upon oil.
Which comes with a hefty price tag. Sure would be great if they weren't reliant on others for their energy needs. I think you can see where I'm going with this. So why is China adding 455 gigawatts of renewable energy? Lots of economic reasons, protecting the health of their citizens, energy independence, and international prestige, just to name a few. Gosh, it's almost like there's a lot of benefits for going green. And if it's possible for this massive polluter to turn around, can other countries do it too? Are there lessons we can learn from China? And what does such a massive jump in green energy generation mean for the rest of the world? Well, before talking about how this may impact the rest of the world, there's something else that can impact you directly, and that's protecting. Low will get 60% off Incogni. Thanks to Incogni and to all of you for supporting the channel.
Ethical reaction.
So back to what we can learn from China. Now, the installation of bases like the one in Kabuki has analysts like those from the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air all but guaranteeing that Chinese emissions and fossil fuel use not only will fall next year, but enter into an extended period of structural decline. This is due not just to those bases coming online, but the growth of
What that means is China is setting itself up to not only reduce their emissions, but to put them into permanent year-over-year decline to the point where they become 100% carbon neutral. So they'll go from being the top polluter to producing zero carbon emissions.
green tech industries in China like renewable batteries and electric vehicles. China is now hitting their
Okay, if China is capitalist, then why do we want to fight? If China's just a capitalist country, then why do you want to fight them? Why not just trade? When do I start shoveling chicken into my mouth? I don't like chicken that much. Like, I'll eat chicken. It's just not my go-to meat. I'm a beef boy, you know, like chicken, it's all right. I like chicken from time to time. It's just not my favorite. Give me the beef.
2030 reduced emissions goal 5 years ahead of schedule.
What was that, chat?
Both of other green tech industries in China like renewable batteries and electric vehicles. China is now hitting their 2030 reduced emissions goal 5 years ahead of schedule. This gives me hope that they'll be able to hit their zero emissions goal in 2060 as well. Now, if one of the largest consumers of fossil fuels can do it, then the rest of us can too, right? More immediately, all these plants coming online should mean less polluted air, not just for China, but its neighboring countries as well, and maybe more. If China continues to build these facilities and the technology continues to improve, there are opportunities for these neighbors to buy surplus clean energy from China. Countries like Mongolia, that are currently China's major coal sources, are acutely aware of China's greenification. They're trying to find alternative ways to generate energy and income as coal demand collapses. Mongolia shares the Gobi Desert with China, and their side of the Gobi is just as capable at generating that amazing solar and wind energy. There's an opportunity here for China to export not just energy, but the energy generation expertise and material to these neighbors. It's flipping the script. But these opportunities aren't just limited to China's neighbors. Since 2013, China has been making economic and literal inroads to much of the world, especially the global south, with its Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI. It's like China's attempt to make a sort of Neo-Silk Road. Basically, China builds up these countries' infrastructure in exchange for favorable access to their natural resources. Under the BRI, China can potentially build up their green infrastructure of these countries too. Though I have to point out that BRI is very controversial. Proponents and the World Bank have noted that BRI involvement can raise a country's GDP by upwards of 4%.
How many subs do I have? Oh shit, you're right, chat. My sub count is wrong. I'm at 7270. It's the start of a new month, chat. 7270. And because last month was fucking February, the month was shorter. So you fall faster. It's very annoying.
It can also boost the world's economy and gives these countries access to infrastructure development that in many cases wouldn't normally be available to them.
So true.
Detractors have called it a form of neocolonialism and have cited instances where the program negatively impacted the local environment, involved displacing native peoples, and even some really kind of bad human rights abuses. Again, I'm not a geopolitics channel, I'm not.
And then this story, the Chinese debt trap is a myth. It's not true. The myth of the Chinese debt trap, like, it's not true. Everybody knows it's bullshit. It's just a talking point people came up with to try to convince Americans and Europeans that it's bad. But in reality, it's not. And these are not just like takes of pro-China people. These are like Bloomberg and shit.
I'm not going to get into the details of that, but it does bring up a good point.
Am I wearing an expensive Gucci shirt? Oh, no, of course not. This is a weird piece of art that I bought from a famous art installation where they make weird, creepy shit. Like this, for example, has like, can you see the cheddar bunker? Maybe you can't see it. Hold on. I don't know if you can see this. You can't see shit. I can't explain it. I can't show you, but it's like a weird art shirt. I showed you guys this before, but it's not expensive at all.
Is a global power on the ascent. And I'm not suggesting that they'll bestow this energy or technology on their neighbors or allies simply out of the goodness of their heart. Surely there will be some serious economic...
Elon Musk was shown with a swastika in his hand in Dusseldorf? Oh. It's somebody made an art piece criticizing him. Okay, yeah, we get it. I was like, wait, what?
And political strings attached. Is it worth the trade-off for the improved infrastructure and access to green technology?
When are you going to interview a Houthi TikTok? Has there ever been a Houthi on Twitch? I don't think so.
It's a complicated issue.
And even if I did, who cares? Even if I did, and what's your point? Is journalism not allowed on Twitch? Like, is journalism not allowed? Am I not allowed to talk to the declared enemies of the United States government? Is the United States government the person who gets to tell you who you can hear from and who you can't hear from? Are you a baby or are you an adult man? Do you get told who you can? Do you listen to like book bans from like somebody? Oh, you can't read that book. It's too scary for your brain. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Are you an adult man or are you not an adult man?
Not really for me to decide. I guess you could say I'm living up to the name of the channel on that point.
I'm just asking because I see this kind of point made by a lot of streamers, and it's like, are you an adult or are you a child? Now, my community doesn't have a lot of kids. My community is full of adults. So for me, my community can see things like a Houthi or a member of Hamas or a member of Al Qaeda or a member of the Chinese Communist Party or a member of fascist groups saying shit, and we can analyze it like an adult and say why it's wrong and what's, you know, like, what are you talking about? I don't need you to tell me who I can and cannot hear from, you fucking bitch-made loser. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Are you a child?
Now, all of this assumes that what China is doing at home can be replicated elsewhere, which is certainly not always going to be the case. Heck, even China is facing some serious problems. Check this out. Notice an issue? How about now? Most of the renewable bases are in those far less populated regions in the West, while some of China's biggest cities are on the East Coast. It's difficult to get all that power from point A to a very distant point B without losing a lot in the process. China is actively tackling this issue by developing ultra-high...
Sky News and AFP News interviewed the Yemeni teen as well. Are they terrorist supporters? No. You're a terrorist supporter because you don't support the Saudi Arabian government that did 9/11. Has Asmongold talked about how Saudi Arabia's government did 9/11 and that the 9/11 Commission report is still censored because of all the links to Saudi intelligence? But he's on the side of the Saudi Arabian government in the conflict with Yemen? Like, what are you talking about? Well, this is why you baby video gamers shouldn't talk about geopolitics. The United States is not always correct. And our allies are not always the good guys just because they're like, Saudi Arabia is an evil country that I oppose. Are you on the side of Saudi Arabia? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about, man? You unread Philistinic losers. Like, shut the fuck up. Saudi Arabia literally executes people for witchcraft. And you're like, I love Saudi Arabia. Like, shut the fuck up.
High voltage power lines. However, for the time being, they're actually generating more renewable energy than they can actually use, which is leading to curtailment. All the clean energy generation in the world doesn't mean much if it's not actually replacing fossil fuels. Still, there's lessons to learn here. My home country of the United States recently passed the Inflation Reduction Act, or the IRA, which directs $500 billion in federal spending and tax breaks towards, unsurprisingly, reducing inflation. Over half of that allotment is intended to go towards clean energy.
The one disagreement I have with Hassan is that a lot of you guys are adult men. You're not little boys anymore. You're adult men. How dare you try to censor what I hear or say? I'm an adult man. I can listen to what the Houthis' arguments are and then evaluate whether they're true or not. Even if they're an enemy of the United States, I can see, and I can see what the Uyghur separatists say and whether it's valid or not. I can evaluate Hamas's position or Hezbollah's position or the IDF's position. I can read documents from the United Nations, from the International Criminal Court, from Amnesty International. I can form my opinions by doing research with primary documents. I can read secondary sources and evaluate them. I'm an adult man. I don't need your help censoring what I can and cannot see, you fucking loser, you nanny state bitch. Fuck you. Why are you so scared of people hearing the arguments that I'm making? Because I'm going to change people's minds that maybe China isn't our enemy and it's insane to do that, to put sanctions all over our own goods and services to make life more expensive, and maybe the enemy of everyday people is the rich fucks. Maybe the fact that you and I can't afford to buy a home. Maybe the fact that healthcare is 40% more expensive for Zoomers than it was even for millennials at the same age. The fact that all of you have student loan debt if you go to college, that it's hard to find a good job with good benefits, that the unionization rate in this country is lower than ever before. And the only thing you guys are fucking less. You guys are having less sex than any generation before. You cucks. And you're leaning into the people that took away pussy from you even. You're fucking less than ever before, and you're bear hugging the losers that have taken away sex from you, and you're bear hugging those people. Generation Z can't afford to live, doesn't have any friends, doesn't have any sex, and you're supporting the people that did that to you. You fucking losers, dude. I got my bonus overfunded by my job this year and will just pay for the hospital bills I got when my appendix had to be removed. Fucking pathetic.
Energy with another 50 billion going toward manufacturing. Though no one can really match China's manufacturing power, we're not too far behind here in the US. Our western and northern regions are home to
You
desert.
don't speak for me, Mike. I fuck horror a lot, and it's long and loud. Yeah.
And grasslands.
I actually legitimately feel bad for Zoomers. I know why they're radicalizing, but it's fucking pathetic to radicalize in favor of Asmongold and Trump. Have you seen those guys? Women will not touch them without a fucking paycheck attached. Like, what are you doing with your lives? And one of the things that's very funny is people will be like, Mike, I saw a clip of you where you were cringe. And it'd be like, what happened before that clip? What happened after that clip? Do you know?
For solar and wind energy.
Speaking of not being able to fuck, my girlfriend has too tight pussy disorder and her insurance cut off her treatment regimen after she started working due to a 6-month limit. Like, that's actually legitimately a real thing. And I feel really bad for you, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That's legitimately a thing. Usually it's connected to anxiety. And so I would work on, you know, assuming you're not trolling, I would work on, like, you know, having good, comfortable, like, trust conversations, relaxation, massage, foreplay. Like, that's a real thing. That's really sad when that happens to people. And I'll just tell her to chill the fuck out. That too. My girlfriend, you cannot. Okay, so had 3120 says my girlfriend won't have an orgasm. I tried everything. Any tips? Could you actually try something like perhaps something called cunnilingus? My advice for you is cunnilingus. Also, have a conversation and be like, does this feel good? Should I keep doing that? Should I, what do you, you know, like, have a conversation with her and she'll be like, that feels good. Keep doing that. And just keep doing that exact same thing until she tells you to stop. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. If a woman says that feels good, just keep doing the exact same fucking thing until she tells you to change. Don't, like, start moving and doing different things. Do the exact same thing. Just keep doing the exact same thing. Talk to women. No thanks.
Installations in many of these places already. And I'm glad the IRA seems to have learned from China's economic incentives, but I hope we go further and create our own fully fledged clean energy bases. Having
Mike,
everything
this is
from
a politics channel. This is politics, bitch. This is politics, bitch. New York Times. Why women had better sex under socialism. Some might remember that Eastern Bloc women enjoyed many rights and privileges unknown in liberal democracies at the time, including major state investments in their education and training, their full incorporation into the workforce, generous maternity leave allowances, and guaranteed free childcare. But there's one advantage that has received little attention. Women under communism enjoyed more sexual pleasure. A comparative sociological study of East and West Germans conducted after reunification in 1990 found that Eastern women had twice as many orgasms as Western women. This is politics. There's a reason that, like, and this is literally just like a fact. If you studied the girlfriends of, if anybody who watches Asmongold has a girlfriend, if you studied their girlfriends and compared them to the girlfriends of the people in my community and Hassan's community, it's a sociological fact that the women in our communities are having much more satisfying sex. It's not even a question. All right. Like, men, conservatives don't know how to fuck. They can't fuck. It's just a fact. All right, let's go back to green energy.
Mining resources to manufacturing solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries here in the US could drop costs and accelerate our adoption and give us tremendous amounts of energy security. No bones about it, this is an amazing step in the right direction. And unlike a lot of
just this, why women have better sex under socialism. So true.
Stuff in the green tech space, the Kabuki Clean Energy Base isn't a work of futurology.
Terrorist supporter got banned. What a surprise. What made him a terrorist supporter? What makes him a terrorist supporter? This ought to be good.
Or the pitch of an exciting startup. It's real. It's working right now, and it's getting bigger. It has a bunch of sibling bases all coming online in the next few years. China's basically doubling the world's renewable generation overnight. So what's not to like? Well, it's not an unalloyed good or success. China's emissions levels have continued to rise, and they're still building coal plants to supplement the intermittent power of their renewable bases. After a post-COVID rebound in CO2 output during 2023, Some estimates are showing that China may have hit peak carbon. 2024 and beyond shows declining numbers, but building and permitting more coal plants in 2023 and beyond feels like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. As we've seen in places like Germany,
China has actually started to decline the coal plants. They're starting to cancel them because they don't need them.
Even methodical, well-planned attempts to entirely phase out coal by 2030 have been scrapped in light of unforeseen geopolitics and energy crises. China already accounts for half the world's coal consumption, so it's worrying to see their government constructing even more coal plants. As some analysts have warned, there's a fight brewing in China between renewable stakeholders and fossil fuels stakeholders. It's a familiar fight that we're seeing everywhere else around the world. The
difference is in China, the Greens are going to win because that's what Xi Jinping wants to do.
Hope that renewables win and do what I can back home. But what do you think about the rapid build out of giant solar power plants like this? Jump in the comments and let me know.
I wanted to
and be
watch
sure to check
this
out my
video.
follow-up podcast, Still to Be Determined, where we'll be discussing some of your feedback. And thanks to all my patrons who get ad-free versions of every single video. Your support really does help to keep me delivering these videos to you every week. If you'd like to support the channel and get in on the early videos, check out the link in the description. I'll see you in the next one.
There's a video that I've wanted to play for like a week, chat, which is by Arun about Sri Lanka, basically, and the Tamils. The Greens will win because of state planning. Grief-stricken wins. So let's play this. I could do like more drama bullshit, but honestly, since I have the highest viewership I've had in a while, let's spend the time making you guys learn about stuff instead.
נועדו להיות נתיבי חדירה לישראל, אלא גם את אלו שנועדו להיות מקומות מסתור למחבלים. אני אומר לראשי הטרור, אתם לא יכולים להתחבא.
Go ahead and pin this. What's up, Gremlins?
שמענו השבוע בתקשורת כל מיני הדלפות ותדרוכים עם מספרים מופרזים והזויים של מה שישראל.
Massacres, bombing of hospitals, deprivation of aid, calling civilians terrorists and terrorists civilians, human shields, bombing safe zones, assassinating leaders, and far more. Death and destruction inundate the atmosphere, and no one knows when the army will claim your life. Every second there's a chance that a bomb could drop, and within seconds, your mom, dad, uncle, aunt, sibling, child, and your own life could be robbed from you. Welcome to the Pearl of the Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka, in the year 2009.
את העמידה התקיפה.
वटर सवाल पे क्या मतलब है मंगल को वासनावा क्या
אבל עדיין עסקה מופקרת.
Mass murder, bombing of hospitals, deprivation of aid, calling civilians terrorists, and terrorist civilians. The situation is bleak to say the least, but the world ahead
Where
will
do I
know.
get my international news? There's no easy way to explain this. The reality is that I am a longtime political commentator and worked as a politician and political staffer. I read a variety of sources that I wouldn't trust. The answer is I don't trust anything. There are a few organizations that I find to be much more trustworthy than others. Like, for example, I really appreciate the work they do on Democracy Now!, but I don't take everything they say as gospel. There is no answer. You have to understand what sources are, what is straight news, what are the interested parties. You need to be able to analyze all that stuff. And what is a primary source? What is a claim being made by an interested party? What is a third party? What's the credibility? And you have to make a complex and nuanced evaluation of the information that you're getting. And sometimes, you know, you apply different interpretive methodologies, or you apply your ideological lens, and there's no way, and you're going to make errors. And sometimes people that are trustworthy make mistakes, and sometimes people that are liars tell the truth. So the answer to that is there's no easy and quick answer to where do you get your news, Mike, because I'm trying to create a wiser and more intelligent audience that learns how to apply these interpretive foundations, how to learn, how to look up information, how to research who is trustworthy and who isn't, and when even trustworthy people can make mistakes. Like, that is the only answer that I can give you. But the one thing I will say is that 99 times out of 100, when the United States is talking about an enemy, they are lying. And so you shouldn't trust something just because the US said X. It doesn't mean they're always lying, though. Sometimes they are telling the truth, or sometimes they're telling the truth in a biased way. Doesn't mean you should just disregard everything the United States says either. Sometimes they are truthful. And that is the difficult part. And there's a lot of people in the world that I may agree with on one point, but I completely disagree with them on everything else. Can you do streams where you show how to research? Oh boy, that's an interesting idea. A lot of what I do is research and work and books that I've read decades ago, you know, and it's building on a foundation of knowledge, black letter history that I know. You know what I mean? Where that's another element, you know, understanding. Like, I may be the only left-winger that studies the Crusades and Rome. I may be the only guy in the world that's a left-winger who also is interested in Rome, who's interested in the Crusades, who's interested in the Middle Ages. You know, Matt Christman is the other example. Did law school help you research? Oh, absolutely. Definitely. Short manufacturing consent vid. Oh, yeah. I mean, I make Hassan play this from time to time. All right, but let's keep going. Let's keep watching this. This is very a lot of work Arun put together to watch this. So let's give it the love it deserves.
No longer be the same, and we can be more than sure that the same horrors will not repeat. That's what the Tamils experiencing Sri Lanka's crimes against humanity had hoped 15 years prior. But now, amidst the atrocities in Gaza, they see the same acts repeating. This may surprise you, but every tactic being used in Gaza right now was used in Sri Lanka, studied by the world, and employed elsewhere. Sri Lanka gives us an idea of what might happen next in Palestine, as the atrocities and cultural erasure against the Tamil people in Sri Lanka continue to occur unabated. No lessons learned, no reconciliation. Atrocities against the Tamils continue unabashed, whether it be the seizing of land by the army, the attempts at culturally erasing Tamil heritage by claiming Hindu temples and Christian churches as Buddhist land, the ethnocratic Sri Lankan state forcibly disappearing Tamils in white vans never to be seen again, the systemic violence the Sri Lankan state and the army inflict upon the Tamils endures. Not so long ago, in the year 2009, when America was inaugurating and celebrating its first black president, Barack Obama, on the other side of the world, in Sri Lanka, the same war crimes you're now seeing in Gaza was taking place.
The UN Special Panel report published this April found that government heavy artillery was constantly retargeted on the so-called no-fire zones.
But in order to understand how we got to the bombings of hospitals and schools, and numerous other war crimes that took place, we first have to understand how we got there, and that requires us to understand Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has four major ethnic groups: the Sinhalese, the Elam Tamils, the Muslims, and the Hill or Malayaga Tamils. The Sinhalese comprise the majority of the country at 75% of the population, and are concentrated in the southwest and central parts of the country. Their origins are what is now eastern India and Bangladesh. Religion-wise, the Sinhalese are overwhelmingly Theravada Buddhist, with a sizable Roman Catholic Christian minority. The Sinhala language is an Indo-Aryan language, making it cousins of North Indian languages such as Hindi, Bengali, and Punjabi, as well as distant cousins of European languages like English, Spanish, and French. The Tamils are an ethnic group that are native to both southern India and northeastern Sri Lanka. The Elam Tamils are the Tamils native to the northern and eastern coasts of Sri Lanka, and have been there since antiquity. The Tamil language belongs to the independent Dravidian language family, and is the Dravidian language with the longest written history, going back to at least 500 BC. The Elam Tamils are majority Shaivite Hindu, with a significant minority being Christian, and a very tiny minority being Buddhist. The Malaga or Hill Tamils are the descendants of indentured servants from southern India, brought by the British during colonial times to the areas surrounding the city of Kandy to work the tea plantations. Like the Elam Tamils, their spoken language is Tamil, although the dialect in which they speak is more similar to the Tamil you might hear in India. The Muslims of Sri Lanka are an ethnic group that live all over the island and are primarily defined by the religion that they profess, namely Islam. Historically, the home language of the Muslims was and continues to mostly be Tamil. Most Muslims live in the southwest of the country alongside the Sinhalese as a minority. However, there are cities in the eastern province with a predominantly Muslim population. This video will largely focus on the genocide that Elam Tamils and Malaga Tamils experienced collectively, and I hope to dedicate separate videos to the struggles of the Muslims and Malaga Tamils, as their struggles deserve to be brought to the spotlight. Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists bear many similarities to Zionists, religious, ethno-nationalist zealots that engage in a campaign of settler colonialism and...
Mobs in Sri Lanka burned 13 people alive, part of a week-long massacre that turbocharged simmering ethnic unrest.
Here, get the out of the country. This is Jewish country only. We don't need Muslims here.
We'll get to this in a second. Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists claim that they are indigenous and the first quote-unquote civilized people of Sri Lanka, citing the 1500-year-old text, the Mahavamsa, as their source of indigeneity. The Sinhalese, however, are actually descendants of people who originally came to the island from eastern India, from the modern states of Odisha and West Bengal. The original indigenous people of Sri Lanka are the Vedas. According to the Mahavamsa, the Veda are the offspring of the progenitor of the Sinhalese prince Vijaya and a demon named Kuveni. Soon after having children, however, Prince Vijaya banishes Kuveni and their children into the forest, thereby creating the indigenous Veda. The Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists cite their indigeneity to lay claim to the entire island of Sri Lanka, painting the Tamils as invaders to the island, despite the Tamils having been there for several thousand years. One of the stories extensively laid out in the Mahavamsa is the story of King Duttugemanu fighting against the Tamil Chola king Yalalan, who had at that point seized power in the historic capital, Anuradhapura. When he starts lamenting the thousands of Tamils that he killed, the 8 Arhats, enlightened disciples of the Buddha, console him by telling him that he only killed Tamil unbelievers who are no better than beasts. They then go on to say, "Thou wilt bring glory to the doctrine of the Buddha in manifold ways. Therefore cast away care from thy heart, O ruler of men." Sinhalese Buddhist nationalism states that the island of Sri Lanka is the Buddha's promised land for his chosen people, the Sinhalese. The People's Tribunal of Sri Lanka mentions that major political figures throughout Sri Lanka likened themselves to previous Sinhalese figures like King Parakramabahu and Buddhist figures like Bodhisattvas in order to rouse nationalist and anti-Tamil sentiments. One of the biggest proponents of Sinhalese Buddhist nationalism is Annagarika Dharmapala, whom I'd like to introduce with something he said about Sri Lanka's Muslims. The Mohammedan, an alien people by Shylockian method, became prosperous like the Jews. The Sinhalese sons of soils, whose ancestors for 2,358 years had shed rivers of blood to keep the country free from alien invaders, are in the eyes of the British only vagabonds. The alien South Indian Mohammedan comes to Ceylon, sees the neglected villager without any experience in trade, and the result is that the Mohammedan thrives and the son of the soil goes to the wall. Annagarika Dharmapala was the world's first modern global Buddhist missionary. He was one of the principal figures responsible for bringing Buddhism to the West. Back home in Sri Lanka, however, he's the godfather of Sinhalese Buddhist nationalism. This bright, beautiful island was made into a paradise by the Aryan Sinhalese before its destruction was brought about by the barbaric Vandals.
What is it with people and the Aryans, man? How come these people are constantly talking about Aryans? Yo, bro, like they're just made up. It's not real. They're not real. Just stop it. Stop fantasizing. Christianity and polytheism are responsible for the vulgar practices of killing animals, stealing, prostitution, licentiousness, lying, and drunkenness. Like, come on. Oh, the Christians invented lying. Like, come on, man. Like, come on. Come the fuck on, man.
Its people did not know irreligion. Christianity and polytheism are responsible for the vulgar practices of killing animals, stealing, prostitution, licentiousness,
I'm
lying,
pulling a Hassan.
and drunkenness. The ancient
it's 8 hours
historic
in.
refined people under the diabolism of vicious paganism introduced by the British administrators are now declining slowly away. One thing to note here is that Anagarika is making a claim that vicious paganism, presumably Hinduism or Shaivism, was, quote, introduced by British administrators, an obviously false claim that is meant to portray Tamils as outsiders and invaders to the island. We could simply wrap up this section of the documentary with a bow and call it a day. However, there is a bit more to the story. The truth is that the Sinhala Buddhist nationalism that we understand today is actually not 2,000 years old, but 200 years old. It was wholesale cooked up by the British in order to help maintain their control of the subcontinent from Sri Lanka.
So the thing is, actually, the whole idea of Sinhala Buddhist nationalism, it was not something that British actually exploited this or used it for their purposes or something like that, but actually they formulated it.
This is actually something that happens quite a lot, which is the British, this is kind of the British ruling tactic. They would find a pre-existing feudal or tribal or religious division, and they would exploit it to create division in the colonized society. And they would differentially reward those that were loyal. So the British would end up not even having to do much. They would use their cat's paws, colonial cat's paws, to do all their dirty work and do all the extraction for them. And then they would buy off certain groups and certain feudal lords. And the United States copied that method, and we applied it to the Middle East. It's what we did to Saudi Arabia. Like, the Saudi royal family is just a bunch of gangsters that we elevated to king status because they were willing to work with Exxon. That's literally what happened.
Basically constructed it from the
gangsters.
Scratch, fusing the ethnic component with the religious component and make it as one identity, as Sinhala Buddhist identity. That was done in 19th century.
As a part of unifying the entirety of the island, the British needed to destroy the affiliations with old kingdoms that the Sinhalese once had, and they needed to make the local Sinhalese population identify with the new unitary state structure that they were imposing on the island.
And the thing is, but the native people, natives who lived in that territory, didn't see it as one country because they belonged to certain different kingdoms, So they were calling, in Sinhala language, for example, the people used to call Rata, which means country, to the kingdom they lived. So their Rata was not the entire country in the way that we understand it now. Their Rata was actually the kingdom that they lived in. So that mentality has to be basically dismantled in order to make it, a natural kind of entity that people have a connection with. So Sinhala Buddhist nationalism was actually constructed in order to connect the native population with the British-built state structure. So within the next 100 years from the 19th century, that was basically in the fields of historiography, which started with the discovering of
Mike,
Mahavansa.
You're doing a double shift because Hassan is banned? Of course. What, you think the leftist propaganda is going to end just because Hassan is banned? No, it's going to be even more left wing. It's going to be even more left wing. We're going to make them. They're going to regret. They're going to be like, bring Hassan back. Well, that's my plan. I want Asmongold to scream, bring Hassan back.
In the field of archaeology and in the field of anthropology, physical anthropology, basically British constructed an identity, not simply about the identity of the native people who lived in that.
Why is Hassan banned? He did the thing you're not supposed to say. He said if Mike Johnson really cared about Medicare fraud, that he would kill Rick Scott. And a lot of right-wingers pretended to believe that it was him calling for violence against Rick Scott, which he wasn't doing. He was making an idiomatic comment about the hypocrisy of Republicans. And they all pretended to be offended. And the stupid Twitch fucking admin, because they're dumb as fuck, fell for it and rewarded the brigaders by, giving Hassan a temporary ban. Dumb as fuck. In the moment where Donald Trump is dismantling every institution of our society, they're banning the one left-wing content creator for sycophantic purposes. Pathetic. I don't know how long he's banned for.
Country, but they separated the Sinhala Buddhist people and made it as a kind of hybrid identity and presented it as kind of, they basically connected it to the state structure. So the Sinhala Buddhist identity became an
Twitch
integral
is
part of
stupid.
the state structure, and people started thinking this unitary structure is something
Everybody
that
pretended
that
like,
belongs to us.
I'm so offended. It's like, no, you're
whoever
not.
Whoever that are living in the country, living in the island, they are kind of secondary. And actually, Anagage Dharampala, even though everybody knows that he's a kind of an open kind of instigator of anti-Tamil, anti-Muslim violence, and kind of hatred towards the non-Sinhala, non-Buddhist communities. But actually, he's a kind of an indicator of how successful the British project was, actually. Because in his writings, when you go through his writings, where he clearly says, before reading Mahavansa, I never knew about the glorious past of the Sinhalese.
However, the irony of Annagarika's tirade against the British is that the very text that he was inspired by, the Mahavamsa, was relatively unknown to the Sinhalese people for centuries because it was written in the Pali language, a dead language that few on the island spoke. It was British colonial linguists that first discovered the Mahavamsa, then translated it into English, then into Sinhala. It was a translation of the Mahavamsa, along with the archaeological discoveries of a, quote, ancient Aryan civilization on the island, that laid the groundwork for the resurgence of Sinhalese Buddhist nationalism.
Mahavansa was, basically digged out from a place...
What is it with the word Aryan and just making people go insane? I do not like, what the fuck is with people and the word Aryan and just going batshit?
Which was written in Pali, and it was digged out by a British colonial officer who was working under the British administration, and he did it accidentally because he was involved in some other kind of trying to sort out a dispute between two temples, and where he accidentally found this book, which he claims that until I found this book, nobody seemed to have noticed this book, the importance of it, which connects India's history to Sri Lanka's history, or Ceylon's history. So the thing is, when they dig out Mahavansa, and when they started looking at it, they found for the colonial rulers, they found it's quite important as part of to justify or to naturalize the newly constructed the Sinhala Buddhist identity.
This idea of Sinhalese being Aryans, and thus the rightful owners of the land, was further reinforced by the Nazis when Heinrich Himmler appointed a 5-person team to find the origins of the Aryan race. They originally sent the 5-person team to Colombo in Sri Lanka in order to study the Aryan people living in Sri Lanka, namely the Sinhalese.
Isn't that crazy? The Nazi archaeology to find the Aryan people's source.
Mahavamsa, Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists lay claim to all of Sri Lanka, similar to how Zionists used the expulsion of Jewish people from Judea and Samaria to lay claim to the area of all of modern-day Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists within the Sri Lankan government since independence in 1948 have specifically engaged in state-sponsored settler colonialism against the Tamils.
Oh my god,
These schemes are specifically designed to displace the Tamil population and slowly shift the demographics such that the Northeast will become majority Sinhalese, and the Tamil-speaking populations will become minorities in their own native land. Sinhalese settlers were provided with preferential privileged access to land, which was routinely denied to the Tamil-speaking population of the area. But remember that one day the whole country will look up to you. The final battle for the Sinhala, our people, will be fought in the plains of Padavia. You are men and women who will carry this island's destiny on your shoulders. Those who are attempting to divide this country will have to reckon with you. The country may forget you for a few years, but one day, very soon, they will look up to you as the last bastion of the Sinhala. The Sri Lankan rate of population growth was one of the highest in Asia in the 19th century. The population boom created a Sinhalese landlord class, which in turn also created a Sinhalese landless peasant class. This was also at a time when there was scarcity of land in the Sinhalese-dominated south. This drive to colonize the northeast portions of the island, which was where all the dry lands were, was a way for the land-owning Sinhalese bourgeois, predominantly coming from the Govigama caste, and the British colonial government to appeal to the landless Sinhalese peasants hailing from the highlands of Kandy. The primary form of Sinhalese settler colonization was, and continues to be carried out, through government-sponsored irrigation projects. The Sri Lankan state used these irrigation schemes as an excuse to settle the landless Sinhalese peasants on Tamil, Muslim, and Veda land. This Sinhalese landlord class that many refer to is actually the Sinhalese Govigama caste. The first colonization scheme was enacted in the 1940s, right around the time of independence, under D.S. Senanayake. The scheme targeted the Galoya Valley in the island southeast, where the largest ethnic group were the Muslims, and the second largest ethnic group were the island's Tamils. The Galoya project was the first large-scale project on the island, wherein a dam in the southeastern region, in what was then the Batticaloa district in the northeast, was to be constructed. The government would intentionally misrepresent areas of the Batticaloa district as uninhabited as an excuse to settle Sinhala peasant workers. At least tens of thousands.
Literally what they say about Gaza, you know, and Gaza and Palestine. Oh, it's a land without a people for a people without a land.
Of Sinhalese workers were settled in the east between 1948 and 1957, and many of those Sinhalese peasant.
This is really important history, and I feel like my knowledge of India is like, I would say that the Indian subcontinent is probably where my history is weakest. Like, I've made a point to study, you know, African history, Latin American history, Chinese history, you know, Russian and European history, Middle East. But the Indian subcontinent is probably where I know a bit, like way more than any American, but not on this level of granularity. I'm honestly watching this for my own education, to be honest. I know about the Nazi shit, like the Nazi trips to India, which is very crazy. And I studied a little bit. I took an Indo-European folk tales course in college. But other than that, I'm pretty weak in this specific part of the world.
Workers were armed by the government with the intention of chasing out the local Tamils that lived in the district. During the process of this colonization, an area in the southern province of the Batticaloa district that was wholly undeveloped during the British colonial era would be fully transformed into a bustling town to house the people that were working on the Galoya Dam. This town was named Ampara.
The Israeli government's decision to block food, medicine, and other aid from entering Gaza is collective punishment. That's horrific and unacceptable. Both Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire in January. The deal has saved lives. Both parties should abide by it and ensure the agreement moves forward as intended. What a fucking king. What a fucking king. I wanted to gift subs today because Mike knocked it out of the park and I can't gift right now. Well, thank you everybody for supporting the stream. Quirky Pot Pie, Wildman, Wolfa. Thank you all, everybody who subbed and resubbed and gifted subs. You guys are the best. 716 subs today? Holy shit. That's crazy. I was scheduled to lose a lot of subs today, and somehow we didn't. That's crazy. Ghosted RS, thank you. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Okay, let's get back to the video. I want to finish this because I promised to watch this video, and I also really do want to watch it.
Over time, what happened as a result of this project was that due to the huge population increase in Sinhalese settlers, the Sinhalese actually ended up becoming the largest minority in the southern half of Batticaloa district, outright displacing the Tamils and making the Tamils the third largest group. In 1961, nearly 15 years after independence, the Sri Lankan government carved a new district out of Batticaloa. This new district was given the name Ampara, with the capital of the district being Ampara, the town that was built to house the Galoya Dam construction workers. According to the 2012 census, the largest group in Ampara district continues to be Muslim, while the capital of Ampara district, Ampara town, is 99% Sinhalese. In 1948, the same year he started the Galoya project and the same year Sri Lanka got independence, D.S. Senanayake started a series of irrigation projects in the southern part of the eastern province's Trincomalee district. Trincomalee district was historically majority Tamil while having a sizable Muslim population. It was also home to a notable indigenous coastal Veda population. The first of these irrigation projects was the Kandalai colonization scheme, which involved a tank to irrigate the paddy fields. 40,000.
It's really interesting how they used irrigation to advance colonial ends. Instead of like saying, oh, we want to uplift the productive forces of the local population, they would import colonizers.
Of the now 86,000 Sinhalese living in Kandalai, which was about half the Sinhalese population, were a direct result of the Kandalai colonization project. In 1951, the Allah irrigation scheme was enacted. The scheme involved the construction of an anacut through the Vargal River. Along with this irrigation scheme came the swallowing of ancient Tamil towns as Sinhalese settlers were relocated here. Kallar was named Somapura, Neelapalai was named Neelapola, part of Punagar was named Mahindapura, Tirumangalai was renamed Sri Mangalagama, and Aripu became Seranuwara, the location of the new Sarawilla Divisional Secretariat that would be cleaved from the Tamil and Muslim majority Mudur division. In Neelapalai's case, the government specifically settled, quote, rough elements from nearby Polonnaruwa in the north central province. During the Black July pogroms in 1983, the remaining Tamils in Nilapalai and other towns would be chased out by the Sinhalese settlers. Most of these colonies allocated under the Alai Irrigation Scheme now fall under the Sarawilla Divisional Secretariat, which according to the 2012 census is 69% Sinhalese. A result of both the Galoya Irrigation Scheme and the later Mahawali development program started in the 60s was that much of the indigenous Veda population that was living in the eastern province were forcibly evicted by both Sinhalese settlers and the government and relocated onto reservations. The remaining Veda people in the eastern province were then assimilated into the Tamil ethnic group later on. To this day, there are only a total of 10,000 Veda on the entire island, relegated to these reservations as tourist attractions as they fight to retain their identity against the pressure of assimilation into the Sinhalese. Another result of these irrigation schemes,
that's an indigenous population they're deleting,
and the Sinhalese settlers antagonizing and chasing out the Tamil population was that the Tamils, who were once the majority of Trincomalee district in 1921, are now the second largest group, the largest minority, following the Muslims. In 1956, Sinhalese Nationalist Prime Minister SWRD Bandaranaike and his Sri Lanka Freedom Party passed the Official Language Act, commonly known as the Sinhala Only Act.
Yeah.
This law replaced English with Sinhala as the official language, but specifically excluded Tamil.
See, they probably phrased it as an anti-colonial project. You know what I mean? Like, they made it an anti-colonial project, but in reality, it was a colonial project, just in a different name.
Their major language spoken on the island. To underline how drastically different Tamil and Sinhala are as languages, Tamil is as close to Sinhala as Japanese is to English. They are totally different languages from totally different language families. The passage of the Sinhala Only Act effectively prevented 30% of the population whose native language is Tamil from getting and keeping government jobs, which are one of the main viable sources of income. This also meant that government social safety nets were made unavailable to the Tamil speakers of the island. This led to multiple protests from Tamil political parties, which were promptly met with government-sanctioned violence, leading to the deaths of at least 150 Tamils. Much of this violence happened in the Galoya
It's crazy,
colonies.
like, it's funny because I don't know enough about this history. I know a little bit about the Tamils because they are so notorious, but like I could like predict the tactics and the techniques without even knowing, because it's the same shit they always do.
Where Sinhalese settlers massacred roughly 100 Tamils. One of the fallouts of the Sinhala Only Act was that Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists were emboldened to enforce the Sinhala language upon the Tamil speakers, namely the Elam Tamils, the Malayaga Tamils, and Muslims. To this end, Sinhalese nationalists started printing the word Shri in the Sinhala script on license plates, symbolizing the desire to Sinhalize the name of what was then called Ceylon into Sri Lanka. In response, the anti-Shri campaign began on the Tamil side, smearing the word Shri on license plates with tar. This was another act of mobilization on the Tamil side, which would be met with violence. On May 24, 1958, violence broke out in Polonnaruwa district near the eastern province. Tamils, as well as any Sinhala person who attempted to protect the Tamils, were attacked, raped, and murdered en masse by a Sinhalese mob. In fact, Sinhalese who were suspected of hiding Tamils had, quote, their brains strewn about. The next day, a Sinhalese mob attacked a sugar cane plantation full of Tamil workers and their families. When the mob attacked, the workers and their families tried to hide in the bushes. In response, the mob set the entire field on fire. As the Tamils were forced out of the burning sugarcane field, the mob murdered the men, women, and children using homemade swords and grass-cutting knives and machetes. In a nearby town, mobs ripped open the belly of an 8-month pregnant woman and let her bleed to death. Necklacing is a form of extrajudicial summary execution and torture, wherein a rubber tire is drenched with gasoline, forced onto the victim's chest and arms, and is lit on fire, thereby burning the victim alive. This tactic, which has been used all around the world, was first attested in the 1958 anti-Tamil pogroms used by Sinhalese nationalist mobs against Tamil civilians. In the wake of the Sinhala Only Act and the resulting mobilization of Tamil political activists, state-backed Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists became more and more emboldened to engage in terrorism and ethnic pogroms against the Elam Tamils living in the north.
Doing terrorism for Buddha is crazy, dude. It's so batshit, but then you realize people do it for Christianity too. And it's like, oh yeah, why am I surprised? it doesn't actually mean it's not even related to the religion at all or the belief system. It's just like it's an identifier. It's the same thing with Christianity. Christ would say stuff like, love your neighbor as thyself and have no thought for the morrow. Give everything you have to the poor. That's what Jesus Christ would say. And then you have that Christianity today is, if you can go ahead and get your credit card out and send to me every dollar you can, and everything the Royal Exchequer will send it to you tenfold. I need that private jet to spread the word of Jesus. So why am I surprised? Why am I surprised? Thank you guys, gals, and non-binary pals for all the support. You guys are amazing.
Northeast, the Malaga Tamils living in the Highlands, and the Tamils living in Colombo. In 1970, the wife of former Prime Minister SWRD Bandaranaike, Sirima Bandaranaike,
Evan, thank you,
became the world's first woman Prime Minister.
You are the first woman Prime Minister in the world.
She soon followed in her husband's footsteps by enacting a number of measures designed to legally make Tamils second-class citizens, such as forcing Tamil civil servants to learn the Sinhala language.
It's like, yes, fascism. Yes, queen.
In order to be promoted.
It's like the AFD leader is a lesbian living with an, I think she's living with an Indian woman, isn't she? It's like the lesbian Hitler.
Requiring Tamils to negotiate in the Sinhalese language with Sinhalese.
You can trace almost every evil on the planet today back to the British. Oh yeah. Oh, is she from Sri Lanka? Oh my God, of course she is.
Civil servants stationed in Tamil-dominated areas, making the court Sinhala only, including in the Tamil-speaker-dominated Northeast, banning the import of publications promoting Tamil culture.
Wait, did like the AFD leader, like, was she in Sri Lanka researching Aryan race or something, and then she met her partner? Like, what is going on here? Like, what is going on? Did the first female prime minister ever adequately use girl power by enforcing a language upon an indigenous population? Yeah, exactly. She really did girl power.
From the neighboring state of Tamil Nadu in India, and continuing the government-backed Sinhalese ethnic settlements, the Tamil and Muslim-dominated Northeast that her predecessors had been engaging in since the 1950s.
AFD's leader's wife is either Sinhala or Burger, aka mixed Sinhala European. Oh boy.
One of the long-lasting projects spearheaded by the world's first woman prime minister was the Mahaweli Development Program, which designated certain areas of the island as prime targets for development, some of which were in the Tamil-dominated Northeast. The official state-provided reason behind the project was that the Sri Lankan government wanted to develop the land, and in particular, the irrigation mechanisms of the dry zones of the island, where the dry zones comprise the Tamil and Muslim-dominated eastern and northern provinces. This is one of the main legal mechanisms that the government would use to settle Sinhalese, including the predominantly Sinhalese army and police on Tamil and Muslim land. Sirima also oversaw the full independence of Sri Lanka from the British, as well as the renaming of the island from Ceylon to Sri Lanka, and a new constitution that her government drafted. With the constitution came Article 6, with a notable provision. The Republic of Sri Lanka shall give to Buddhism the foremost place, and
wow, it sounds exactly like Israel.
It shall be the duty of the state to protect and foster Buddhism, while assuring to all religions the rights granted by Section 18. The Sri Lankan constitution makes it abundantly clear that Buddhism is the foremost religion on the island. In 1976, the Tamil United Liberation Front, aka TULF, led by SJV Chelvanayagam, signed the Vattukotte Resolution, calling for the creation of an independent country named Tamil Elam, comprising the Tamil-speaking Northeast.
J-Rocket, thank you for the
This resolution was signed after decades of apartheid-like policies enacted by Sinhalese nationalist politicians. Sirima's party, former Prime Minister SWRD's Sri Lanka Freedom Party, would be blown out in the 1977 Sri Lankan parliamentary elections, and the election would see the restoration of power to DS Senanaike's neoliberal UNP under a new leader, J.R. Jayawardena, a distant cousin of the
they're neoliberal, so obviously Sri Lanka became one of the wealthiest countries in the world.
Naika family. The UNP government initiated a process of economic liberalization, making the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka the first country in South Asia to liberalize its economy. The UNP, as part of this economic liberalization plan, unveiled an ambitious development plan to irrigate and further colonize the Northeast, an acceleration to his predecessor's Mahaweli program. The minister put in charge of the Mahaweli project was a man named Gamini Disanaike, In order to implement this irrigation plan and colonization scheme, the Jayawardena administration worked with foreign consultants such as the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. USAID was so intimately involved with the project that they made recommendations to the Sri Lankan government such as, quote, publishing 14 crop production and marketing profiles for field-based manuals in both English and Sinhala. When looking through this document, we searched for the term Tamil to see whether or not any resources were given out in the Tamil language as they were in Sinhala and English, but there were no references to Tamils in this document. However, in another USAID document, they mentioned the Sinhalese Tamil question. No further explanation regarding the—
Hey guys, they need to find a final solution to the Sinhalese Tamil question. And there you find the CIA.
Meaning of the Sinhalese Tamil question is provided in the document. This means that the United States was acutely aware of the problems being faced by the Tamils, yet
Saudi Arabia also gave $25 million to this
to help the Sinhalese National Sri Lankan government with its colonization scheme. In those days, Sri Lanka was really the darling of the development assistance community because it seemed like it was doing everything right. It had, in its earlier years, emphasized the social dimensions, the so-called, quote, physical quality of life dimension. Partially because of the British policy which emphasized education, health, and infrastructure, literacy and longevity were quite high and infant mortality was quite low relative to per capita income in Sri Lanka. However, under Prime Minister Bandaranaike during the early and mid-70s, Sri Lanka had followed disastrous economic policies. In 1978, under a new government headed by J.R. Jayawardena, there was a move back to free market policies and an opening towards the West. So, Sri Lanka looked like a marvelous place to go, a real development laboratory. Another country that was intimately involved in the development of the Mahawali project was Israel. The previous administration under Sirima Bandaranaike was significantly more hostile to Israel and had generally taken the side of the surrounding Arab countries, as would Jayawardena's successor Rana Singha Premadasa. When J.R. Jayawardena became president, Sri Lanka started turning to Israel for many things such as military aid, counterintelligence, and development. Some of the contracts regarding the development of the Mahawali project ended up being taken on by Israeli construction and civil engineering firm Solel Boneh, the very same company that prefabricated the buildings in the Tower and Stockade settlements during the 1936 to 1939 Arab revolts, the very settlements that would lay the foundation for the state of Israel. Israeli architect Ulrich Plesner planned 6 new towns for the Mahawali settlements. It was also reported that the idea for accelerating the Mahawali development plan was given to Gamini Disanaike and the Jayawardena government by a Mossad agent, Amy Yar. The Mahawali plan identified 13 systems in the dry zone to be developed, named B, C, H, G, L, etc., and the settlers that were chosen for these areas were again almost entirely Sinhalese. 2 of those systems are in the northeast, System B in the remainder of the eastern province's Badikolo district after Ampara was carved out, and System L in the northern province's Mullaitivu district. Buddhist meditation centers were built in these colonies, and books were distributed in these areas in order to, quote, promote spirituality. The Mahawali project and program makes it abundantly clear who the settlers mainly are.
Yeah.
The Mahawali authorities will not only lead the settlers towards material prosperity, but also provide them with spiritual guidance to make them morally upright. On full moon days, every family has been advised to go to the Buddhist temple, offer flowers, perform other rites, listen to sermons, and observe Buddhist precepts. Their engagement in rituals, ceremonies, and reciting of Pali stanzas is only the first step in their spiritual ascent, as this only attunes the minds for higher and more important religious exercises.
In 1979, the Mahawali Authority Act No. 23 was passed, declaring the land designated for the Mahawali Development Program to be property of the state, including land in the B and L systems. This meant that land that belonged to the Tamils and Muslims was now property of the Sinhalese Buddhist nationalist state. Once the war starts, we begin to see more and more state seizure of Tamil land. Around the same time, a young Tamil student by the name of Velu...
This makes perfect sense, right? Like, you take the property of the minority, and then you use foreign investment to leverage that disruption, that expropriation. And then now America and Israel have a vested interest in making sure your colonial project works because they'll make money on it. The Tamils were in deep shit once this happened, because the more that they basically put the world superpower on their side of their genocide. It's the same thing that the Israelis have done.
Pillay Prabhakaran started getting involved in politics. In 1972, he, along with a few of his associates, would found a militant organization named the Tamil New Tigers. Just a couple of days after New Year's 1974, the 4th World Tamil Research Conference was held in the northern city of Jaffna, despite Prime Minister Sirima Bandaranaike
Tamil Tigers were
demanding
basically considered the world's leading resistance group for a long time. The most effective.
This conference be held in the capital, Colombo, instead. On January 10th, Assistant Superintendent of Police Chandrasekhara led a truck of 40 anti-riot police officers into the conference and started attacking the crowd. The police shot at the overhead electrical wires, of which the now exposed live ends fell down to the level of the crowd and electrocuted people. 7 of the 11 people that died that day were electrocuted. In 1975, Prabhakaran and his associates, as part of the Tamil New Tigers, assassinated the mayor of Jaffna, Alfred Duraiappa. The Tamil mayor of Jaffna, who had joined Sirima's SLFP in order to try and get government funds directed towards Jaffna through official means. However, the Tamil militant groups at the time had a different perspective. Alfred Duraiappa was part of the ruling party that had sent police into a conference about research on the Tamil language and killed roughly 11 innocent people. Because of what they regarded as complicity in an attack on Tamils, the Tamil militant groups, including the Tamil New Tigers, had branded Alfred as a traitor. The following year, in a secret location, Prabhakaran, Uma Maheswaran, and several dozen others gathered and proceeded to officially rename the Tamil New Tigers. The new name, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, infamously known as the LTTE or Tamil Tigers. In 1980, the People's Liberation Organization of Tamil Eelam, or PLOT, was formed as a splinter group from the LTTE by Uma Maheswaran, who was trained in Lebanon and Syria by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, or PFLP. The following year, members of TULF, the party that signed the Vatukotte resolution calling for an independent Tamil Eelam, held a rally where 2 police officers were shot by members of PLOT. That very same night, police and fascist paramilitaries destroyed TULF's office, the Jaffna Member of Parliament's residence, many business establishments, and a local Tamil Hindu temple. They pulled 4 people from their homes at random and killed them. The following night, the cops and fascist paramilitaries set the Jaffna Public Library ablaze.
Then, Jaffna's most loved building was set alight.
I was able to see the library going on flames. So my feeling was that we are losing a treasure.
Can you imagine burning down a library, dude? That's how you know it's fascist as fuck.
And I was threatened that if I refuse to abide by the orders of the, I may be harmed. I may not even be shot, he said. And seeing those collections in flames and realizing that the whole thing cannot be retrieved, it was terrible trauma in my mind when I was standing and looking at this. It was really a cultural genocide. The burning was a cultural genocide.
Over 97,000 volumes of books, along with numerous culturally important and irreplaceable manuscripts, were destroyed. To understand the magnitude of cultural genocide at play here, let's take a step back to understand Tamil culture. The beating heart of Tamil culture is the language, and as a result, the literature plays a big role in Tamil culture. Tamil is one of the few remaining written classical languages in the world, whose history extends about a couple thousand years into the past. There are words in the Torah that you recite in your synagogue that are loanwords from Tamil. There are words that the pharaohs Ptolemy and Cleopatra themselves used that were gifts from the trade with the Tamil Pandyan dynasty. Imagine if some of the lost works of Plato were available in exactly one library, only for ethno-nationalists to burn them to a crisp. One of the men responsible for orchestrating the torching of the Jaffna Public Library was none other than the Minister of Mahawali Development, Gamini Dissanayake.
And by the way, that is an attack on all of humanity. This is an attack on all of humanity to destroy our joint legacy.
The man responsible for spearheading Sinhala settler colonies in the Tamil-dominated Northeast. This craven act of cultural genocide, where irreplaceable cultural artifacts that date hundreds if not thousands of years back were intentionally destroyed, was the point of no return for the Tamil nationalist militant groups. This set the stage for Black July. On July 23, 1983, the Tamil Tigers ambushed the Sri Lankan army in Tirunelveli near Jaffna, killing a total of 15 members of the Sri Lankan military. The following night, in response, a band of Sri Lankan soldiers left Palali, and on the way to the town of the ambush, they destroyed all the Tamil-owned shops. They also massacred over 60 Tamil civilians in Jaffna, an event that was never broadcast or mentioned on Sinhala language television. In the southern Sri Lankan capital of Colombo, the anti-Tamil pogroms had begun. Over the next few days, high-ranking Sri Lankan government officials would provide Sinhalese nationalist mobs with voter rolls containing the locations of all Tamils living in Colombo, as well as Tamil-run shops. Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists, using these voter rolls, would then proceed to burn Tamil homes and shops to the ground. Tamils all across the country would be attacked by Sinhala Buddhist nationalist mobs. Whether one was an Elam Tamil whose origins lie in the northeast, otherwise known as Elam, whether one was a Malayaga Tamil whose ancestors were forcibly brought to Sri Lanka to work tea plantations, or a Tamil born and raised in Colombo, none was safe. To give you an idea of what happened throughout the island, here are a couple of instances of violence against Tamils that happened across Sri Lanka. On July 25th, in the afternoon, a Tamil survivor witnessed...
Hassan got banned, guys, for his joke about... For his comment where he was like, Mike Johnson doesn't care about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, because if he did, he would kill the biggest Medicaid fraudster of all time, but he works with him. And a bunch of right-wingers pretended like that he was calling for his death, which was not what he was doing, but it doesn't matter. They like to pretend, and that's what it takes to get him banned, you know? They have to pretend to be stupid.
A Sinhala mob gang raping and killing 2 Tamil sisters aged 18 and 11. The older sister went on her knees and begged the mob not to harm her 11-year-old sister, who was then hacked to death and then decapitated in front of the 18-year-old while the mob laughed with derision. The 18-year-old was then gang raped by about 20 Sinhala men before being burned alive. The witness also reported seeing several naked Tamil rape victims in a Colombo refugee camp who had been stripped of their clothes on the streets and were being ogled at by Sri Lankan soldiers. A young store worker was forced to watch the gang rape of his mother by a mob of Sinhalese ethno-nationalists who hit him and his mother every time he tried to close his eyes. His mother was then killed and he was told, quote, "This is what Tamil whores deserve." He then later joined the Tamil Tigers and became a local leader in the organization. Here are a couple of eyewitness accounts of the pogrom all across the island.
While traveling on a bus when a mob laid siege to it, passengers watched as a small boy was hacked to limbless death. The bus driver was ordered to give up a Tamil. He pointed out a woman who was desperately trying to erase the mark on her forehead called a kumkum as thugs bore down on her. The woman's belly was ripped open with a broken bottle and she was immolated as people clapped and danced. While all this was going on, a line of Buddhist monks appeared, arms flailing, their voices raised in a delirium of exhortation, summoning the Sinhalese to put all Tamils to death.
A few minutes after arriving in Sri Lanka last month, I was sitting on the pavement outside the airport, watching the birds and the dragonflies. A Sinhalese youth sat down beside me, apparently keen to talk about the recent violence against the country's Tamils. "Tamils all gone from Colombo now," he said, with a broad grin. "Tamil shops all burned. Perhaps all Tamil people will go to India now." His tone was gleefully triumphant. "Sri Lanka is for Sinhalese people," he concluded.
அதை 6:30 போல் இருக்கும் நுகைகுடை சந்தியில் யாழ்ப்பாணத்து வாழைப்பழ கடை எரிந்து கொண்டிருந்தது. இருட்டான புகை கிளம்பிக் கொண்டிருந்தது.
பலருக்கு அடி விழுந்தது. பலரிடம் நகைகள், மோதிரங்கள், பருமதியான பொருட்கள் பறிக்கப்பட்டன. அந்த இடத்துல இந்த பார்க்கைகள்லாம் வெங்கலம் ரோட்ல 2-3 கார் நிப்பாட்டப்பட்டு அது நொறுக்கப்பட்டிருந்தது. அதில் இருந்த 4-5 பேர் பெரிய இவரோட பார்த்து சாத்தி வைக்கப்பட்டிருந்தார்கள். அவங்க வந்துட்டார்களா அல்லது காயப்பட்டிருந்தார்களா என்று பார்க்க முடியல எங்களுக்கு. நாங்கள் திரும்பி கோயிலடிக்கு வந்து அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த இரவு வந்து கோயிலாமல் தங்கி இருந்தவர்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் நாங்கள் சொன்னோம் இப்படி பேசுகிற நடந்து கொண்டு இருக்குது. இந்த இடம் எதில் நடக்கலாம். ஒரு 9:30-10 மணி போல திடீரென்று ட்ரக்கில் 2 ட்ரக்கில் ஆட்கள் வந்து வாங்கினாங்க. வாங்கி ஒவ்வொரு தடியால் பொருள்கள் இரும்பு கம்பியலோட வந்து தாக்க ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். வாசல்ல ஐயருடைய வீட்டில் ஐயருக்கு துடையில் ஒரு அடி விழுந்தது. விழுந்த உடனே கத்திலோடு வந்தார்கள், காப்பான் மரப்பான் என்ற வார்த்தைகளோடு வந்திருந்தார்கள். வந்து அந்த கோயிலை சுத்தவர்கள் வீடுகள் கதவுகள் எல்லாம் மாட்டி துடைக்கப்பட்டது. அந்த சம நேரத்தில் எங்களுக்கு மெக்கலம் ரோட் பக்கத்தில் இருந்தும் அவல குரல்கள் ஐயோ அம்மா என்ற அவல குரல்கள் கேட்டுக்கொண்டிருந்தது. எங்களுக்கு பார்க்க முடியல அந்த மதில் இருந்த வழியினால.
தமிழர்களை கொல்ல வேண்டும் என்ற கோஷம் எழுப்பிக் கொண்டு கோபத்தோடு கொந்தளிப்போடு அவர்கள் போய்கொண்டிருப்பதை நாங்கள் அவதானிக்கக்கூடியதாக இருந்தது.
23 ஜூலை ஆகஸ்ட் மட்டும் இல்லை, தொடர்ந்து அதனால் என்ன திடீர்னு பாம்பு பிளாஸ்ட் வருவோம், என்ன சரி ஒரு பிரச்சனை வரும் தானே.
මල්ටි ෂොප්යක් ඒක කඩලා වීදුරු ඔක්කොම ගල්ලා එතන තිබුණේ බඩු ටික ඔක්කොම පාරේ වීස් වෙලා තිබුණා විසිරලා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි 10ට විතර ඔෆිස් ගියා. ඔෆිස් ගියාට පස්සේ ආරංචි වුණා මේම මිනිස්සු මරනවා කියලා ආරංචියක් වුණා. කොළඹ එමතනම මම හිතන්නේ කොළඹ 80 විදිය විතර ඉතුරුනේ. අනිත් කඩවල් ඔක්කොම ගිනි තියලා මිනිස්සු 150ක් විතර මරලා තියනවා කියලා ආරංචියක් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි
One method of determining whether or not someone on the street was a Tamil or Sinhala was the use of word testing. Sinhala Buddhist nationalist mobs would demand a suspected Tamil person say a word in the Sinhala language. If that person had a Tamil accent or was unable to say the word, they were beaten to death on the spot. During all of this, in the Welikada high security prison in Colombo, 53 Tamil prisoners were murdered by Sinhalese prisoners, something no one has been convicted for until today. We don't have a solid figure on how many people died in the Black July pogroms. According to the Sri Lankan government, the death toll is merely in the hundreds, while the Tamil Center for Human Rights states that roughly 5,500 to 6,000 people were brutally murdered that week. Men, women, and children were sexually violated that entire week, then promptly set on fire, ripped open with broken beer bottles, or hacked to death and decapitated with machetes. Remember that quote at the beginning about starving the Tamil people? The person that said that was none other than former Prime Minister and now President J.R. Jayawardena, who accelerated the Mahaweli colonization effort in the Northeast. He said that in the aftermath of the Black July pogroms. This was the event horizon, the point of no return. This was the event that marked the beginning of the 26-year-long armed conflict known around the world as the Sri Lankan Civil War. Over the next 2.5 decades, the Sri Lankan government, military, police forces, and paramilitary organizations, with hardware bought from all over the world, would
from all world powers
commit unspeakable atrocities against Tamil civilians. This was part 1 of a 3-part docuseries documenting and summarizing the ongoing atrocities against the Tamils committed by the Sri Lankan government. The following part, Part 2, covers the wartime period known as the Sri Lankan Civil War or the Elam War, starting in 1983 and reaching its brutal end in 2009. Subscribe to the Arunano channel for more.
Really great work. And thank you for bringing this to light to a Western audience, because so many people don't understand about this conflict. They don't understand the reality of the American and Israeli influence on the world. I'm glad a lot of people talk about what's going on in Gaza, but I want more people to be aware of just how malign American influence is all over the world, and how we have to stand up for the oppressed and for people no matter where. Like, many Americans don't even know about the situation, but do you know your government was there every step of the way? Could you pin the link? Gosh, I'm not in. It's really hard for me to pin because I don't have it easily in my setup. The mods are the people that can make the pinning so much easier than me. So annoying. Hold on, let me figure it out. I got it. I got you. There we go. Thank you, Bizarre. I know a Tamil guy who went down the anti-Semitic alt-right pipeline because of his family's trauma, and it's truly horrifying. He was my friend in high school until he learned I had a Jewish background. I'm really sorry to hear that. I mean, hate is an expected outcome of oppression.
The Rubicon is a river in Italy. The story goes that at the end of the governorship of Julius Caesar, he was ordered to disband his army and stay north of the Rubicon. When instead Caesar marched his army across the river and towards Rome, it was considered an act of treason and the beginning of the Roman Civil War, at the end of which Caesar would reign victorious. It is said, as he forded the Rubicon, Caesar declared, "The die is cast." In today's vernacular, we refer to a metaphoric Rubicon as the point of no return. Children cross the Rubicon into adulthood. Isolationist governments cross the Rubicon into international politics. Each of us will cast the die several times in our own lives. But we say also that movements, that people, cross the Rubicon when they become irredeemable. When times are bad, we wonder anxiously how far from the Rubicon we are. When does an insurgency become a war? A demonstration? A riot? When is the moment an economy in danger becomes one in collapse? We scan the horizon for the riverbank, hoping we didn't cross it some ways back. The thing about points of no return, the reason we worry over them so much, is it's rare to know where they are until they are some ways behind you. The Rubicon is not the Mississippi. It is a muddy little creek history lost track of for centuries. In the United States, we are increasingly comfortable saying that our democracy is under threat, that we are at risk of descending into authoritarianism. Few are ready to say that the threat has arrived. And I'm referring to myself when I say that. I'm not ready to say it's arrived. No one wants to call it prematurely. The right screams that the left, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, some thinly veiled caricature of the Jews, are ready to kick down your door and bash your teeth in. And I talk about why they say this. Their need to exaggerate the threat from the left so that when they aggress against us, it seems like self-defense, so that we are to blame for any violence we suffer. I talk about the danger of this thinking being accepted. I say the way mainstream conservative politicians and media legitimize these arguments is worrying. But I don't say, they are saying this in preparation to kick down your door and bash in your teeth. I want people to listen to me. I don't want to sound irrational. I don't want to sound like them. And I don't want it to be true yet. Say, for the sake of argument, you are, at this moment, standing ankle deep in the water, desperately wondering how many paces you are from the south bank of the Rubicon. There was a time when any number of things would have been the moment. If you could go back to 2015 and ask, is a candidate promising to jail his political opponents, or a president building concentration camps at the border, or a lame duck provoking an insurrection to overturn a vote, the moment where you would unequivocally call him a fascist? And we would have said, no question. But those moments came, and they went. And we called them troubling. We called them dangerous. But it still seemed alarmist to call them fascist. Journalists and policy wonks still reacted with surprise if you came anywhere near the word.
How can you say that?
You could still run a campaign on reasoning with the right. Republicans have made great strides by being so blatantly horrible that accurately describing their behavior sounds like hyperbole. It seems we are always approaching the other side of the Rubicon, never arriving. We can turn back. The North is still the nearer bank. And there is a knack to this. Everyone expects it to happen all at once, that one day we will wake up to swastikas and kids in cages and unmarked vans disappearing people off the streets. But those all happened on different days. And the swastikas were a natural extension of the barely coded language of the administration's supporters. The cages were the next step after their family separation policy. And the vans were not a surprise after years of police militarization. You don't have to cross the river quickly, just steadily, so that every step makes the last one seem inevitable and the next one obvious. The people who say, this will never happen on our watch, they'll just divert the river south to keep it true. It's losing a little ground on a dozen fronts every day.
Hey, what's up?
It's seeing so many lines crossed, you can't even remember where you used to draw them. It's the readiness to give up on things being better and just wanting them to be quiet. I can't tell you if that moment has come.
The song ended by a blue
I don't know
anime
how to
guy That guy's one of my favorite. That obviously didn't happen. He was in trouble because of mainstream right-wing accounts, like large right-wing accounts complaining. Not the blue anime guy. I like the blue anime guy because I just want to see him. I just want to see him post just one picture of himself. Just do his whole shtick, not being a blue anime guy. I just want to see it one time. The one thing I will say about anime and what's really interesting about it is Japanese people strongly disapprove of Israel, but their right-wing fans in America love Israel. I wonder why that is. Japanese people think it's what Israel's doing in Palestine is terrible. Because it's like the white fans of Japanese culture in America aren't really fans of Japanese culture.
Call it any better than you. So instead, I'm going to ask you to do something. I want you to decide, at this moment, what the Rubicon is for you. What is that undeniable instant where if something drastic does not happen immediately, your rights and freedoms are forfeit? And don't show up in my comments saying it already happened years or centuries ago. You're not wrong, but cynicism is acceptance. I'm asking, when would be the time to act? Write it down. Put it on your phone or your dry erase board or post it on your bathroom mirror. So when that moment comes, you will remember that this...
Thank God Hassan got banned. Deserved 100%. Okay, we got him, chat. We found one. Finally. Holy shit. I've been waiting. Beats produzieren für Anfänger. Alles Anfänger, lol. Thank God. Finally. Do you have any clips, bro? Damn. AFD voter identified. Hey, bro. There's one thing I will say to you is you're a German. You're a German where you have an all-payer healthcare system. Why are you talking about American politics, bro? Like, what's with you? Also, imagine being a German. The funniest thing about Germany is they got taken over by the USSR. Like, they were conquered. They were beaten. They stood toe-to-toe with Russia, and they failed. Whew. He says his stuff is on YouTube. Wait, he does? I want to see some clips. This guy seems cool.
This was your Rubicon, because it won't feel like it anymore. It will feel like the next logical step. And ask yourself, when that moment comes, what is the right thing to do? You don't have to have an answer yet, but think on it, because we haven't been doing it. As a leftist, the futures I envision are full of possibility. I am fond of saying, there are 100 ways forward and only one way back. So many things we could try if we allow ourselves to let go of white supremacy, of capitalism, of patriarchy. Imagining the future is a kind of world building. To be on the left, at least the way I try to do it, is to desire a spreading out, a pluralizing, an abandonment of hierarchy and a sharing of power between us all. I don't know if that future is likely, but I know it's possible. That's not how things look on the right. For the right, left to its own devices, all roads lead to Rome. There's no telling what you're gonna do when the chips are down. Now that the chips are down, what you gonna do when the chips are down? Now that
one of the things that's really calming for anybody is everybody understands that Israel's days are numbered. And that's one of the things where you could just relax. Just like the Crusader states were a fundamentally unsustainable project, Israel's days are numbered. As soon as the United States of America is distracted or consumed with its own crises and no longer provides unlimited open support for Israel, they're done and they're gonna crumble. They can commit as many genocides and as many ethnic cleansings, and yet fundamentally Israel's days are numbered. It won't last. It's going to fail.
Down. Dumb.
Netanyahu said today they need to finish the job. Oh, yeah. Ooh-wee.
You mentioned something in the pod.
American hegemony is on the decline. The economy, oh, man. Trump dashes hopes for last-minute Canada and Mexico deal ahead of 25% tariffs. Is also opposing an additional 10% tariff on imports from China. S&P 500 posts biggest loss since December as Trump tariffs will proceed. Mike, how can I say how much I appreciate the extended stream today? Whew. Well, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow, probably for another. Is my sub count accurate? No. I got 777 subs for the day. So here, I'll show you. Yeah, there's nothing in here that's gonna... We had 5,256 average viewers, 7,179 max viewers. Unique viewers was 55,827. 4,782 unique chatters, 147,697 live views, 903 followers, and 828 subscriptions. There you go. As far as hours watched, I'd have to do the math, but it's a lot. Did I cover the Amaranth robbery? No. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. Amaranth, there was an attempted robbery of Amaranth, and apparently they like beat her, and she's claiming she shot at one of them. So that sounds pretty terrible. I hope Amaranth recovers. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate you all. And with that, it's time for the outro music. Stay safe. We'll be back on the normal time tomorrow, chat. And if I decide to stream long, I'll stream long again. All right, everybody, stay safe. I'll see you all soon. Solidarity forever. And of course, free Palestine. And hashtag free Hassan. Hassan did nothing wrong.
Stand up, all victims of oppression, for the tyrants fear your might. Don't cling so hard to your possessions, for you have nothing if you have no rights. So come, brothers and sisters, for the struggle carries on. Listening to Mike from PA unites the world in song. So come come and rally, for this is the time and place. Join the Central Committee and unite the human race. Down the bourgeoisie to see the end of capitalism. We must set Luigi free. Demand that health care be provided, as well as housing and food security. We'll build high-speed rails and revolutions with heads of billionaires and solidarity. Through this struggle we'll carry on. Our gifts up to Central Committee is one step closer to righting the wrongs. So comrades, come and rally, and remember that Hush owes Mike $1,500 because Mike was fucking right.